Oh, this? It's just a gift.
And you are harmless.
From, my Uncle Mike. Hi, my name is James Shahan. I'm a huge Capcom fan, a huge fighting game fan, and a writer as well. And if you're anything like me, of course, you'd love to see another crossover game, whether it's with Marvel or someone else. You also know that the likelihood of that happening is probably not great, unfortunately. So, just as a passion project, I decided that I would write a script for a story mode that Capcom could use if they ever did an internal crossover game, like a Capcom versus Capcom, if you will. So, with that being said, this is part script of just a story concept and game concept, and part design document. I don't write stories for video games professionally yet, but this is my pitch, basically, to Capcom. Before we get started, I just want to go through a few disclaimers. First off, this is really, more than anything, just a love letter to Capcom and Capcom fighting games. It's a proof of concept. I do not work for Capcom. I am not affiliated with them in any way, shape, or form. I know that the characters included in this work do not belong to me. I do not own any of their trademarked or copywritten material. This is just a passion project. No copyright infringement is intended. I'm not a professional game writer, as I've mentioned before. Since I don't own the characters, even though the story concept is original, I didn't want to spend a lot of time drafting, so you can consider this like a 1.3, 1.5 draft. Not quite a second draft. Please keep that in mind. I know it's not perfect. My main goals were to pay tribute to Capcom, as well as their games and their characters, and see if I could take some characters that have always kind of been light on story and trying to make a compelling story with them. Hopefully a good story, at the very least, something interesting. So, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. I am also not a professional voice actor, so please keep that in mind as well. You will discover that very shortly. For some characters, I think it would add to the experience to do voices for them, not so much for others. And the very first thing I should have mentioned in this video is that this is going to be a read-through of this thing that I've written. I tried to make it as much like a screenplay as possible, with also some design concepts in there, and really tried to do my best to paint a picture so that anyone listening to this, Capcom included, if it ever makes its way to them, they'd really be able to picture it to the best of their ability. Okay, that was the last ado. No more. Let's go. Cutscene start. Exterior. Seaside village. Night. Dream. Flashback. A village near the sea is burning. It's a small village with simple homes. People are running from their homes as the fires rage on. A pirate ship is docked, and we see a few pirates returning to it, holding on to what they've plundered. A middle-aged man, the captain of the pirates, slowly steps onto the dock to board his ship. He looks at the ship for someone, but doesn't see them. He then looks behind at the village for them. The captain has a large black hat with a skull and crossbones on it, an eye patch, and a big, full, black beard. Pirate captain. Ruby? Ruby! Hurry up, it's time to set sail! A young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, comes into view. She has long, wavy blonde hair and is wearing a plain shirt, dark pants, and boots. She's helping a child younger than her out of their burning shack. She looks up in the direction of the man calling to her. Ruby. Coming! Interior, bedchamber. Night. Present. A young woman with wavy blonde hair, a white shirt with a ruffled collar, and wrappings around her right eye diagonally over the top of her head, is in bed, tossing and turning. She is sweating and groans as though she is afraid. We only see her for a split second. Exterior, seaside village, night, flashback. Flashing slightly forward in time, the young girl Ruby is now on the dock with her father, the captain. Ruby now has bandages across her right eye. Ruby. You said they were bad people! You promised! Captain. Damn it, Ruby, we don't have time for this. Get on the ship now! Interior, bedchamber, night, present. The woman is still in bed, restless. She starts muttering to herself. Exterior, seaside village, night, flashback. Another slight flash forward in time. The captain is on the dock looking down at Ruby. Two men from the ship who look like prisoners are holding her back as she tries to struggle free from their grip. She is crying and yelling at the captain not to leave her behind. Captain, I was sorely mistaken, Ruby. You're not fit to be a pirate. There's no place in my crew for ye. Not until you find the eye. Only then'll you belong on this ship. Ruby. Daddy! Daddy, don't leave me! Please! Interior, bedchamber, night, present, Ruby. Don't leave me! The woman wakes up and immediately sits up yelling this line in a cold sweat and breathing hard. The door to her bedchamber immediately opens and we see a large, round, cactus-looking humanoid wearing a sombrero approach her as if worried. Amingo. Nightmares again, Ruby? Ruby heart. Yeah, just the one. The same damn one. Amingo. Don't worry. We'll find it. Remember, you are Ruby Heart, the pirate who took down Abyss. There's nothing you can't do. Ruby repeats Amingo's last sentence along with him, almost mockingly. Ruby. There's nothing you can't do. You know, one of these days that line's gonna stop working. Besides, I did have some help, in case you forgot. Amingo. Minor detail. Now hurry up and get dressed. We're almost there. Oh, and take this. Amingo reaches out his hand and opens it up, revealing a large green fruit. Amingo. Can't go treasure hunting on an empty stomach. As usual, I'll wait for you topside. Come talk to me when you're ready and we'll make our final preparations. Amingo then gets up from the side of her bed and exits her chambers. The screen fades to black. We hear sounds of Ruby eating. When the screen fades back in, Ruby Heart is fully dressed and standing in her boudoir. One idea for this portion of the game, and all other portions that are not cutscenes or matches, fights, would be to have gameplay and exploration similar to Final Fight, scale and controls, and RPG-style text boxes, which can or cannot be voice-acted. Cutscene ends. Before exiting her room, you get to control Ruby and look around her chambers. This is where there could be little Easter eggs like posters on her wall of other Capcom games, other characters, etc. One prompt will be in front of her mirror when you interact with it. Ruby Heart. Come on, Ruby. You got this. We'll find the eye. Eventually. Once you leave her chambers, you get to explore other parts of the lower deck as well as the upper deck, talking to members of her crew. For the sake of time, I won't be writing dialogue for every minor character or every prompt that can be interacted with in this way, unless it is of particular importance. Exterior. Ruby's airship. Top deck. Day. Later. We see the top deck of Ruby's airship with crew on it, cannons on the sides, masts, propellers on the top of them, and the main mast towards the center of the ship, cow-like skull in the middle of the mast with sharp teeth holding chains in its mouth. The ship is primarily made out of wood and metal. Once topside, you can talk to Amingo, who will ask if you're ready to go and give you a prompt. If you say no, you can continue exploring the ship and talking to anyone you haven't yet. When you say yes, Amingo. Perfect. Want to have a sparring match before landing? It's been a while since we've done any real fighting. Ruby Heart. Are you calling your captain Rusty, Ami? Amingo. Well, I mean, no, of course not. I didn't mean it. Wait! Transition to battle. When the fight starts, Amingo will ask something like, need any pointers before we get started, Ruby? From here, you will have a prompt with a variety of skill levels and descriptions on what you'll be shown for that option, along with different responses for each. E.g., yeah, I feel like I forgot all about fighting. I remember the basics. Show me something impressive. And, I've been fighting all my life. On guard! Once the fight starts, there can be a prompt that appears telling the player that since Amingo gave them a life up fruit earlier, they get some kind of perk. Maybe first hit damage is negated, they regain health for the first 5 seconds of the match, they have more health than normal, indicated by the health bar somehow, etc. There will be voice lines and subtitles between Ruby Heart and Amingo, e.g. Amingo. Alright, time to hit you with a low attack. Ruby Heart. A low? Piece of cake. I'll just jump, tap up on the control pad or joystick to avoid it. Depending on the skill level selected, pirates from Ruby's crew will show up in the background with signs, cue cards, for different commands once the fight starts. Amingo will make some comment about that not being fair. There could also be different dialogue between them depending on who wins. I'll proceed assuming Ruby is the victor. Battle ends, cutscene start. Ruby Heart. Remind me who's Rusty? Ruby reaches her hand down and helps Amingo off the ground. Amingo. And remind me not to give you a life up fruit before we fight. Anyways, you kick my butt. With perfect timing. Looks like we're here. A prompt appears as a book with different pages letting you know that Amingo has joined your team, and then gives you a rundown of how teams work. 3 characters on a team can choose/replace team members with a certain icon is on the screen. Each team member provides a passive ability to your party. E.g., Ruby might give 20% more damage at 30% or below health, 20% money bonus. Amingo gives random character other than himself 15% gradual health recovery at 30% or below, etc. The ship starts to slow down and descend from a top-down approach. When the camera pans out and shows the airship landing, we see that the environment is that of a very misty swamp, with abandoned ships in its waters, gnarled trees and rock formations, and broken architecture, bridges, etc. Ruby and her crew have landed in one of the swamp stage variations from Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Exterior, swamp, day, later. The ship lands on a piece of land near one of the broken bridges. An abandoned ship's worn mast and tattered sail can be seen in the background, emerging from the water. Ruby's crew lets the ramp down for their departure, and Ruby and Amingo make their way down the ramp onto the ground. They start walking across the piece of land towards another bridge. Amingo is holding an open map as they walk. Ruby heart. Brings back memories, doesn't it? Amingo. Yeah, not necessarily good ones. Monsters, robots, infinites. Ruby heart. Right. Best to be on guard. Where are we going, anyhow? Amingo. Well, according to our lead, it should be just up ahead in a cave. That's what the map shows, at least. Ruby heart. I just hope this is it. That this is finally the eye. Amingo. Me too. I know how long you've been looking for it, but... Ruby, can I ask you something? Ruby heart. Ami, you're my first mate. And my friend. You know you can ask me anything. Amingo. Yeah, I know, it's just... But what if this is the eye? Are you really gonna look for him? Ruby heart. I have to. I have to prove myself. Amingo. Why? You took down Abyss! Isn't that enough? Ruby looks down and walks over to the railing of the bridge they're on. She approaches the railing and crosses her arms, letting her elbows rest on the guardrail before looking out into the distance. Ruby heart. It's like I said this morning. I didn't take him down. I didn't do much of anything, really. But I have to find him and prove I deserve my place by his side. It's where I belong. Hearing this, Amingo looks at her with scrutiny and then sadness. He turns to the railing on the opposite side of the small bridge, away from Ruby. He places one hand on the railing and looks out at the distance too. Amingo, to himself. Where you belong. He turns back to Ruby heart. Amingo, to himself. Where you belong. He turns back to Ruby heart, who is still looking out at the distance. He looks down with a sad expression and then takes a deep breath and lifts his eyes to her again. He puts his hand on her shoulder. Amingo. Don't worry. We'll get you there. Ruby looks up at Amingo, puts her hand on his back and smiles softly. Ruby heart. Thank you, friend. All right, let's go get that treasure. Ruby heart and Amingo continue to walk, first across the rest of the small bridge and then across the land formation they're on towards the cave in the distance. As they walk, we suddenly see them from a far distance, but still enlarged. Blurry at first, and then coming into focus. We realize that we are seeing her briefly through some sort of spyglass or telescope. Mystery voice. Interesting. Our view returns to normal and to the two of them approaching the mouth of the cave. Ruby heart. In here? Amingo, nervously. In here. Interior, swamp cave, day, continuous. Ruby takes a coin out of her pocket and hands it to Amingo. He flips it into the air, and when it lands in his hand, it's a torch. Ruby, seemingly frightened, sways away from the ignition of the fire on the torch for a moment, making a noise of nervousness as she does. Ruby heart, to Amingo. Thanks, as always. Looking around the now illuminated darkness from left to right, they see nothing but stone walls and floors and a stone pedestal in the center. The cave is small, but towards the back right of the cave, there's a small hallway. They continue down the hallway until they see a small, ancient-looking chest laying on a pile of rocks. How many times can I use the word small in my writing? Ruby heart. There you are. Come to mama. Her and Amingo hoist the chest up out of the rubble and carry it back to the start of the cave, placing it on the stone pedestal. Ruby heart. Ready? Amingo. Ready. They look at each other and then back at the chest. They both put one hand on it and prepare to count down. Ruby Heart and Domingo. 3, 2, 1. They open the chest, both wide-eyed and smiling. The lid lifts and they look inside. As they see what it contains, their eyes get smaller and their smiles melt into disappointing frowns. Ruby Heart. No, come on! A business card? A single business card lies in the chest and reads, Sylphie's Clothing. Ruby Heart picks it up and looks at it. Ruby Heart. For all your treasure hunting and adventuring needs? What a joke. Who did we get that map from again? Domingo. I don't think it's even worth remembering. Come on, let's get back to the ship. Ruby Heart. Yeah, mystery voice. I don't think you'll be going anywhere. Now hand it over. Ruby hurriedly slips the card into her pocket as her and Domingo turn around. When they do, facing the mouth of the cave, they see a strange pirate with a large blue hat with gold trim, light bluish, gray hair, green pants with pink stripes, and a large metal claw for a hand. Ruby Heart. Who the hell are you? Mystery voice. The name's Kraken, legendary captain of the King Octopus Gang. Ruby Heart. I've heard of plenty of legends, but I've never heard of you. Besides, there's no treasure to hand over. Now step aside. He points his metal claw at the two of them. Kraken. Sorry, lass, but I think I'll be needing a second opinion on that there treasure. Avast ye! A few of his jobbers rush Ruby and Domingo and you enter battle. Cutscene ends, battle starts. During this battle, you'll fight as Ruby and Domingo against some generic pirate guys who cycle through each other when one is defeated. Much like Ultron drones in MVCI story mode, before Kraken tags in and the two of you fight him. Depending on what skill level you chose earlier, there will be members of Ruby's crew in the background holding cue cards with different commands on it, either game mechanics, special moves, or both. You're meant to win against Kraken here. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Exterior, swamp cave, day, continuous. Kraken is seen getting knocked back across the ground into members of his crew. They pick him up, holding him facing the opposite direction that they're running in, so facing Ruby and Domingo, and start retreating with cartoon cloud effects on their legs' feet. Kraken is shaking his hook at Ruby. Members of the King Octopus Gang. Come on, boss, let's get out of here. Kraken. Put me down, you lily-livered scoundrels. I can take 'em. Let go of me. As they get further away, echoing. You ain't seen the last of Kraken and the King Octopus Gang. Kraken and his crew finally disappear from sight. Ruby and Domingo look at each other and shake their heads. Domingo. So, where to now? Ruby Heart. No idea. That was our last lead, and we walked away empty-handed. Domingo. Well, not completely empty-handed. What about the card? Ruby Heart. This? Yeah. Knock yourself out. Ruby takes the business card out of her pocket and gives it to Domingo. Domingo takes it and looks at the back of the card. Domingo. Conveniently located in Metro City. Hey, I've heard of that place. Why don't we go check this shop out and see if they have anything interesting? Fade out. Exterior, Metro City, day, later. Fade in. We see a close-up of the back of the card, the text, and that there's a graphic with the location of the advertised shop on it. The camera zooms in on the graphic, and then we get an overlay fade out of the business card graphic with a fade in of an aerial shot, horizontal, not top-down, of Metro City. It's a modern, bustling city with tall buildings, billboards, lights, etc. Ruby's airship flies into the shot from about the middle right of the shot, flies downward and then curves to the left towards the center of the screen. For a beat, we see Hagar walking the streets, reading the paper. He looks up from his paper, cigar in his mouth, sees the ship, squints at it in a serious, scrutinizing manner. Continuous. Ruby Heart. Voiceover. All right, come on then. We see the top deck of the airship with a few men and Ruby's crew, Domingo and Ruby Heart near the steering wheel, looking out at the city with a spyglass. The airship has slowed to a stop, hovering. Ruby Heart to Domingo. Should be right down there. She hands the spyglass to Domingo, who looks in it, then takes it away from his eyes and nods. Domingo. Easy peasy. I'm not used to talking this much. The crew member who is at the helm of the ship, steering it, is a bit more distinguished than the others. He has a bandana over his hair and a large red beard. My idea is to have him named Momo and another more unique distinguished member named Taru, as an Easter egg to the Momotaru character in games. This probably isn't necessary though, and just as a side note, I thought this was a good idea, but for the rest of the document, I didn't really work it in. So, sorry. Momo. Hey Ruby, Where do you want me to land this thing? Ruby Heart. Just take us low enough to use the rope ladder. We shouldn't be long. Momo. Aye, aye. We see an open alleyway of Metro City, similar to Guy's stage in Street Fighter Alpha 2. The rope ladder drops down from the top left of the frame, just a few rungs of the ladder. Ruby and Amingo use it to step down and then leap to the ground, landing effortlessly. Not quite at Sylphie's yet. They still need to do some walking. Either the rope ladder or the very bottom of the ship could be visible in an alternate version of Guy's Street Fighter Alpha 2 stage, as the new version of the stage would appear in this mode's fights, as well as arcade and versus mode. You start walking past various walls with graffiti, stores, characters, and buildings in the background. Editor's note. Ideally, this segment is done as a 2D side-scrolling segment. Same dialogue either way, but with side-scrolling, you fight through Mad Gear gang members with Final Fight perspective, combat, breaking barrels, etc. Eventually, walking up the area below, only to have Hagar run up on you from the left side of the screen, at which point, after his dialogue, you would have a normal versus battle. Either way, you would experience a normal cutscene with normal perspective after defeating Hagar. Amingo. According to the card, should be just up ahead. Ruby Heart. Good. This doesn't seem like the kind of place too keen on outsiders. She looks in the background at a few Mad Gear gang members who are watching them from the shadows. Ruby Heart. From the looks of it, I'd say this town is full of mystery voice. Criminals! Ruby and Amingo turn around, looking to the left, confused. We see Hagar's shoes as he takes a few more steps towards our heroes. The camera pans up from his shoes, to pants, to bare chest with a single strap across it, to his signature, mustached face. At hearing Hagar's voice, some of the Mad Gear members in the background run away. Hagar. You're a couple of 2-bit criminals. Ruby Heart. What are you going on about? Hagar. You got an airship idling all willy-nilly in Metro City's airspace without a proper permit. And in case you were wondering, that's illegal. As mayor, I cannot let this stand. I'm taking you downtown. Ruby Heart. Well, I don't care if you're the mayor of Earth. You're not taking us anywhere. Hagar. Fine. Hagar starts walking towards them, cracking his knuckles and loosening his neck. If you don't want to do things the easy way, we'll do them the hard way. Come on! Scene ends, battle starts. You use Amingo and Ruby to fight against Hagar. You're meant to win. Battle is immediately exited when you deliver the last blow to Hagar, so you don't see him getting knocked to the ground, defeated, as you usually would in battle. Battle ends, cutscene starts. The cutscene starts with Hagar getting knocked back, sliding across the ground, arms crossed over his chest and face. When Hagar stops sliding, he shakes his arms at his sides and starts laughing. Hagar. You've got spunk, kid, I'll give you that. That fighting spirit reminds me a lot of Ryu, even. Amingo. Hey, we know that guy. Red bandana, carries a bag around everywhere. He helped us take down Abyss. Hagar. Abyss, huh? Never heard of it. Couldn't have been big news if it didn't make the city papers. Still, if you fought side by side with Ryu, maybe I was too quick to judge. Mike Hagar's the name. Hagar sticks out his hand to Ruby for a handshake. Ruby obliges and shakes hands with him. Ruby Heart. Ruby Heart, captain of the SS Partenaire and treasure hunter extraordinaire. Well, trying to be. To my right is my first mate, Amingo. Amingo, tipping his hat. Howdy, Hagar. Treasure hunters, huh? Well, that explains what you're doing here. Looking for Sylphie's, are you? Ruby Heart. You've heard of it? Of course I have. She's been in this town for years. Between you and me, though, I'm surprised her doors are still open. Doesn't see much business these days. I'm sure she'd appreciate a visit. I'll take you guys there. Hagar points to the Hagar points to the building in the background. Sylphie's clothing. They start making their way to the storefront. Amingo. Thanks for taking us. And sorry about the ship. I'll personally fly it out of your hair right after we visit Sylphie. Hagar. Oh, I know you will. Because I'm coming with you. Ruby and Amingo reel back momentarily in shock/surprise. Ruby Heart. Come again? Sorry, but I can't play favorites just because we have a mutual friend. The law is the law. So, I help you find a treasure or two, and when we find one that looks as valuable as your debt, I take it to our processing department and we call it even. Ruby Heart. You can't be serious. Hagar stands there, looking at her smugly with his arms crossed. Ruby Heart. Well, what choice do I have, really? Hagar. That's the spirit. Now come on, I'll introduce you. You get a prompt that lets you know Hagar has joined your party. You'll also get to see his passive ability for if and when you ever choose to have him on your team. They get to the storefront and Hagar opens the front door for them. Interior, Sylphie's shop, day, continuous. As they enter Sylphie's, the door makes a noise, as businesses do when people walk through the door. It looks like a small retail clothing store inside with various outfits on display, racks with clothes, shelves with knickknacks, and a glass case with trinkets in it. On top of the glass case, the counter, is a small TV, a game console, a few empty cans of soda, and some empty bags of chips. Blonde woman in a white gown, a small white pouch at her side, fastened at the waist, and a gem in her forehead is behind the glass counter/register, playing some kind of game console. She doesn't greet our heroes as they enter the store. Sylphie, talking to the game. Oh, come on. How was I supposed to block that? Hagar. Hiya, Sylphie. How's business? Sylphie looks up momentarily. What? Oh, hi, Hagar. She looks back at her game. Damn it. Now I have to start all over. Annoyed. What do you want? Hagar. Is that any way to treat the mayor? Especially when he brought you some customers? Sylphie. Customers? Sylphie looks and sees Ruby and Amingo. She panics, brushes herself off, and gathers everything on the counter except for the register in her arms before opening the door and throwing it out. It flies into the background and knocks a couple of Mad Gear members over. She then closes the door and zips to them from out behind the counter. Sylphie. Well, why didn't you say so? Hi, I'm Sylphie. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. So, what brings you to the front door of her store flies off the hinges. A Mad Gear thug is seen where the door was. Mad Gear thug. Who threw that TV? Whoever it was, you're gonna pay for it. I don't know why I made him a southerner. Just whatever. Sylphie. My door. Mad Gear thug. Don't worry, Blondie. Just tell me who it was. And Sylphie, furious, trying to hold back. You broke my door. No longer holding back. Do you have any idea how much it'll cost to repair? Mad Gear thug, visibly frightened. Sylphie. $50! Rah! Sylphie leaps at the Mad Gear thug, and you get to fight a handful of them as Sylphie. Cutscene ends, battle starts. This isn't a major fight, but it breaks up the cutscenes a bit with fighting. Thoughts on Sylphie is that she, much like Namco x Capcom, has different moves from different Capcom characters. She could also have a mini leveling system for her moves/supers, depending on how much money she has, and maybe a move where she digs up a treasure chest with a random amount of money in it. You're meant to win this fight. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Exterior, Sylphie's shop, day. Later. Sylphie is seen pinning the Mad Gear member who broke her door to the ground with her sandaled foot, holding him by the arm. Mad Gear thug. I'm sorry. Please, let me go. Sylphie. Pay for it, and we'll call it even. Mad Gear thug. I don't have any money. Sylphie steps down on him harder. Mad Gear thug. Okay. In my left pocket. Take it. Sylphie reaches down with one hand and pulls a wad of bills out of his pocket, and then lets go of his arm with her other hand. She steps her foot off of him. Sylphie. Thanks for the cash. Now scram! Mad Gear thug gets up as quickly as he can and runs away screaming. Sylphie steps back into the shop, wad of bills in her hand. She puts it in her pockets and then brushes off her dress. Sylphie, smiling. Now then, how can I help you? Amingo, nervous. Hi. I'm Amingo and this is Ruby Heart. We're treasure hunters and recently found your card. Ruby Heart. Yeah, in a treasure chest. Instead of treasure. What kind of... Amingo, putting his hand over Ruby's mouth. What kind of goods do you have? See, we've been looking for this one treasure for a long time, and, well, we're kind of stumped on where to look next. Since your card mentions you carry stock for treasure hunters, we wanted to stop by. Do you have anything that can help us find it? Sylphie, smugly. Even if I don't, I'm sure I can point you in the right direction. Not only am I a superstar merchant with booming business, but you happen to be speaking to a bona fide demigod. I've been around longer than the three of you combined, and happen to be a walking encyclopedia on treasures, relics, and the like. Hagar. Demigod? All this time I had no idea. Sylphie. It's not exactly the type of thing worth advertising. Unless, of course, Metro City offers tax breaks for non-mortal business owners? Hagar. Can't say it does, Sylph. Sylphie. Yeah, it figures. All right. Ruby, was it? What's this thing you're looking for? Ruby Heart. It's called the Eye of Madura. Sylphie. Can't say I've heard of it, but let's check my records just in case. Sylphie lifts one hand flat, and after a puff of smoke, a large book appears in her hand. With the other hand, she slides a finger up the bridge of her nose as if pushing up glasses, and after a puff of smoke, reading glasses appear on her face. She starts flipping through the book, searching for a specific page. Sylphie. Now, let's see. Egg of Wonder, Extra Life. Sorry, kids. I've never been stumped before, but I just don't have anything on this one. Ruby Heart hangs her head. Domingo. Well, if business is booming like you said, don't you have something that can help us find it? Sylphie's book and glasses disappear in a cloud of smoke as she looks at Domingo hesitantly. Look, I may have exaggerated a tiny bit. The truth is, I'm this close to closing my doors permanently. Around here, people prefer hand-to-hand combat over magic doohickeys. They're just not interested. Hagar. I'm sorry this city's been so hard on you, Sylphie. Sylphie. That's all right. It's just the nature of the business. And to answer your question, turning back to Domingo, I've sold through nearly all my stock to try and delay the inevitable, but it hasn't done much good. Self-defense aside, all I have left is my enchanted map. Domingo. Enchanted map? Sylphie. Admittedly, it has some issues, but, well, just take a look. As she says this, Sylphie takes out the map and holds it out in front of her, pointing at it for everyone to see. The screen then transitions to a screen of the map, showing different continents and locations with Sylphie's finger acting as a cursor as she explains how it works and what it does. The dialogue during this segment is still spoken and appears as subtitles with who is speaking and what they are saying, as always, at the bottom of the screen/map. Interior, enchanted map, continuous. Sylphie. The enchantment pinpoints areas of interest around the globe, as well as a rough estimate of what's there. Money, items, people, etc. This segment is also a part tutorial for using the map. The following is an example of some tutorial dialogue/text. To access the map, hit the blank button and then select map. You can select where you want to go with the control pad and then confirm with the blank button. Over here will be the name of the location along with other general information about landing there. Down here will tell you how difficult the opponents there are expected to be, as well as what you can expect to get as a reward once you beat them. Domingo. Wait a second. If this map tells you where to pick up some cash, why are you going to close the shop? Interior. Sylphie shop. Continuous. Sylphie. About that. I may be a demigod, but it's more of a curse than a gift at times. My powers, the really cool stuff, fueled by money. The more I have, the more I can do. I used to be able to fly around, warp between dimensions, even manage my temper on occasion. With business the way that it's been, though, I'm close to being immortal at this point. Ruby Heart. Hence being a merchant. Sylphie. Bingo. Domingo. Well, if Ruby's okay with it, why don't you come with us? We'll give you a finder's fee for every profitable lead, and you use your map to help us find the eye. Sylphie. I'd love to. It's just that... Ruby Heart. Let me guess. The map can't find it. Sylphie. That's the other problem. The enchantment is a homebrew, and since I was broke when I made it, there are limitations. I bet it all on finding a payday within walking distance, but instead, my lack of funds crapified the spell and the map has a mind of its own. As a result, the number and location of leads at any one time is not within my control. Hagar. But haven't you done this before? Sylphie. Of course I have, but I've also never been this broke before. Thanks for the reminder. What's worse, while I can feed cash to the map to bump up its person tracking power, it won't tell me where to find specific relics or even amounts of money, no matter how much moolah I sink into the damn thing. Domingo. Well, it's not quite what we hoped for, but at least we still have a chance, right, Ruby? Ruby walks over to Amingo, head down, puts her hand on his shoulder. Ruby Heart, I think it's time to accept the fact that we'll never find it, Amingo. I'm a failure, unfit to join my father's crew, and also, maybe I'm unfit to lead my own. Ruby takes her hat off, holds it to her chest for a moment, and then takes Amingo's hat off with her other hand and puts the pirate hat on him instead. Amingo, Ruby, what are you doing? Ruby looks at Sylphie for a moment before turning away, her back to everyone. Ruby Heart, take her aboard if you like. It's your call. You're acting captain now. I'll be in my quarters. Ruby starts walking away from everyone and out of the store. Amingo, Ruby, wait! Ruby! Through the open, broken front door, we see Ruby hop up onto the ship's rope ladder. She starts climbing upwards. Sylphie looks saddened and turns to Amingo. Sylphie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make her upset. Amingo, it's not your fault. It's just been a long road. Hagar, she gonna be okay? Amingo, of course. Give her some time and she'll be as good as new. Amingo walks just outside of the store and looks up at the ship. To himself, I hope. The camera pans up, stopping on Ruby's airship. As you see it hovering in the air, all sounds fade out except for the hum of the ship's main propeller. Hard cut. Interior, Demon Coliseum, night. The sound of the ship's propeller is immediately replaced by a similar yet different sound. The sound of large chains being hoisted upwards by a mechanism. The frame starts with a close-up of the thick chains, pulled taut and sloping diagonally downward from the top left of the shot to the bottom right, into the ground, slowly moving through the contraption. The sky is dark and beneath it is dark as well, but our view is mainly underneath, inside of a demon coliseum, where the moving chains are opening a very large metal gate. The words, "Meanwhile, in another world far away," appear on screen briefly. The camera then pans to the right. We see various columns, arches, torches, and chambers in the background. The ground is the earth itself, and littered with bones, and much of the Colosseum columns are broken, fractured, or destroyed. There is significant damage to some of it. Finally, another chain comes into frame, pulled taut at a diagonal angle from the bottom left to about halfway right of the frame. A red, clawed arm is attached to the chain by a bangle-like cuff. The arm is struggling to get out. The camera then pans way up high to a bird-like demon named Arma, standing on top of a Colosseum wall close to the shackled demon, looking down at him. The metal gate is in view from Arma's position. The voice of the demon in chains calls up to him. Mystery Demon, please, friend, I'm telling the truth. Arma, my name is Arma, General of King Phalanx and no friend of yours. You think me a fool. You're not the first prisoner to come through our Lord's chambers, desperately prattling on in hopes of mercy. Mystery Demon, if you won't believe me, at least answer me this. How many promises to our brethren has he kept? As we continue to hear the chained demon speak, we see Arma cross his arms and look away, to the side and slightly down. Mystery Demon, how many mouths were pledged food, yet still go hungry while he feasts? How many subjects were sworn equality, yet find themselves as servants? Arma, I'm just following orders. With a loud metallic clunk, the metal gate stops moving, now fully open. The chains operating it have also stopped. Mystery Demon, then why do you carry one of the crests in secret, as though doubt eats away at you? Arma, angrily, you know nothing. I shall gladly watch you fall in battle and rejoice, for I shall never hear your voice again. Camera pans out to show Firebrand, the legendary red demon, as the one chained in the Colosseum. A book page flies toward the screen briefly, displaying next to the struggling Firebrand, showing Firebrand's name, the game he comes from, which in this case is Demon's Crest, the year it was released, and small video footage of the game. It also gives a brief bio on him, still cryptic enough that it doesn't spoil too much, but mostly letting the player know where he's taken from. The camera then moves behind him, showing the size and scale of the open gate. Eyes glow up above in the gate's dark archway, and we hear a thunderous roar. The dragon demon, Samulo, makes his way out of the shadows slowly. He appears zombified with missing and torn flesh in many places, exposing the bone and the sinew below. He is weakened, but also visibly angry. Firebrand frantically tries to build up a fire in his mouth as the dragon approaches. He repeatedly blows fire on the chains, hoping they will weaken enough for him to break free. Samulo gets to Firebrand and raises a large claw above him. Firebrand cries out as he tries pulling the chains away from his arms, now with a red glow from the constant exposure to the flames. Right before the claw comes down, he breaks free, the chains shattering, the cuffs remaining as the signature gauntlets he wears on his arms. He rolls to the side of the claw coming down, dodging the impact, and looks at Samulo. Firebrand, one day, this will be over, Samulo. Until then, may your pain be short-lived. Cutscene ends, battle starts. Samulo is a giant type of enemy/boss. As Firebrand, you will have a limited number of his moves to work with. Not any related to other crests yet, but you are meant to win. Since he is zombified, Samulo only has between 35 to 50% of a health bar. Battle ends, cutscene starts. With a giant roar, Samulo crashes to the ground, defeated. Small flames smolder over his entire body. Firebrand walks over to him and places his hand on his large head. The dragon looks at him briefly, breathing hard. Firebrand, rest well, brave warrior. Samulo lets out a small, strained cry and then collapses completely. Firebrand looks down for a moment, saddened. Arma leaves his perch and flies down to Firebrand. Arma, impressive. You fought as if you knew his every move beforehand. Firebrand, he has been felled by my hand more times than I can say. I relish it not. Arma, and how did you know about the crest? Firebrand, as I said, my story is true. Arma looks at Firebrand with scrutiny for a moment. He then reaches into a small side pouch and pulls out a shining green crest and a folded page torn from a book. Arma, should it prove false, I will grant the king reprieve and hunt you down myself. Arma then turns and flies away into the distance. Firebrand puts it into his satchel and then starts reading the page, seemingly torn out of a book. Firebrand starts reading out loud to himself and to us, the players. Firebrand, additionally, one can reach other worlds simply by passing through the edge of their own. While not the fastest means of travel, one will find that during this time, the boundaries of their world are no longer hard set. He takes his gaze from the page and looks up at the moon. Firebrand, thank you for your inextinguishable skepticism, Arma. I vow to heal our world once and for all. The camera pans up to the moon, leaving it in the shot for a moment. Fade out. Exterior. Ruby's airship. Day. Fade in. We fade in on the sun, where the moon used to be, and pan down to see Ruby's airship flying slowly amongst the clouds. We then see the deck of the ship, with members of the crew steering, talking, walking around, and Amingo, Sylphie, and Hagar talking to each other around the center of the deck. Sylphie to Amingo. How's Ruby holding up? Amingo. It's tough to say. She hasn't left her room since yesterday when we left Metro City. She's eating, which is good, but isn't talking much. I'm starting to worry. We see small groups of crewmen on deck, talking amongst themselves, and generally looking worried/somber. Amingo. Looks like they are too. Sylphie. And what about you? You look tired. Amingo. I'll be okay. I just didn't get much sleep. I was keeping guard of Ruby's quarters. Sylphie. You know what you need? You know what makes me feel better when times get tough? Amingo. What's that? Sylphie. Money! And what better way to find some than by treasure hunting? Despite its flaws, the map does have some spots we could check out. Amingo. I'm really not in the mood. Thanks. Hagar. I hate to break it to you, Plant Man, but I'm with Sylphie. I'm really sorry about Ruby, but you do have an outstanding parking violation to pay off. Amingo. Okay, fine. Let's look at the stupid map so we can track down some stupid treasure. You guys are incorrigible. Sylphie and Hagar smirk at each other and fist bump. You also get a prompt here, letting you know Sylphie has joined your party, and a description of her passive ability. Interior, enchanted map. continuous. From here, we're brought to the map screen again. There are a variety of locations to choose from. Since the map starts out as level 1, there could be really cryptic information or hints about how much money is in each location and what characters are in each location. But as you do more fights and get more money, that could change, along with possibly other areas showing up, maybe harder fights, challenge fights, etc. After you recruit your first character, you will be able to decide who you want in your 3-character team. You also get to learn more of their move lists and familiarize yourself with the team mechanics, tagging, DHCs, etc. Each area will have NPCs you fight before a known character, and pirates from Ruby's crew will be in the background with cue cards on various commands, character moves, and tag mechanics. These areas can be just the background with character portraits and speech bubbles like an RPG. This will keep it snappy. A chest will appear with a relic after defeating the area boss, if there is a relic in that area, which could also give passive effects as well as money. But if you spend it by feeding the relic to the map, you will lose the passive effect. Of course, gaining money in the process. Since dialogue between characters will depend on who you have on your team and what order you do battles in, I won't write out dialogue for these unless they are the battles that push the story forward. I meant to hit the down arrow, but I hit the side arrow and it went down more and I had to get back up to the... Here's my idea for areas at this time. 1. Country, unknown. Gil stage from Street Fighter 3 New Generation. Character you fight, Gil. Probably can't recruit him because wouldn't make sense. Relic, yes. Robes of the Initiate. Area 2, country, USA. Could be any country with a desert, but I don't know what's canon for this. The stage that I used was the Marvel 2 Desert stage. Character that you fight, Rashid. Relic, no. Country, Egypt. Urian's second impact stage. Character you fight, Rouge. Or Rouge? Rouge? From Power Stone. Relic, yes. Paw of the Sphinx. Area 4, country, Japan. Project Justice. Seijun Girls High School Courtyard. Character you fight, Hinata. Relic, no. Area 5. Country, China. Chun-Li stage from Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. Character you fight, Chun-Li. Relic, prize money. Gives you a lot of money and maybe unlocks a move or two for Sylphie in fights. Please note, this stage battle moves the story forward, and that should be denoted somehow to the player. Exterior. Great Wall of China, evening. Sylphie, Amingo, and Hagar, required team, fly to the Great Wall and see a bunch of people gathered in one spot. They also see some fighting and decide to drop down nearby. As they approach the crowd, they see a bunch of people cheering, watching the fight on camera, moves on the characters fighting. A man is blocking a flurry of blows, only to finally get knocked down. We see that the person delivering the blows is Chun-Li, the world's strongest woman. Our heroes notice it's her, Sylphie. She looks familiar. Who's that? Hagar. Chun-Li, we fought our fair share of battles together and she's one tough cookie. Amingo. So have we. I wonder what she's doing here. Hagar. Looks like a tournament of some kind. Let's go say hello. The man she was fighting tries to get up but can't. An announcer in the background gets on his portable microphone. Announcer. And there you have it, folks. Another victory for Chun-Li. Is there anyone who can stop the strongest woman in the world? Hagar, Sylphie, and Amingo walk up to Chun. She's surprised to see them. Chun-Li. Hagar? Amingo? It's been a long time. Like the new hat, by the way. Turns to Sylphie. And who's this? Sylphie. Sylphie's a name. I think I've seen you fight before, but never up close. You're badass. Chun-Li. Thank you. Turning to Amingo and Hagar. So, what are you guys doing here? Please don't tell me another universal threat is on the loose. Amingo. No, nothing like that. It's kind of a long story. Chun-Li. I'm all ears. That was the last match of the tournament, so I'll just collect my prize. And the announcer starts talking again and then sees the 3 heroes talking to Chun-Li. Announcer. And it looks like your new World Warrior Tournament champion is none other than... Sees heroes. And what do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? It looks like we might have some new challengers. Do you want the tournament to be over? The crowd yells, no! Announcer. Do you want to see the current champion, Chun-Li, face off against a regular woman, a professional wrestler, and a cactus wearing a hat? I guess? We see all the heroes react simultaneously in a dramatic side-by-side-by-side style. Chun-Li. What? Selfie. Excuse me? Hagar. That was just a phase. Amingo. Real original, pal. The crowd is silent for a beat after his question, and then erupt into a unanimous, yeah! Chun-Li approaches the announcer, who turns his microphone to the side so they can talk. Announcer. Chun, baby, how's it going? Ow! Ow! She grabs him by the ear before he can finish his sentence. Chun-Li. I won fair and square. You didn't say anything about surprise matches or 3 against 1s. Besides, these are not competitors. They're my friends. Announcer. But the crowd! Look at the crowd! Chun pulls his ear harder. Double or nothing! Double or nothing! She thinks for a minute and then lets go of his ear. He rubs the side of his head. Chun-Li. Wait. Here. Chun walks back to the other heroes. Chun. Apparently, the rules of this tournament are liable to change at any time. The only reason I signed up in the first place was to win some money to open up my own martial arts school. But now, there's a new offer on the table. If I beat all 3 of you, he'll double my prize. Selfie. All 3 of us? That'll never happen. But if you do beat us, do we get a cut? Amingo. Rolling his eyes, whispering to Selfie. Don't you have any manners? Chun-Li. Smirking. Maybe. Selfie. I'm in! Come on, guys, what do you say? The player will get to choose whether they want to take the money or if they want to try to beat Amingo, Hagar, and Selfie, controlling Chun-Li for double or nothing. If they win, Chun gets double the prize amount and splits it with the player. If they lose, they really get no money, and Chun will go on board with you, but you won't be able to use her on your team for some time. I'll write dialogue assuming you select double or nothing and win. Hagar. All right, we're in, but we're not going to throw it for you, Chun. These people paid to see a good show, so we're going to give them one. Chun-Li. I wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah! Cutscene ends. Battle starts. When fighting the last character, if you pay attention to the moon in the background, you'll see Firebrand's silhouette fly past it. Cutscene starts. Battle ends. Fade in. The announcer is standing next to Chun-Li, holding her arm up in the air. She holds a trophy in the other hand. The other heroes are beside her. Announcer. The double or nothing 3v1 winner and the official World Warrior Tournament champion is Chun-Li! The crowd behind them goes wild and confetti rains down on Chun. People in the crowd briefly pat her on the shoulder or congratulate her, and she acknowledges them before walking down the Great Walls Road with the other heroes. After reaching a spot with far less people, they stop to chat. Hagar. Hand on his head. Did you have to hit that hard? Chun-Li, smiling. We had to put on a good show, right, Mayor? Hagar chuckles and shakes his head. Amingo, talking to Chun. I knew you were tough, but I can't believe you beat all 3 of us. Chun-Li, don't sweat it. I've just been training extra hard lately. Have to if I'm gonna open my own school. Now, what's the story? Why were you guys at the tournament? Amingo, well, you mind coming on board the ship for a bit? I don't want to leave Ruby alone much longer. Not to mention, lugging that big trophy around would be a pain. Chun-Li. Ruby Hart? That's another name I haven't heard in a while. Regardless, of course I will. The heroes walk a little further down the wall, and the ship's rope ladder comes into view. They start climbing up, with Chun being the last to do so. She puts her left hand on the ladder and her left foot on the first step of it, and looks around for a moment. Chun-Li, to herself, internally. He really didn't show. I hope you're okay, wherever you are. She starts climbing. The camera pans up the ladder, up the side of the ship. Instead of seeing the deck of the ship when the camera pans high enough, we see the sky, and it changes from early evening to evening. Exterior, sky, night. Later. We then see stars and a distant figure flying through the air, swaying as if tired. The camera gets closer, and it's Firebrand. He is visibly exhausted and having trouble flying. The camera moves behind him, and in the distance below him is a flying ship. The further he travels, the more it looks like he's losing control. Exterior, airship, top deck, night, continuous. The sky is darker, the stars are out. Chun-Li, Hagar, Amingo, and Selfie are sitting on the deck, laughing and telling stories. Selfie. And a reporter fought a raccoon with a gun? Chun-Li. Yep. Can't say my life was boring. They share a laugh. The figure approaches the group. Ruby Hart. Got room for one more? They all look up at the hatless Ruby. Glad she's come out of hiding. Amingo jolts up from a seated position and gives her a big hug. Amingo. Ruby! Boy, is it good to see you. I knew you'd be all right. Hagar. Oh, please. He's been worried sick.
He's even slept outside your room most nights.
Mingo, nervously. Ruby Heart. To Mingo, smiling, hand on his shoulder. Thank you, old friend. Exterior, sky, night, continuous. Firebrand continues to fly, but is swerving a lot, constantly losing balance. Firebrand. I can't. He is visibly exhausted and loses control. He starts plunging. Exterior, airship, top deck, night, continuous. Ruby is now sitting down with the rest of them. Chun-Li to Ruby. Hiya, Ruby. They filled me in earlier. You doing okay? Ruby Heart. Nice to see you, Chun. And I'm a bit better, thanks. It just feels so hopeless sometimes. Mingo. But we're gonna keep looking, right? Ruby Heart. I don't know. Unless something falls into our lap. I'm not... Crash! Firebrand's exhausted body crashes into the ship, going through the first deck and hitting the bottom deck with a booming thud. Everyone cries out in surprise. Ruby Heart to the heroes. Hang on! The ship starts fluttering and spiraling in wide arcs. Everyone is screaming. Ruby Heart throws a small anchor on a chain towards the steering wheel, and like a hook shot, it brings her to the wheel. She strains as she takes hold of it, spinning it, and then stopping it and turning it forcefully yet intentionally. The ship slows down just before hitting the water, and they land with an impact, but gently. All things considered. Ruby Heart. Is everyone all right? She looks at the other heroes and they all nod, dusting themselves off and helping each other up. What the hell was that? Cautiously, Ruby walks toward the spot of impact. Chun-Li. Stay behind me. I'll cover you. Ruby Heart. Thanks. Exterior. Airship bottom deck. Night continuous. Chun leads the way with Ruby behind her as they descend into the bottom deck of the ship. It's dark, shadowed, except for the light pouring into the deck from the hole, which they come to find is illuminating the body of Firebrand. He is on his back, breathing heavy, trying to get up, but struggling. Chun-Li. Firebrand? Oh, great. Not again. Chun assumes a fighting stance. Firebrand lifts his clawed hand up and breathes weakly as he gets up. Firebrand. Wait, please. Hagar. He talks now? That's a new trick. Ruby Heart. To Chun and Hagar. Friend of yours? Chun-Li. Quite the opposite. But don't worry. We got this. To Firebrand. You're going down. Cutscene ends. Battle starts. The player should probably control Firebrand here for a longer fight, since he's only going to have half life in the fight because he's exhausted. But they could also be given the choice, or choose between Chun or Hagar. If you're Chun/Hagar, you can get them down to 0, but if you're Firebrand, you can reduce their life to about 15% each, and the fight will end. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We come back to Chun and Hagar in a fighting stance facing Firebrand. They then, slowly, come out of the fighting stance. Ruby Heart. Whoa, what are you doing? Chun-Li. We made a mistake. Aside from actually speaking, he was pulling his punches. Hagar. The demon we fought definitely wouldn't have done that. They walk back up to him and help Firebrand up from the floor. Chun-Li. Sorry we attacked you like that. Firebrand. No harm done. But you say you've encountered another, a mindless demon, as you put it? Chun-Li. Yes. They looked like you, but fought and spoke like a wild animal. Firebrand. I've heard of such creatures, but did not wish to believe the tales. Slave beasts created by Lucifer. Abominations made by mutating the legendary Red Demon bloodline. Are they prominent in your realm? Hagar. If I remember correctly, those hellions are from Arthur's world. Firebrand. And that means, oh, thank heavens, there is hope yet. The other heroes enter the lower deck cautiously. They spot Firebrand. Mingo. Ruby, is everything all right? Ruby Heart. Yeah, everything's all right. To Firebrand. Except for the bloody hole you put in my ship. Firebrand. 1,000 apologies. I promise to repay my debt. And please, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Firebrand, of the legendary Red Demon bloodline. Chun-Li. So, you've got the same name, but you're a completely different demon? I don't like where this is going. Ruby Heart. Well, I'm Ruby Heart. Captain of... She goes to touch her hat and it's not there. She looks back at Mingo, who hands it to her. He then puts a berry on top of his head and it grows into a sombrero. Hagar, standing next to him, sees this and looks comically shocked and confused. Ruby turns back to Firebrand, her hat back on her head. Ruby Heart. Captain of the SS Partenaire. Now, excuse my lack of a warm welcome, but it's time you explained yourself. Where the hell did you come from, and why did you crash into my ship? Firebrand. Of course. Firebrand reaches into his side satchel and pulls out the green stone from earlier, the demon's crest of time. Firebrand.
Look upon the crest, and all shall be revealed.
Ruby reluctantly fixes her eyes on the green stone. Ruby Heart. And if this is some kind of trick, you'll walk the plank. Firebrand.
If I wished harm upon you, it would have already occurred.
The green stone floats above his open palm. The camera zooms into the stone further and further until all we see is darkness. Fade out. Interior, time crest, night, flashback, fade in. The time crest, its actual size, comes into the frame along with the other 5 crests. They form a circle, shimmering and rotating as Firebrand begins narrating. This flashback is basically a retelling of the Demon's Crest intro. Legend of Firebrand starts playing. Firebrand, voiceover.
One day, 6 magical stones fell from the sky into my home, the Demon Realm. Each stone had a crest inscribed upon it, containing total power over the elements: water, fire, air, earth, time, and heaven. And should a demon gather all 6 of the crests, they will become one, the crest of infinity, said to give those who possess it power beyond all imagination.
We see the crests slowly unwind from their circular formation and fall into darkness. Exterior, Demon Realm, night, flashback. The crests fall into the Demon's Realm, traveling past and through the dark clouds and land onto the earth, once again in a circular pattern from a top-down shot. Firebrand, VO.
Upon discovery of the crests, the realm erupted into civil war. Countless demons were slain by their own kind, each of them fighting to claim this power as their own.
Then, 6 arms of 6 different demons reach for and take one of the crests simultaneously. 5 of them leave the frame unscathed, but the 6th arm has its hand cut off at the wrist by a jagged blade, and another skeleton arm/hand reaches and takes the crest, clumsily leaving the frame later than the other arms. Fade out. We see all sorts of demons fighting each other, stepping on top of the corpses of their brethren without blinking. Firebrand, VO.
I swore, as the last of the legendary red demons, to gather the crests from my brethren and end the unfathomable slaughter.
Exterior, Boneyard, night, flashback. We see top down at first Firebrand fighting a large skeleton with a jagged blade on one of its arms, Belf, and a number of skulls inside of its ribcage in a mountainous, wooded area. Skeletons and bones litter the ground. Ruby Heart, VO.
You didn't kill them, did you?
Firebrand, VO.
Some demons cannot be reasoned with. I did what needed to be done.
The camera then shifts to a side shot, and you're immediately thrown into a fight with Belf. The legend of Firebrand continues to play, even as you fight, and there is no ready, fight, or any of the usual battle start prompts. Cutscene ends, battle starts. I didn't include Belf as a part of the roster, but if another character from Demon's Crest were to be included, I think it should be either him or Arma. So this is planned more as a fight against a unique NPC. You have access to more moves with Firebrand since he'll have the Earth Crest here. Firebrand wins, regardless of if you win or lose. Battle ends, cutscene starts. If you win, you transition out of the battle to see Belf breathing heavily, hunched over with a hand out to give Firebrand the crest. Firebrand walks up to him in his Earth Demon form to take it, but gets nicked by one last blade swipe from Belf. Firebrand quickly turns and runs for a beat in the other direction. Belf stands up weakly. Firebrand charges at him with the power of the Earth Crest and makes contact with his bladed arm, shattering the blade and then the body of the skeleton demon itself. He then finds the arm holding the crest and steps on it. It forces the fist to flex, revealing the crest, and he takes it. And if you lose, you'll see the same cutscene, but maybe there'll be an extra segment where you see a weakened Firebrand transform into the Earth Demon. Exterior, Colosseum, night, flashback. We see the same Colosseum as when we were first introduced to Firebrand, but this time it looks pristine. There's no damage to any of its walls or columns. Firebrand, walking into the Colosseum from the right side of the frame, approaches Samulo, the dragon demon, except Samulo is no longer a zombie. His flesh is pristine and he looks strong. He looks at Firebrand quizzically, then looks at the faint glowing crest, light, emitting from the middle of his giant claw, and looks at Firebrand again, with amusement before letting out an enormous roar. You fight here again, only with access to more moves of Firebrand's, and Samulo has a full health bar. Cutscene ends, battle starts, battle ends, cutscene starts. The crest of heaven leaves Samulo's claw and falls toward Firebrand as the large dragon collapses. Small fire burning in his body. He lets out a pained roar. Firebrand, VO. I was successful in my mission.
but success came with a price. While acquiring the final crest, I was critically wounded. As Firebrand picks up the crest, Samulo's tail whips around from behind him and cuts Firebrand across the torso with its spikes. Firebrand is shocked and clutches his torso. He puts the silver crest into his satchel and takes out the green crest of time. He holds it up and a green aura appears to outline him for a brief moment. He is still heavily wounded, but manages to fly away with the new crest safely in his satchel. We watch Firebrand fly out of the Colosseum from far away and see a shadowed demon's head turning to watch him. We then see its eyes glow in the darkness. We can hardly make out any other details besides a pair of intimidating horns. Firebrand, VO. And little did I know, malevolent eyes were watching me. The very of the opening theme from Demon's Crest plays. Exterior, Demon Realm sky, night, flashback. Firebrand is flying over the ocean, towards where the royal fortress is. We see a shadowy figure take off and trail him. As they fly, we now see the figure as a white, silvery demon, with blue in his wings, sharp, goat-like horns, hollowed eyes, sharp teeth, and a slender but muscular frame. He makes his way behind Firebrand and starts charging up energy. We see him glow as energy moves from the outside of his body to its center. Then, in a large release, an electrical orb is released from the white demon and it hits Firebrand. We see electricity course through his body as he starts falling. Firebrand, VO. The impudent archdemon Phalanx ambushed me in my weakened state and stole the crests for himself. Fade out. Interior, Phalanx's fortress, night, flashback. The crests gently float in a circular formation near the center of the frame against the inside of a building with archways and demon-faced torches inside of slender columns. It's similar to the Colosseum, but different. The archways are twisted in shape, and the color of the architecture is different. As the crests descend, they reveal a pair of clawed white hands, followed by the demon's head and body. It's holding its hands up to the crests. Firebrand, voiceover. And in his attempt to summon the crest of infinity, an error was made, and the realm was burned. We see the crest circle above Phalanx's hands. They spin faster and faster, getting closer and closer to each other while generating a white light. The camera pans out severely, and we see a faint light beam where Phalanx is. It disappears for a moment, and then the sky turns red and black, accompanied by the sound of an ominous drone. Flame spreads from the point of the fortress to all other places in the realm. A wall of flame begins filling the frame. Interior, Ruby's airship, bottom deck, night, present, continuous. We're back to the bottom deck of the ship. Ruby is looking at the crest, the image of fire being reflected in her eyes. We can see the flames rising through the reflection as we then get a close-up of her eyes. We then see a child version of her in the reflection of the flames. Exterior, seaside village, night, flashback. We suddenly return to the flashback of Ruby as a child in the seaside village. She is helping a younger child out of a burning shack. She hears her name being called and turns in the voice's direction. Ruby. Coming! She manages to pull the child out of the building before part of the structure collapses, spitting flames out towards her. A momentary jet of fire scorches her across the face, and she screams out in pain. Ruby. Help! She puts her arm up to shield herself and starts running while crying. We now hear adult Ruby's voice. Ruby Hart. Adult in the present moment. Voiceover. Somebody, help. Interior, Ruby's airship, bottom deck, night, present. Again, we see Ruby staring at the crest of time in the present, a close-up shot of her face lit orange, as though she were standing in front of a fire. There is a rapid overlapping sequence of images. Her as a child, the burning village, the wall of flame in the demon realm, her eye being burned. She cries out, alarming everyone around her. Ruby Hart, somebody help! A single tear drops from her eye as she realizes where she is again, looking around for a moment as she snaps out of the episode. Amingo. Ruby? All the heroes watch as she quickly turns and runs up the stairs to the top deck. We see Firebrand snatch the time crest into his hand with a worried, concerned expression. Amingo. Damn it! Ruby, wait! Amingo goes after Ruby Hart toward the top deck. Chun-Li to the other heroes. I'll check on her too. Gesturing to Firebrand. Don't let him out of your sights. Interior, airship, top deck, night, present. Amingo and Chun make it topside and see Ruby Hart standing behind the railing at the bow of the ship, looking out at the sea. They go over to her and hear her talking to herself. Ruby Hart. Oh, that fire. Chun-Li. Hey, is everything okay? Ruby Hart. The fresh air does help. I'll be alright, thanks. Is he still... Amingo.
Down below? Yep. The others have their eyes on him. So, what should we do with him, Ruby? I say we lock him up and... Ruby Heart, calmly, bring him to me. Chun-Li and Amingo together. What? Amingo, you can't be serious. Chun-Li, with all due respect, Ruby, we don't know if he's telling us the truth. Ruby Heart, which is why I need to speak to him alone. He's more likely to let his guard down one-on-one than he is in a room full of strangers looking at him sideways. Amingo, well, I don't think it's a good idea, but if you insist. Amingo begrudgingly leaves with Chun-Li. We then get a close-up shot of Ruby from behind, arms crossed and resting on the railing of the bow of the ship. A few moments later, we see Firebrand from the back as he approaches her. We then see them from the side, but at an angle so they're both visible. Firebrand, forgive me. I had no intention of upsetting you. Ruby Heart, it's all right. When I was a young girl, my father ransacked a small fishing village. He'd always told me that he only stole from bad people, but I started having doubts. I saw his men set fire to this village and knew I had to do something, so I snuck off the ship to help the townsfolk. I saw a child younger than me stuck inside a burning building. I managed to save him, but... Ruby turns to Firebrand and points to the wrappings around her right eye. Success came with a price. I've been afraid of fire ever since. Firebrand, I'm sorry. Ruby Heart, I am too. I can't imagine that much fire all at once, let alone watching it burn my world to the ground. Firebrand, after witnessing it innumerable times, I wish I could say I've grown accustomed to it, but the flame haunts me still. Ruby Heart, innumerable times? What do you mean? Firebrand, there is much more to show you. Firebrand shows Ruby the green crest once again. Firebrand, if you think you are able. Ruby Heart, hesitantly. In the interest of my companions, how do I know what this stone shows us is real, or what you've told us is real? Firebrand, matter. Verily, you have no reason to believe me, but I highly recommend you do. For if you don't, your world may soon suffer the same fate as mine. Ruby Heart looks down for a moment, contemplatively. She then gazes into the time crest. We see her face light up with its green glow as the camera zooms into the pupil of her eye, bigger and bigger, until we are once again met with nothing but darkness. Interior, Phalanx's fortress inner chamber, night, flashback. Eventually we make out green shapes in the darkness, eyes, fangs, and a mouth. The entrance of an inner chamber within Phalanx's fortress. There is not much else in the background aside from giant skulls sticking out of the ground halfway on the farmost right and left sides of the screen. The mighty silver-white demon slowly emerges from the green mouth, glowing eyes first and then the rest of him. He towers over Firebrand, smirking confidently. Editor's note. Personally, I think Phalanx would sound great with a voice similar to Osiris in Dark Souls 3. Maybe a little deeper and angrier, though. Phalanx. As two legends, we were always destined to clash, Firebrand. And now, you are destined to die! Cutscene ends, battle starts. Firebrand has access to all of his moves, maybe except to level 3 here, and will be in a new, more powerful, quote-unquote, Red Blaze form. This is another one-on-one fight, but there are 2 phases. The player will get Phalanx's health to 0. From here, there could be either a cutscene where Phalanx's body lifts off of the ground and he starts hovering above the ground. Firebrand will look puzzled and Phalanx's forehead will split open, revealing the crest of heaven in the location of the third eye, middle of the forehead. Right here. He'll say something about witnessing the power of heaven, and then the skulls in the ground will light up with fire at the top of them as torches, and rise up, revealing walls with spikes. This can also be done in battle as an event after his health reaches 0 for the first time, delaying his resurrection to give a false sense of victory to the player, and having these things happen without going into a cutscene might be more effective so that the player feels like they're being kept in battle. The player has to win this one, but if they lose, they should have the option of skipping the sequence that happens when you bring his health bar to 0 the first time. They will be fighting a boss version of Phalanx, but Firebrand will be close to, if not, a boss version himself. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Phalanx stands up weakly and the crest in his forehead loses its glow in dramatic fashion before falling out of his head. His legs buckle and bring him down to one knee, while blood trickles down one side of his mouth. Blue-green flame starts bursting all over his body, and the ground/walls of the chamber start shaking as it begins collapsing slowly. Phalanx. So the legend's true. Phalanx collapses, and the flame explosions on his body get faster before finally slowing and extinguishing, leaving Phalanx defeated on the ground. His body, weakly, almost as an involuntary reflex, reaches his arm and hand outward, and then finally collapses for good. In a close-up shot, Firebrand's clawed hand reaches down and picks up the crest of heaven. Fade out. Firebrand, voiceover on a black screen. 1,000 years have passed since Phalanx attempted to summon the crest of infinity and set our realm ablaze. The catastrophe sent the crest all across the land, beckoning even the dead to seek them once more. Exterior, Phalanx's fortress, morning, flashback. We see Firebrand hovering above Phalanx's fortress as it continues shaking and descends into the ground, collapsing into rubble. It's morning but heavily overcast, as the demon realm always is, so it's darker than day, but lighter than night. Variation of the Lemurian ones may be most appropriate to play here. Firebrand voiceover. After I was ambushed, and the flames subsided, Phalanx sent his minions to recover my body from the ocean, in which I auspiciously fell. I was thrown into his dungeon immediately, and then, after many long centuries, to the Colosseum, where I managed to escape. Phalanx's fortress finishes collapsing and is nothing but a pile of rubble on the land below. Firebrand then changes direction and starts flying towards an unknown destination. We see land, towns, and ocean zoom by underneath him. The places a demon could hide after the disaster were few, and as such, I managed to procure the crest once again, obtaining the last from Phalanx himself after defeating him in battle. Firebrand flies up through the clouds. Fade out. Exterior, Demon Realm cliff. Night, later. Flashback. Fade in. The camera pans up a very tall cliff. When it reaches the top, we see Firebrand standing with stars in the background. Twinkling embers of mysterious energy emanate upwards from his body. He takes a look at his hand for a moment and then throws all of the crests off of the cliff. I took the crest to the highest point in all the realm and cast them off, thinking my journey and the pain demonkind had needlessly endured was over. But, much like Phalanx, I made a grave error. And instead of ending 1,000 years of war, disaster, and tyranny, the camera follows the crests off of the cliff. They fall through the clouds and then land on the ground below in a circular pattern, just as they did in Firebrand's first flashback sequence. We see the same 6 demon arms reach into the frame to grab a crest, a different arm having its hand cut off by the same jagged blade. Exterior, Boneyard, night, flashback. We then get the same top-down shot of Firebrand fighting Belth in the Boneyard. I forced them to repeat indefinitely. We get the same transition to viewing Firebrand and Belth from the side, and the player fights him once again. Cutscene ends, battle starts. The fight is pretty much the same as the previous Belth fight, but the victory cutscene is slightly different. Or, the player could control Belth for the fight, but it would be a forced loss because they would be fighting Firebrand set to max difficulty. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Firebrand slowly approaches Belth, who is holding out his crest, but when Belth goes for a final sword swipe, Firebrand dodges it knowingly, grabs the bladed arm, kicks Belth's body so the arm comes off, and swings the blade into Belth's ribcage. The screen goes black, but we hear the sound of bones flying. Fade in. Interior, Phalanx's fortress dungeon. Night, flashback. We now see Firebrand in one of the cells in Phalanx's dungeon. He's sitting in a dark corner of the cell, prison gauntlets around his wrists and head in his hands. Firebrand voiceover. The cycle I unwittingly created always begins with the crest falling into the realm and always resets shortly after Phalanx or I perish in battle. The camera then points away from Firebrand, looking outside of the cell. There are the familiar archways and demon-faced torches in the background, along with an alchemy set, a few bookcases, and some other things. Phalanx emerges from the shadows of an archway and approaches the cells. He looks into each cell, and upon reaching Firebrand's cell, unleashes an indulgent, menacing grin. Firebrand, voiceover. Worse yet, I am the only one who retains their memory once the cycle starts again. With my knowledge of the past, I have been able to effect small changes, but major events and the cyclical curse persist. A bald demon with green teal skin and pointy ears wearing robes walks into frame to meet him. Phalanx moves his eyes to the side when he arrives, wondering why he is there. Firebrand voiceover. I had lost all hope that our world could ever be repaired. And then, for the first time in millennia, there was something new. A mysterious text, not of this world. Phalanx goes to the bald demon, who pulls a book out of his robe sleeves. They talk, and Firebrand moves to the front of his cell, clutching the bars to get as close as possible to listen. Demon. General armor, found it in the library this morning, sire. No one knows from whence it came, but it is an interesting text, sire. Very interesting indeed. It's called the Ga Anua. Phalanx inspects the book carefully.
Phalanx. Say more. The demon flips the book open to a particular page and the camera zooms in on it. We see an orb with a fan-like design inside of it. Demon. The book tells of a powerful element found in other worlds called Yashichi. It is said that when enough Yashichi is gathered from multiple worlds, it will condense into an orb, capable of granting 4 wishes. Phalanx. This is quite interesting indeed. But, did you say other worlds? Demon. Yes, sire. It claims these worlds can be reached via whirlpools in our sea, much as the one we spotted yesterday. The book is in questionable shape, with many pages torn or missing, but it appears it can learn. Phalanx. What do you mean, it can learn? Demon. Allow me. The demon closes the book and has Phalanx look at the front of it. An eye suddenly and swiftly opens up on the front and emits a light as it scans him. He is taken aback but stays still. We then see a book page fly towards the screen with a bio on Phalanx, and then fly back into the book. Phalanx. Intriguing. General Armor. The bird-like demon approaches from the shadows of an archway after a few beats. He walks up to Phalanx. Armor. Yes, my liege. Phalanx. Have there been any developments on the other crests? Armor. No, my lord. Aside from water and heaven, the others have yet to be located. Phalanx. Well, keep looking. I will depart to gather this Yashichi, and I expect them all to be found upon my return. Do not disappoint me. Armor. Yes, my lord. Phalanx then turns to Firebrand and smiles. Phalanx. Oh, and lock him away in the Colosseum, would you? Surely the dragon demon seeks his revenge. Besides, we cannot take any more risks after he scorched the realm all those years ago. Armor. At once, your majesty. Phalanx approaches Firebrand's cell one last time. Phalanx. Goodbye, Firebrand. Be sure to give your legendary ancestors my regards when you join them in hell. Phalanx walks away from the cell, laughing, takes the book, throws on a tattered black robe, and walks out of frame. Arma grabs keys and then approaches Firebrand's cell to unlock it. We hear the cell unlock as the key turns with a heavy, metallic thunk. Exterior. Ruby's airship, top deck, morning, present. We once again see Ruby and Firebrand on the top deck of the ship. It's now early morning. Ruby and Firebrand both have their arms resting on the railing and are both looking at the water. Firebrand. I knew Arma kept a crest in secret, for he held suspicions of Phalanx in every time cycle, but did not foresee the appearance of the book, nor to receive a page from it, detailing an alternate route to other worlds. Per its instructions, I chose a direction, and did not stop flying until I collapsed from exhaustion, and, unfortunately, crashed into your ship. Ruby Heart. It's quite all right, given the dire circumstances. Firebrand turns to Ruby. Firebrand. Dire indeed, Ruby Heart, which is why I'm afraid I must ask for your help. Help me complete a Yashichi orb, and stop Firebrand, so that the demon realm may be liberated from its past, and all realms may be spared a hopeless future. And in return, when we construct the orb, the first 2 wishes will be yours. Ruby looks contemplatively at the water for a moment. Then she smiles and turns to Firebrand with her hand out. Ruby Heart. Firebrand, you've got yourself a deal. He reaches forward with his hand and they shake. The framing of both of them is reminiscent of Cyclops and Ryu during the intro of X-Men vs. Street Fighter. You then get a prompt saying that Firebrand has joined your party and a breakdown of his passive skill. Ruby Heart. Now, if we're to take this Phalanx down, our first... Something collides with the ship, causing it to shake. Ruby and Firebrand temporarily lose their balance. They then look to the back, opposite end of the ship, and see another ship, the Skullhaven, with black sails and a skull with an eye patch and 2 swords on the sails, has collided with theirs. She hears a familiar voice, mystery voice. All right, men, deploy those hooks and attack! Grappling hooks take hold of Ruby's ship and strange men come on board, followed by their leader, another pirate with a giant metal claw for a hand. We see that it's Kraken. Ruby and Firebrand run to meet them, and Ruby yells toward the entrance of the lower deck. Ruby Heart. Amingo, topside, and bring the others. We've got company. Kraken approaches her as the rest of the heroes come up to the top deck. Kraken. The last time we met, lass, You held out on sharing your treasure, so I think I'll be taking this here ship of yours as me prize.
Ruby, Firebrand, and the rest of the heroes take fighting stances. You then choose any 3 characters to be in your team for the fight. Ruby Heart.
Come on then, do your worst.
Cutscene ends, battle starts. You'll fight against Kraken and 2 of his NPC jobbers on one team, so you get to use a team of 3 characters here. You're meant to win. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Kraken is lying on the floor, face up, and Ruby has one of her boots on his chest. Amingo has him and his men tied up next to him with vines. He's struggling to free himself. Kraken.
Well, shiver me timbers. Perhaps you're a better pirate than I took ye for. I suppose you'll be taking me booty then, will ya?
Ruby Heart. 1 coffer should do the trick. Sylphie. Care to take a look? Sylphie. I thought you'd never ask. With Kraken under restraint, Sylphie flies onto their ship. The player's money counter is displayed and deflates a little when she does this for flying. We hear her voice saying some things as she searches the ship, as well as cartoony sound effects of things being banged around. Sylphie. Bingo! Sylphie flies back on board, depleting more money, but she's carrying a large chest. She tosses it on the ground and it bursts open, full of money. The money counter increases exponentially. Sylphie has hearts in her eyes as she looks at it. Sylphie. I've never seen anything so beautiful in all my life. Kraken.
All right. You've taken your reward. Can we go now?
Ruby Heart.
As long as you stay far away from me and my crew.
Kraken.
With pleasure. The King Octopus gang's got bigger fish to fry. Weigh anchor, boys.
Ruby looks at Amingo, who nods and calls back his vines. Kraken and his men take their grappling hooks and climb back to his ship. In the background, you can hear him say to them, Smartly now, smartly. They board his ship and sail away. Ruby Heart. Thanks, everyone. Hey, Sylphie, have you ever come across something called Yashichi? Sylphie. Of course. Tons of dimensions have it, but it's super rare in this world. Speaking of, how do you know about Yashichi? Ruby Heart to Sylphie. You're about to find out. To all of the heroes. Gather around, everyone, and pay very close attention. Firebrand takes out the crest of time once more and holds it up for all to see. Ruby Heart. The fate of the world now rests in our hands. Exterior, Redgrave City, harbor, night. Earlier. It's dark and stormy, thundering and raining. We see the water of the harbor below a large city bridge, close to where concrete is jutting out of the water due to one side of the bridge collapsing. A sizable area of the water starts to churn in a circular motion, creating a whirlpool as the words earlier appear on the screen for a moment. The whirlpool violently shoots out a book onto the crumbled blacktop steps. Then another figure shoots out of it, high into the air. The figure resembles some sort of sea creature, similar to the creature from the Black Lagoon, but grasping a stone emitting a blue light. The creature somehow lands gracefully on the ground in a kneeling position and is instantly different. A tall, muscular demon of silvery white. It is Phalanx. He picks up the book from the ground and tosses it into the air. It flips through pages rapidly to dry itself off and then floats high above the ground, emitting light from a single point on the cover. The eye, as it scans the whole city. After a few moments, it drops back down all the way into the demon's hands, opening and flipping to a specific page with another illustration of Yashichi. Phalanx. Perfect. He reaches his hand into the air and summons the same tattered black cloak as before, putting it on. Exterior, Redgrave City, bridge, night. We now see Phalanx walking across the bridge, consulting the open book as he does. After a few paces, he stops at the sound of strange noises. He looks around him and sees large, insect-like demons emerge from behind abandoned vehicles, under the bridge, etc. They approach him and he flips the book to a page with their illustration. Phalanx.
Such primitive demons do not deserve to draw breath. Bow down and witness the true potential of demonkind.
Cutscene begins, battle starts. This segment could be done a number of ways, including a normal fight, fighting various bug demons with the last one being a powered-up version, or in the style of a final fight segment, such as earlier in the game. Phalanx could be wearing his robes, one of his alternate costumes maybe, or cast it off before battle. Either way, you control Phalanx and you're meant to win. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We exit the battle with Phalanx smashing his fist against an insect demon and having it fly across the bridge. Then more insect demons emerge from in front and behind him, swarming the bridge. He takes to the sky and charges up a shot similar to the one he hit Firebrand with in the flashback, and aims it down towards the insect demons. An explosion happens on impact and destroys a small segment of the bridge. making it fall into the water below. He then flies away for a beat. Exterior Redgrave City, Pawns Avenue, night. Phalanx lightly lands on a cobblestone street nearby. It's surrounded by high-rise buildings, shops, businesses, and lampposts on both sides of the street with a nearby fountain. Giant tree roots run through the ground and in one spot dig deep into the ground. He flips through a few pages of the book and then starts approaching the spot where the roots have dug deep, revealing a pit with fragments of Yashichi coming out of the earth. Right as he reaches down and grabs a small fragment of it, the ground shakes. He glances behind him and then turns around as the rumbling gets louder. Suddenly, a van with the words "Devil May Cry" in neon lights bursts out of the ground, sending debris of the road away as it does. Phalanx shields himself against the concrete debris with his hands as the van wobbles and then steadies itself. He quickly puts the Yashichi piece into his cloak pocket. A human with big brown hair, glasses, tattooed arms, and a cigarette in her hand is behind the steering wheel. Another human, perhaps, with short, silvery white hair, a blue coat, and a blue mechanical arm, hops onto the ground from the open passenger door. Woman. Well, hot damn! Looks like we found ourselves a big one, Nero. Think you can take him? Nero. Oh, come on, Nico. Where's the faith? After all we've been through? Nero walks towards Phalanx, who lifts the book into his air, starts floating around Nero and Nico, getting ready to scan them. Nero to Nico. Huh, you don't see that every day. A demon enjoying literature. You think V got to him first? The book scans Nero and Nico with a bright light. Nero. Ah, what the hell? Nero tries shooting the book, but it dodges each shot while scanning. As Nero's vision returns to normal, a page flies towards the screen, giving us a bio on him and showing us the game/games he's from. It then flies into the book and we see Phalanx reading it. Phalanx. A human who is part demon? Abhorrent. Nero. Hey, you got something to say, asshole? Phalanx smiles, baring his fangs. Phalanx. As a matter of fact, I do. Die! Cutscene ends, battle starts. You fight Nero as Phalanx here, 1v1. It should be a challenging fight, but Phalanx is meant to win. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Nero swings his sword at Phalanx and he catches the blade between his palms. He starts laughing and charging up energy in his mouth. Nero is caught off guard and Phalanx uses the opportunity to give him a swift kick to the torso. Nero flies into a nearby light post, breaking as he hits it. Then, before he can get up, Phalanx lets off an energy blast. The orb of electric energy flies into Nero and explodes upon impact. Phalanx, convinced of his victory, reaches into his coat and pulls out the small Yashichi shard to look at it. Suddenly, a drop of red falls onto it. Surprised, Phalanx wipes his mouth to discover he's bleeding. Okay, side note, I'm gonna try and change how I do Phalanx's voice because it kind of hurts my throat, so bear with me. Phalanx. Not entirely incompetent for a walking desecration of demon blood. The smoke clears where Nero is and he's standing up. He's scuffed up and there's blood coming from his mouth, but aside from that, he appears unscathed. He wipes the blood on his sleeve. Nero. You know, I was about to tell you the same thing. Phalanx. How dare you insult the king of the demon realm? Nero starts revving up his sword to prepare for Phalanx's charge. Phalanx reaches into his coat pocket and exchanges the Yashichi shard for the crest of heaven. Phalanx. I shall make you crawl on your belly like the worm you are. Suddenly, Phalanx is seized by a golden aura. He, seemingly against his will, puts the crest back into his pocket and collapses onto the ground, paralyzed. Nero. What the? Nico. Did you do that? Nico. Me? I thought it was you. Phalanx. What blight has this place cast upon me? Nero walks closer to him, still revving his sword. He lifts the sword overhead. Nero to Nico. Forget it. All that matters is that he's down. To Phalanx. Now let's finish this. A phone rings. It sounds like it's coming from inside of the van. We can't hear the conversation, but can tell Nico picked up the call and is speaking to someone. Nero hesitates, holding the sword still while looking at Phalanx. We can tell the call is ending, and Nico hangs up. Nico. Leave him! We gotta run. Nero. Just 5 more minutes and all. Nico. Now, dumbass! Dante's in trouble. Nero looks back at Nico, then at Phalanx. Nero sighs and puts the sword away. Nero. To Phalanx. Saved by the bell, for now. He puts his mechanical arm behind him, pointed at the van, and shoots his arm toward it on a wire/cable. Grabbing hold of the side mirror, or rack railing on top of the van, he zips toward it, and then slides into the passenger seat, and they drive away. We can hear Nero and Nico arguing over whether or not he would have won as they leave. Once they're gone,
The golden aura around Phalanx disappears. Phalanx takes out and looks at the Yoshichi shard. Perhaps this wretched mineral cast the paralysis upon me. To my chagrin, there may be more formidable opponents within these worlds. Best make haste.
He gets up off the ground and sees a faint, golden dark orange glow emanating from the hole from where the van burst out through. He walks up to it and sees a multitude of Yoshichi deposits. Holding his hand with the single shard out, the other deposits begin to dislodge themselves from the earth and float towards the shard. They spin and glow for a beat, and after a large white light fades in and out, we see the shard Phalanx was holding is now a large chunk. He looks into it, and it is so shiny, his face reflects in it. His reflection comes into frame, and we see it grow, and his face comes closer and closer to the piece of Yoshichi. Phalanx. Excellent. Exterior. Airship. Ruby's chambers. Day. Present. Ruby, Firebrand, Chun-Li, Amingo, Hagar, and Sylphie are all in Ruby's chambers. It's a rather spacious room with a large desk, chairs, her bed, posters, windows, etc. Ruby standing behind her desk, leaning against the wall, while the other heroes are standing and sitting in various places. Chun-Li. I had a feeling trouble was on the horizon, but why is it always trouble this bad? Hagar.
Oh, come on, Chun. We've taken down killer robots, space giants. One lousy demon will be a cakewalk.
Firebrand.
On the contrary, should he manage to complete the orb, he will surely wish for the power to conquer any realm he chooses, at which point even the crests may pale in comparison.
Amingo. And we can't let that happen.
Ruby Heart.
Right. To Sylphie. Is there anything we can do to help us track down this Yoshichi stuff?
Sylphie.
Well, there is a dimension I know of that could possibly help, since it's a lot more common in that world. Plus, their technology is super advanced.
Ruby Heart.
Perfect. If we can figure out where it is and where the largest deposits are, we might be able to intercept them before the orb is finished. But we also need more manpower. We need more heroes, and there's only one man I know of who brings them together effortlessly. Chun-Li? Chun-Li, I'm way ahead of you. There's just one problem. Nobody knows where he is. I was sure he'd be at the tournament, but he never showed up.
Ruby Heart.
What? Hagar.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, it's been months since he stopped by Metro City, too.
Ruby Heart. It doesn't sound good. To Sylphie. Well, we just use the magic map to find him while you're gone. Right, Sylphie? Sylphie. In theory, but I'm gonna need all the cash we got to zip through dimensions. Ruby Heart. Damn. Firebrand.
Is there no one who may have a clue as to his whereabouts?
Chun-Li. Now that you mention it, I did spend some time with him at Master Oro's before he disappeared. I'll mark it on our map. Maybe he'll know something. I would ask Ken, but he hasn't been around either. Prompt appears to tell you that Oro's cave is now on the map. Ruby Heart. That's good enough for me. We'll split up into 2 teams. Sylphie, you take one team to this other dimension and find us a way to locate Yoshichi. Chun-Li and I will take the other team to see this Oro guy and hope he can point us in the right direction. Sylphie. Sounds like a plan, but is this guy you're looking for really that good? The camera slow zooms in on Ruby Heart's face. Ruby Heart. If he's the same man I remember, he's the best there is. From here you choose your 2 teams. One of them has to have Sylphie on it, the other has to have Ruby and Chun on it. But other than that, the player can choose who they want. Additionally, once you choose your teams, Amingo will prompt you with a question. Amingo. Hey Ruby, want to get some practice in before we head out? The player does not have to do this, of course, but it's a chance for them to play some matches if they like. You will get to spar as many times as you like before progressing the story. So you can rematch as many times as you like as well, reconfigure your teams as many times as you like. There could also be functionality where either Ruby's crew, the pirates, hold up cue cards for your active character, strategies / move list / combo trials while you're sparring, or in a separate option once you answer Amingo with yes. This segment would be a challenge for the writers because of all the possible dialogue options. For the sake of brevity and proof of concepting, I will write from the perspective of these 2 teams. Team 1 will be Sylphie, Amingo, and Hagar. Team 2, Ruby Heart, Chun-Li, Firebrand. Since we are still controlling Ruby Heart here, we can head to Oro's from the map. Additionally, the player will be able to go to as many areas from the previous World Tour mode segment that they may not have previously completed. Another note, and spoiler alert, Sylphie is going to Mega Man's world. But for the sake of brevity and sanity, I will not be writing that scene out. Admittedly, it wasn't a scene I initially outlined because it seemed more like a side quest to me. However, after much thought, I also decided not to write it out because there are just too many unanswerables. What setting in Mega Man's world would be best for the scene? And what version of Mega Man, or Zero for that matter? Even from a roster standpoint, it's hard to know what is best. Vile, or Tron, or a different Mega Man series character entirely? I'm most familiar with Mega Man X1 and 2, and Mega Man 7, and while I love these games, I also recognize that the scope of the character's gameography is so vast that I just didn't feel comfortable making these decisions and wouldn't feel comfortable unless I played through the whole series, which for me would take quite a while. For the sake of roster discussion and the manuscript, I will use the quote-unquote classic Mega Man as seen in Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and 2 as the one Sylphie brings back, but again, it could really be any version. They're all great, and I'm not married to any of them, so long as him having humorous moments would be in character. I do think Quint, or a role X, who I know canonically doesn't exist, would be cool. But ultimately, I want to keep this manuscript / proof of concept as canonically possible as, well, possible. Another note. Story chapter with the events of Sylphie's team's adventure in the Mega Man world, maybe with normal fights as well as Mega Man-esque minigame segments or sequences. Alright. Exterior, cave in the Amazon, day, continuous. We see Ruby's ship hovering in the air above a dense forest in a large cave. The rope ladder dispenses down one of the few open areas not obstructed by trees. Ruby, Firebrand, and Chun-Li climb down and hit the ground just outside of the cave. There are many vines, blossoming flowers, and wildlife in the area surrounding the cave. Think a cross between Oro's Second Impact stage and Blanca's Alpha 3 stage. Our heroes step into the cave cautiously, greeted by a squawking parrot, a barking but friendly dog, and a few other animals. Interior, Oro's cave, day continuous. Chun-Li. Hello? Master Oro? Is anyone home? The heroes take a few more steps into the cave and then Chun-Li stops. Chun-Li. Huh? She looks up and sees she has a turtle on her head. The heroes turn around towards the entrance they came in through and see Oro standing there, smiling with a youthful sense of mischief. Oro. I've managed to sneak up on the world-famous Chun-Li. Makes me feel like I'm in my 90s again. Chun-Li. Well, you don't look a day over 100, Master Oro. Oro. Oh, you flatter me. Well now, what brings you all the way out here? And who are your eccentric-looking friends? Are you starting a band? Ruby Heart. Not quite. I'm Ruby Heart, and this is Firebrand. He is from another world. Yes, of course. Ruby Heart. How did you know that? Oro. Can't you feel it? The abrupt merging of our world with others? I noticed it just recently, but it's getting stronger by the hour. Chun-Li. That's partially why we're here. Oro. You're looking for him, aren't you? Chun-Li. Yes. Our world is in danger, and we have to find as many heroes as we can to join us in the fight. Oro looks down for a moment, saddened. Oro. I wish I could help you, but even I don't know where he is. He went into hiding immediately after it happened. Chun-Li. After what happened? Oro looks down again and shuffles around the cave. Oro. You'd best sit down, all of you. I'll put on some tea. Oro walks to a corner of the cave, grabs a few logs, and comes back to the area where the others are sitting. He sets the logs down, makes a fist except for the pointer and middle finger, which are sticking straight out together, touches his forehead with his two fingers, and then points them to the logs. The screen cuts to black, and a moment later we see a small explosion of fire, while simultaneously hearing a voice say, Sure you can! Exterior, Oro's cave, evening, flashback. We now see a fist on fire where the ignition of flame was. It moves upward quickly in a flying uppercut motion. The person it is attached to has short blonde hair and is wearing a red gi with a black belt. It is Ken. Oro, voiceover. One night, during Ryu's training, Ken came by and paid us a visit. Soon enough, they were sparring, and soon after that, they started getting serious. Ken lands from his Shoryuken quickly and nearly takes a donkey kick from Ryu, narrowly dodging it. He throws out a kick of his own and Ryu puts his hand up, parrying the kick before landing his own Shoryuken. Oro, voiceover. They wanted to know once and for all who the strongest was. And believe it or not, it could have gone either way. Ken falls to the ground but gets up quickly. In a seamless motion, he refocuses, and both his hands and feet light up with flame. He then puts his hand out to Ryu, and in two quick come-hither movements, beckons him to approach. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Ryu's on the ground. He manages to get on his knees, but he appears tired, exasperated. He slows his breath and closes his eyes. He sits in an upright kneeling position. Slowly, a white-blue aura builds around his body. He gets back on his feet, gets back into his fighting stance, and opens his eyes calmly. Oro, voiceover.
I had left to gather more wood and was on my way back.
Ken runs towards Ryu, but before he can reach him, something lands with a great deal of force in between them. In the dust, we first see eyes glow red, and then the silhouette of a man in a gi with upright, spiky hair up in the butt. As the dust settles, we realize who it is. Akuma. Oro, voiceover.
But I did not return fast enough.
Akuma to Ryu.
The longer you run from your true nature, the longer you remain weak.
Ryu. It is not your place to dictate what my path is. I will find the answer for myself. Akuma.
There is only one answer. All else is a distraction, leading you to your grave.
Ken, on the right side of Akuma, enters a fighting stance. The flames on his feet and fists burn brighter. Ken to Akuma. Hey, get a life. This obsession you have with Ryu ends now. You're not walking away from this. Ryu on the left side also enters a fighting stance, the aura around him shining stronger. Akuma looks at Ken, snarling. Akuma to Ken.
You speak out of turn, boy!
Okay, side note, I don't know what kind of voice to give Akuma. I've never known what kind of voice he should have. I'll just try my best, I don't know. Akuma to Ken.
You speak out of turn, boy. I shall time your death more appropriately.
Akuma stomps on the ground, shaking the earth. A kanji symbol made of energy rises swiftly from his body. Akuma.
Mesas!
Cutscene ends, battle starts. In this fight, the player controls Ryu and Ken against Akuma. The fight is meant to be challenging, but also has some scripted actions. When you get Akuma down to a certain amount of health, maybe a pixel, Ryu automatically tags out Ken if you're using Ken. Either way, Ryu will be brought into the fight. Akuma will use a snapback attack, sending Ryu out of the frame. This transitions back to a cutscene. Ryu is knocked into a tree, his body damaging the tree from the impact. Ryu crumples, tries to get up, but can't. Ken cries out, "Ryu!" and then dashes towards him. The player is taken back into battle, and as Ken enters the screen, Akuma stomps again with a different energy kanji. The color of his gi and his hair change. He is now Shin Akuma, and his health restores. Then there's another scripted action. Once Akuma or Ken get down to a certain threshold of health, Akuma performs an attack that stuns or crumples Ken. Then, Akuma performs a guaranteed raging demon on him. We hear Ken's voice cry out in a desperate, gut-wrenching, "Ryu!" Before Akuma connects, we see the screen go dark and the hit sparks rapidly fire off from the demon, Ken's health whittling away. Eventually, his health bar breaks, yet the hits keep coming. Then, before the hit sparks stop completely, they're replaced with parry effects. Battle ends, cutscene starts. The screen returns to a cutscene no longer black, and Oro is standing in front of Ken's body, now on the ground, parrying Akuma. Ryu sees what has happened and finally manages to get up. Ryu. Ken! Ken! Ryu runs towards Ken. Oro unleashes his other arm and delivers a blow to the surprised Akuma, stunning him momentarily. He then quickly stops Ryu. Oro. I will look after Mr. Masters, but you must leave at once. Ryu looks down and sees Ken, bloody and unresponsive. Tears begin to well up in his eyes. Ryu. I can fight, Master Oro. I must. Oro. No, you are in no state to fight. And even if you were, he is too strong. There's a small chance Ken remains alive. But if you stay here, I cannot protect you both. Now go! Ryu, visibly upset, looks at Akuma, who was wounded but getting up now. The tears grow in his eyes, but seeing no other way, he runs. Interior. Oro's cave. Day. Continuous. Present. The group are all sitting on stone formations inside the cave with teacups in their hands. Oro is sitting opposite of them, on the other side of the fire. Firebrand has a wing open, shielding Ruby Heart from looking at the fire. Oro finally notices this and purposefully puts his hands together, extinguishing the fire instantly. Firebrand closes his wing and Ruby relaxes. Chun-Li wipes away a single tear. Chun-Li, deeply saddened. Ken. Is he? Oro. Come. Oro leads them to a distant corner of the cave. A blonde man is lying on a thin mattress and a pillow on the ground with a folded towel on his head. There's a blanket on top of him, but part of his muscled torso is visible, revealing many deep, severe bruises. Oro. He is extremely fortunate to have survived, but has been in this comatose condition ever since. I have not seen
or heard from Ryu since that day and highly doubt he would like to be found. Ruby Heart, I can only imagine what he is going through. What any of you are going through, but we can't do this without him. Oro, yes, I assumed as much. It's not like I could stop you anyhow, but for all he knows, the person closest to him is dead. As a result, you may come to find that the man you remember died as well. Ruby Heart, I suppose we will find out soon enough. Thank you for your help and for the tea. Ruby, Chun-Li, and Firebrand stand up and start to make their way out of the cave. Ruby is behind the other two, and before she fully exits the cave, Oro addresses her. Oro, to Ruby. Who do you want to be? Ruby Heart. Excuse me? Oro. I've seen that look before. It's a look of great concern. But whatever it is you're grappling with inside yourself, who do you want to be? Because you get to decide. Ruby looks down for a moment, contemplatively. She wants to respond to Oro. She wants to say many things and ask many questions. But in that moment, no words find her. Her mouth bends to the side, resulting in something between a smile and a frown, and she continues walking towards the ship with the other two heroes. The camera zooms in on an aerial shot, showing our heroes approaching the ship and climbing the ladder to get on board. The screen fades to black, and a beat before we see what the next scene looks like, we hear the sound of running water. Exterior, water fountain in Scotland. Evening. The next scene comes into view. We see water running out of a stone waterway into a very small pond/fountain underneath. We see just enough of the environment to see that the top of the waterway has stone claws on it, and then after a beat, we hear the water slosh harder and harder before a set of white, silvery, muscular arms burst out of the water tunnel. Its claws grasp the side of the waterway, just underneath the stone statue's claws. As more of the figure emerges, the camera zooms out and shows more of the environment. A stone gargoyle on top of the waterway, candles, bones, and more sculptures to the right of it. A large castle in the distance and stone archway to the left of it. The figure fully emerges from the tunnel, rising to its feet slowly. We finally see who it is. Phalanx. He steps out of the fountain and onto the main stone pathway. Not 2 steps later, a large swarm of bats flies at him. He swats at them, annoyed. Phalanx. Pestiferous rats. The bats then congregate to the other side of him and instantly and flashily transform into a beautiful woman with sea-foam green hair, black corset-like outfit, and pink tights with purplish bats on them. It is the succubus, Morgan. Morgan. Is that any way to speak to a lady? Phalanx looks at her with a mixture of bewilderment and annoyance. He turns away only to find a double of Morgan suddenly in his path. Morgan. Your heart is so cold. Why don't you let me warm it up a bit? Phalanx. Begone, enchantress. Important matters require my attention, and you are not one of them. Phalanx takes the book out from his cloak, which again shakes out the water from its pages. The eye on its cover opens up and with a bright light scans Morgan. Morgan. Ah! She is temporarily stunned from the light. As she recovers, a page flies toward the screen, giving us a brief bio on Morgan and shows the game she is from. The page then flies into the book, and Phalanx looks at the page. Phalanx, reading the book. A succubus. Heiress to House Ainsland. I don't know how to pronounce that, sorry. Ainsland, and next in line to rule over the Mackay realm. Such crass behavior is hardly befitting of royalty. Morgan. Oh, I don't care about that dusty throne. I'd rather play. Phalanx throws the book up into the air. It opens and starts flying, flapping both covers as it disappears into the distance, scanning things as it does. Phalanx to Morgan. Well then, since you shirk off your obligation to rule, I, Phalanx, King of the Demon Realm, shall do it for you. Cutscene ends, battle starts. The player fights Morgan 1v1 here. Phalanx is meant to win. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Phalanx stands over Morgan, who's lying on the ground. Phalanx. Oh, disappointing. This realm deserves a ruler strong enough for the task. He then looks to his right across the pathway and sees the castle in the distance. Phalanx. While the book searches for Yoshichi, I think I shall inspect the throne to determine if it will be suitable for its future king. Morgan floats to her feet, seemingly unscathed. Morgan. Done so soon? I'll just have to look for someone else to satisfy me. For now. Morgan then bursts into a cloud of bats once again, and flies into and beyond Phalanx. He puts up his arms and makes a disgruntled sound as they fly around him. The swarm heads towards the castle. Exterior, castle, evening, future. Slight jump ahead.
The top of the castle is in frame and the camera slowly pans down until finally reaching the door. We see Phalanx taking the last final steps to the giant door of the castle. He reaches his hand up to push it in, but before he can touch it, it creaks and then slowly opens. Cautiously, he enters. Once inside, the door slams shut behind him, alarming him slightly. Interior, Romanian castle, evening, continuous. Editor's note. I totally did not know that Dimitri's stage was not the inside of the Amesland castle, so I originally wrote this scene as though it was making it all seem kind of like a psychic illusion or manipulation, which makes more sense as we read on. Realistically, this can either stay or a new stage can be created that depicts the inside of Morgan's castle. Once inside, he, slightly frightened, quickly looks out of the window. To his surprise, the environment on the other side of the window does not resemble the one he walked into the castle from at all. Windy, dark, and raining with a multitude of trees blowing in the wind in an Eastern European-looking village in the distance. He goes to open the door and cannot. Knowing this, he reluctantly turns around and sees paintings on the walls, lit torches with demon/vampiric faces in both the flames and the torches themselves. Masked men and women dancing, unmasked women fanning themselves, and a giant coffin straight ahead with a large throne behind it. The throne has a vampire face sculpture at the very top portion of the throne. There are also curving staircases on both sides and chains, hooks/cages, hanging from the ceiling. He continues to walk forward, closer and closer to the coffin. Upon taking his first step onto the few stairs leading down into the area with the people, torches, coffin, etc., the dancing stops. Everyone looks at him for a moment and then vanish into thin air. The torches extinguish immediately and the color of the decor changes drastically and becomes darker, greener, and less vibrant. Phalanx slowly takes another step down and we hear a whirring sound get louder and louder as though a spinning object is approaching. He lifts his foot to take another step and then we see a spinning sword fly right towards Phalanx. He narrowly dodges the sword and quickly turns around to see it has lodged itself into the ground behind him. We see a low camera shot where the sword is, followed by the legs of an unknown figure stepping towards it. The sword then comes out of the ground and the camera pans up, revealing a man with large beads draped across his body, holding the sword and putting it on his back, though it floats there. Donovan. It has been a long time since a new terror emerged from the darkness. Name your business here, monster. Phalanx. I suggest you watch your tongue, wretched human, before I rip it from your throat. Soon I shall conquer your realm and be its king. Kneel before me and I might spare you. Donovan poses with both of his hands and the sword begins to circle around him. Donovan. Humanity will never bow to you. I shall cleanse this world of your wicked blood. Cutscene ends, battle starts. Donovan and Phalanx fight here. I suppose it doesn't matter who wins because Donovan is meant to lose and then transform into D, his evil version who I've included as part of the roster. Perhaps it's just D in a Donovan costume with a limited moveset. Either that or D could be a transformation/install for Donovan, perhaps. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We see Phalanx holding up Donovan by the throat as he struggles to get free. Phalanx laughs. Phalanx. What on earth made you think you, a mortal man, could defeat me? Donovan starts making sounds and yelling in pain. Blood spills from the corners of his mouth. Donovan, you fool. The darkness, it's taking me. We see a red, wispy aura emanate from Donovan as he continues to scream. It surrounds him and pushes Phalanx back, forcing him to release Donovan. Donovan slowly rises from his sprawled landing stance, breathing heavily. His clothing is now different along with his hair. D, no, what have I become? I must be put to rest. Cutscene ends, battle starts. We fight 1v1 again, but instead of fighting Donovan, we fight D. He has Donovan's moves along with a variety of new ones. Maybe he has more strength and less health too, or vice versa. Phalanx is meant to win, but it's supposed to be more evenly matched. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We come out of the fight seeing the two of them exchange blows. Phalanx ultimately wins out and grabs him by the throat again, lifting him up. D does not struggle, making Phalanx ironically uncomfortable. Suddenly, D stops completely and slowly fades into darkness, disappearing. The throne, the coffin, the paintings, everything we see does the same. Phalanx looks bewildered. We then hear an unknown voice, the voice of a young woman. It seems to be coming from all directions at once. Mystery voice. His life is not yours to take. It does not concern you, Phalanx. You know nothing of my concerns. What kind of sorcery is this? Finally, Phalanx is alone, in a black void. Mystery voice. I know what you seek, but I beg of you to give up your search. Constructing the orb will have dire consequences. Phalanx.
Your lies do not scare me, witch. Now relinquish your grasp on my mind.
Phalanx gathers energy at his mouth and lets off one of his familiar electrified orbs of light. It flies off into the distance and then curves upward until it stops. High above is a tiny white speck of light. The speck then bursts into a magnificent sun. Interior. Don't know. Night. The void Phalanx was in is now occupied by many things. A sun with a face and clouds surrounding it, falling stars, a coliseum, a staircase to nowhere, various sculptures, and various colors. Editor's note. I know that technically this stage is Pyron's home planet. It could be implied that the mystery woman has taken Phalanx there in his mind, or it could be a stage similar to this one that is meant to be a constructed world within his mind. I just tried to use as many canon stages as possible within this manuscript. Phalanx looks at his new surroundings, puzzled. Suddenly, the woman who has been communicating with Phalanx all this time appears in front of him. She has long brown braids and is wearing a purple dress and a wide-brimmed purple hat. Phalanx quickly charges an energy blast and shoots it at the woman. It approaches her, and then a force field immediately appears before her. It stops the blast and reverses it, sending it back at Phalanx. He crosses his arms in front of him to block the blow, but when the smoke clears after it explodes, he appears slightly injured from it. The voice we heard earlier is heard again, but from the woman, and not from all directions. Anita, I am no witch, and I tell no lies. Phalanx to himself.
Another human. I did not know they could be such a nuisance.
To Anita.
Witch or not, I shall soon conquer this world and make you my slave.
Anita, a slave, just as you are. The face on the sun in the sky fades, as does the rays emanating from around it. The orb of light in the sky becomes pale, white, and faded. Suddenly, the rest of the surroundings fade to black before fading back in as somewhere else. Exterior, Demon Realm Courtyard. Night. We fade into a courtyard with ivy and vine-traced buildings with windows, various shops, and a water fountain in the center of the courtyard. There are many demons gathered around a very long table. They're having a feast and a celebration. A red demon, similar looking to Firebrand, sits at one end of the table. A young red demon sits beside him. A green demon lifts a goblet of drink, and most of the other demons, aside from the red one, and a few white ones at the other end of the table, follow suit. Green demon. 3 cheers for the red blaze, slayer of King Braeger, and protector of the realm. Demons together. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! When they first start cheering, the sound fades out a little bit, and we see the red demon stand and lift his goblet to the other demons. His son stands with him and he pats him on the head. We hear Phalanx's voice speak over the action we see, and then Anita's voice again from all directions. Phalanx, voiceover.
No. What is this?
Anita, voiceover. A slave to your jealousy towards Firebrand, son of the red blaze. The red demon child up at his father, who smiles down at him. The demons laugh and smile. Phalanx, voiceover.
You know nothing!
The camera pans across the table and gets to the end, opposite. A white demon child looks at all of them, almost from the shadows, with scrutiny and slight disdain. He has no one around him. Cut to a bluish-colored demon standing up and lifting his goblet to the red blaze. Blue demon. Perhaps it is time we had our own king. And I'm sure I speak for all demons present when I say our first king should be the red blaze himself. Demons together. Yeah! Red blaze.
Now. Your adulation, while appreciated, is unnecessary. Our realm has seen enough kings for a while. We need to govern ourselves. Besides, should the need ever arise for a singular ruler, I would think young Firebrand here would be better fit than I.
Blue demon.
Then to us, and to young Firebrand.
Demons together.
Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray.
Anita, voiceover. Jealousy towards his legendary heritage, his privilege, and praise. Phalanx, voiceover.
Enough!
Anita, voiceover. Jealousy that his father did not abandon him the same way yours abandoned you. Phalanx, voiceover.
I said enough!
The screen fades to black again. We see nothing but darkness and Anita looking around her frantically, similar to Nash's super in Street Fighter V. We then see a pair of glowing eyes and the faint outline of horns and sharp teeth behind her. Phalanx's voice is deep and booming as he starts laughing. The screen splits and cracks as if it's made out of glass, and then shatters, revealing the abstract background with the sun, and then finally the castle Phalanx was originally in. Anita is in front of him on the ground, sweating and breathing heavy on hands and knees. Interior, Romanian castle, evening, present. Anita. How? Phalanx.
I have bared witness to the demon civil war. Bodies on top of bodies. Mountains of death ever growing. Your mind's tricks cannot compare to the horrors my mind has endured.
Anita. Please, do not construct an orb. I'm begging you, Phalanx.
I shall do whatever I please. Now, let's see how strong your mind is.
Cutscene ends, battle starts. Nothing too noteworthy here. Just a 1v1 of Phalanx and Anita. The player is meant to control Phalanx and win. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We exit the cutscene with Anita lying on the ground. Phalanx.
Those ungrateful of my mercy do not deserve it. If you do not wish to serve me, then you shall die!
He charges energy at his mouth and blasts Anita where she lies. There's a small explosion where it lands in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke clears, we see Anita unscathed. Then Anita's body slowly disappears in a smoky, misty sort of dissipation, revealing that she was never actually there physically. Phalanx.
So, it was all done non-locally through her strange magic. It would be impressive, if not for its cowardice.
Phalanx takes to the air and shoots like an arrow towards one of the castle's windows. He breaks through the window effortlessly, revealing Scotland and the pathway to Ainsland Castle. Exterior, Ainsland Castle, evening, present. Hovering in the air, he sees the enchanted book fly towards him. He grabs hold of it. Phalanx.
Perfect timing.
The book.
Have you found it?
The book opens and flips through a number of pages before stopping. Phalanx.
Good. Lead me to it.
The book starts flying slightly ahead of Phalanx, who follows behind it. We see them both fly off into the distance. Exterior. Ruby's airship, top deck, day, present. Ruby's airship hovers above the ocean. We get closer to the top deck and see Ruby, Hagar, Firebrand, Chun-Li, and Amingo huddled in front of the center mast of the ship, with the skull holding the chain in its mouth. Members of Ruby's crew are also on the deck in various places, doing various things. Ruby Heart to Amingo and Hagar. Well, I'm glad to see you all made it back in one piece. Hopefully your journey was more successful than ours. Amingo. Why? What happened? Ruby Heart. Well, I'll fill you in on the details in a bit, but long story short, we still don't know where Ryu is. Amingo. Wait, really? Man, this can't be good. Ruby Heart. And where's Sylphie? Hagar.
Oh, she's down below with the blue bomber, fixing up her thingamajig.
Ruby Heart. With who? Sylphie. All done. And boy, is it a beauty. Thanks for all your help, Mega Man. Sylphie and Mega Man are climbing the stairs back to the top deck and say this, / we hear this, just as they reach it. Mega Man. Don't mention it. Dr. Light did most of the work, really. Sylphie leads Mega Man back to the group. Everyone except Firebrand and Hagar recognize him. Ruby Heart. Ah, so that blue bomber. Long time no see. Thanks for coming back with Sylphie as well. Your help with Abyss was invaluable, and looks like we'll need it again, I'm afraid. Mega Man. Hi, Ruby. Wait, need it again? Oh no. Is it just as bad? Chun-Li. Worse, if you can believe it. Worse than Onslaught, too. Still, it's good to see you, Mega Man. Mega Man. Worse? Oh, boy. Then it's definitely a good thing I came with Sylphie. But it's good to see you too, Chun. I'm surprised you're still fighting after all these years. How old are you now? Cutscene ends, battle starts. Here's a short fight between Chun-Li and Mega Man. It's meant more to drive the joke home than anything of Chun-Li being sensitive about her age and not letting people know how old she is. When you enter the battle, Chun-Li will say something like, "Is that any way to treat a lady?" Or, "I'm young enough to beat you." The player can be either character here, but if they control Mega Man, Chun-Li will be on max CPU difficulty. Regardless of whether the player or CPU is Chun, she has unlimited super meter during the battle. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We come out of the battle to see Hagar in between Mega Man and Chun-Li, holding her back from him as Mega Man's on the floor. Hagar.
Cool it, Chun. I think he's learned his lesson.
Chun-Li, smiling nervously and reaching down to help him up. I guess I just got a little carried away. You won't forget your manners next time, right, Mega Man? His hand is reached out towards her, but there are stars over his head and swirls in his eyes. Mega Man. He collapses comically back to a lying knocked out position after making his incoherent noises. The rest of the group looks at Chun-Li for a beat with their arms crossed. Chun-Li, he'll be fine. Everyone either shakes their head, puts their hands on their head, or chuckles. Sylphie approaches Ruby and reaches her arm out. She's holding a flat, round device. Sylphie, he better be. After all, he did help me build this. She hands it to Ruby. Ruby Heart, what's this? Sylphie, introducing the Y-Tracker, patent pending. With this baby, we can locate large deposits of Yishichi all around the world. Then we can mark the coordinates on our map and set sail. Firebrand, excellent work. Ruby Heart, yeah, Sylphie, thank you. We owe you one. I'm glad your mission was fruitful, unlike ours. Sylphie, well, don't give up. I know we don't have the money to ask the map for Ryu's location, but look. Interior, enchanted map, continuous. We get taken to the map screen once again. More locations light up and get highlighted across it with the same red dots used to indicate previous locations of interest. We see character dialogue as subtitles on the bottom of the screen in this mode, but we still hear character voices, of course. Sylphie, looks like the map has more places for us to visit. And here, while we're looking at it, we hear beeping and then see a large across the map, stop at various points, and then hear a scribbling noise as it puts an X on the map in various spots, many of them overlapping with other areas of interest that will provide money and character recruitment. Sylphie, there. Now that I've marked those deposits the Y-Tracker picked up on, we won't have to switch back and forth. Now, let's pick a direction and fly. Ruby Heart, all right then. Is everybody ready? From here, the player gets a prompt. They can say yes, they are ready, in which case they choose their team of 3 and pick a place on the map. They can choose something like need more practice, or they can choose 2 teams of 3 and then spar, fight, as long as they'd like. Once the player says they're ready, all the characters say, yeah, before you pick your location on the map. You also get a prompt that Mega Man has joined your party and see a description of his passive skill. Essentially, this segment kicks off another World Tour-esque portion of the game. Apart from just picking locations, I think it would be fun to include a quote-unquote free-fly mode that lets the player move the ship around the map without restrictions. This is how the player could discover secret battles, by trying to land in places that look a little conspicuous or not, but don't have a marker on them, and maybe Easter eggs, i.e. flying to India and someone commenting about how it's where Dalsum lives, then being asked if they want to visit, selecting yes, being taken to an RPG-like dialogue screen with character portraits and text windows with Dalsum where you chat for a bit and he gives you a usable relic or something. In between some of the battles, I think it would be good to have certain characters, in my mind, namely Amingo, ask Ruby if they can talk or rest. This will give the player a prompt. If they say yes, they'll get additional scenes between specific characters that will provide more story and development. If not, they'll tell her that they understand, and you'll go straight back to choosing the next location. I don't want to force everything on the player. After all, this is a fighting game first and foremost, and most people will be most interested in that. But at the same time, for those interested, I think these could make for some nice development and team building moments, especially before the story progresses further. Here's my idea for areas to visit at this time, as well as possible sequence of events, though there are multiple. 1. Country, Japan. Bathhouse stage from Marvel 1. Character, Ayame. Relic, yes. Sumo championship trophy. Ishichi, yes. In gift shop. E Honda didn't think it was something important. 2. Country, unknown. Abyss's temple. Marvel 2. Characters, Shadow and Shadow Lady. Relic, no. Ishichi, yes. The orbs in between the columns, maybe.
I know. I'm wearing a different shirt now. I know. This is my life.
The following sequence is after the player answers yes to Amingo's prompt / question that pops up of, hey Ruby, you got a minute to talk? Exterior, Ruby's airship, top deck. Night, later. Ruby Heart is sitting on the top deck of her ship near the center mast. Heels, bottom, and hands behind her on the floor, looking up at the stars. She's accompanied by Amingo, and it is just them. Ruby Heart, just like old times, eh? Amingo, yeah, I guess it is. We've been traveling together for a while now. Ruby Heart, we sure have. So, what did you want to talk about? Is everything okay? Amingo, oh, well, you don't need him, you know. Ruby Heart, who? Amingo, your dad. Ruby Heart, Amingo. I mean, the guy abandoned you. Why do you care what he thinks? Ruby Heart, we've talked about this. I have to show him that I have what it takes to rejoin his crew.
He's one of the greatest pirates who ever lived. Amingo. To who?
Ruby Heart. Amingo.
You're one of the greatest pirates who ever lived. Why can't you see that?
Ruby Heart, getting testy.
You keep telling me how great I am, but it's just not true. I'm not special, okay? I couldn't handle Abyss on my own, and I'm probably what woke it up in the first place. I don't know what's wrong with me, but finding the eye is my one chance to fix it.
Amingo.
Ruby.
Ruby Heart.
So I can't let it go. I have to try. And he's the only family I have left. You wouldn't understand.
Amingo. Hurt.
I wouldn't understand? You know, before you took me on as part of your crew, I had nothing. No home, no family, nothing. I had no one because, as far as I know, I'm the last of my kind. I'm all that's left. And I actually started to feel like maybe, just maybe, this ship was my home. And that maybe you were my family. But if he's all you have, I guess I was wrong. I'm so stupid. It looks like you're right, Captain. I guess I wouldn't understand after
Ruby
all.
Heart.
Amingo, wait. I didn't mean...
Before she could continue and try to reassure him, Amingo gets up and leaves her side, descending to his room in the deck below. He is visibly hurt emotionally, wiping tears away as he retreats. Ruby looks down in shame, then takes off her hat, holds it in her hands, and looks back up at the stars. After this cutscene, Amingo will no longer be selectable for the player's team for a while. At least not for the rest of this quote-unquote World Tour segment. Okay, so from here, I'll go over some of the other areas that will be selectable for the World Tour segment. 3. Country, I'm guessing China, but I'm not really sure. It's the swamp alternate stage from Marvel 2, which is Sun stage, I'm pretty sure. Character, Sun. Relic, yes. Magic Lamp. Yoshichi, no. 4. Country, USA. Balrog stage, Street Fighter. Barbara from Battle Circuit. Relic, yes. Casino Chip. Yoshichi, no. 5. Country, Japan. Akuma stage, Third Strike. Character, Akuma. Can't recruit. Relic, yes. Jizo statue. Yoshichi, yes. This would be a secret fight. If the player does free fly mode, and they fly near the area, the white tracker will go off, and Sylphie will prompt the player if they want to check it out. Then the details of the fight will be revealed, as far as difficulty, etc. You'll fight Akuma, and then the stage will turn red, and he'll recover all of his health, and you have to fight Shin Akuma. It is supposed to be a very hard fight, but the player can retry as many times as they like. The Relic, Fight Money, and Yoshichi amount should all be very high for beating it. It's more like a challenge fight. 6. Country, don't know, but it would be a stage similar to Blue Area on the Moon from Marvel 1. Character, Strider. Relic, Capsule. Yoshichi, yes. Once the player does enough fights, maybe 2, to keep it quick while allowing the player to do more if they so choose, Sylphie will have speech bubbles or just captions on the map letting the player know they have enough to find Ryu, and a new area will appear on the map after Sylphie asks the map to find him. After the Ryu sequence, another new area will appear, and they will be notified that once they enter the area, fight with Alien Green. Spoilers. They will have all the Yoshichi they need to form a fragment, but will no longer be able to freely explore the map. Ruby can say something like, I have a feeling we won't be doing much traveling once we explore that cavern. Is everyone ready? This will notify the player that once they visit this particular area, they'll be back on the rails of story progression. Exterior, the Cliff of Desolation from Marvel 1. Day, later. The airship hovers above a tall cliff, mist just below its plateau. Mountainous land surrounds the area, but cannot do anything to affect the feeling of loneliness and isolation here. We see Ruby approach the rope ladder at the edge of the ship from a low shot looking up at her. She's looking down at the cliff, thinking there has to be some sort of mistake. Other characters are nearby. Ruby Heart to Sylphie. Sylphie, are you sure this is the right place? Sylphie. According to the map, and it hasn't been wrong so far, especially after gobbling up so much money. Ruby Heart. Well, I hope it hasn't had a change of heart. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, send someone after me. Sylphie. Sure thing. I'll send a Mingo if you're taking a while. Ruby Heart. No, don't disturb him. We had a little... It doesn't matter. I'll be back soon. Chun-Li. approaching Ruby. I'm going with you. I fought too many battles with Ryu to not make sure he's alright. Ruby Heart. I understand. Let's be off then. Ruby and Chun descend the rope ladder and we see them climb all the way down, dropping off just above the ground. They land softly, but have concerned looks on their faces. After wandering for a while, searching throughout the plain, rocky flats, they come across a figure kneeling in front of a giant stone wall. He is shirtless, wearing a tattered white gi around his waist, white pants, and wrappings around his hands and feet. His hair dark brown and unkempt. As Ruby and Chun approach him, he slowly looks over his shoulder. He then turns to them fully, standing up. It is Ryu. He has a full beard, but perhaps more noticeably, he is not wearing his signature red headband. As we get a closer look, we see the red band of material is actually wrapped around his right fist, on top of the other wrappings. He looks tired and serious. As he approaches them, they can see the part of the stone wall he was facing. It has a large number of tally marks carved into it, as if someone had been counting the number of days. Chun-Li runs to him and hugs him. Ryu does not hug her back, keeping his arms at his sides, and appears more closed off than anything. Chun-Li. Ryu! Oh, thank goodness you're all right. We've all been so worried. Ryu. Chun-Li, you interrupt my training. I ask that you leave this place immediately. Chun-Li. But... Ryu. Leave me. Until it is complete, I endanger everyone around. Ruby Heart. We know what happened, Ryu. We spoke with Oro. Ryu looks intently at Ruby Heart and then looks down, closing his eyes for a moment, as if reliving painful memories. Ryu. You spoke with Master Oro? Then you knew I was in hiding, hoping not to be found. Why are you here? Ruby Heart. When we first fought together, you helped me gather heroes from around the world in order to save it. This time, the enemy is even greater, and we need more numbers. We need your help, Ryu. Ryu looks down again, pondering, but for a moment. He then turns away from them, looking back at the wall with the tally marks. Ryu. I cannot help you. Ruby Heart. But we need you, Ryu. No, I could not save him. My presence, my weakness put him at risk, and he paid the ultimate price. In battle, I would be a burden. Nothing more. Chun-Li. Ryu, please. We know you're upset. Anyone would be, but Ken is still alive. Ryu's eyes widen despite his skepticism. For a brief moment, he experiences a flicker of hope. Ryu. That's impossible. Are you certain? Ruby Heart. Yes. Oro showed him to us. He's still unconscious, but his eyes narrow back to normal and he shakes his head in disappointment. In confirmation of him feeling the optimism was unwarranted. What little levity he experienced vanishes as quickly as it arrived. Ryu. For a moment I felt hope. I had nearly forgotten what that felt like. But even if he's survived, he's not truly living. Is he? Chun-Li. You aren't responsible for what happened that day. Ryu, bitterly. Aren't I? It was me Akuma wanted. It always is. And after everything, all of my battles, all of my training, I allowed myself to get cast aside. Effortlessly. Ruby Heart. Ryu. I was born an orphan. No family. No reason to care about anyone else. But when Master Goken took me in, he changed that. I met Ken soon after, and I suddenly had both a father and a brother. I had a family. I had a new reason to fight and get stronger. And in my brother's time of need, I failed him. Ruby Heart, identifying with his words in her own way, looks down, saddened. She knows there is nothing more she can tell him. Ryu looks down again, intently at his right fist. He closes his eyes briefly, as though seeing a painful vision yet again, and then opens his eyes. Ryu. The man you remembered and hoped to find here is gone. Until I get stronger, I am just as much a threat to you as the one you speak of. This is why I must complete my training, no matter how long it takes. I am truly sorry. Now leave me be. Ryu turns away from them and approaches the stone wall once again. He kneels before it, takes a sharpened stone that lies in front of the wall, and begins to etch another tally into the wall. Ruby and Chun look at each other with sadness and confusion in their eyes. They start to walk away, but Chun-Li quickly turns back towards him to share one last thing. Chun-Li. Strength and self-loathing are two different things. Real strength is having the courage to go on with your life, choosing to live and to fight, even when defeat is the most likely outcome. The man I remembered knew that. Do you? Ryu in his kneeling position stops etching and turns his head slightly to his left, to the side over his shoulder. He then looks down slightly for a beat before looking at the stone wall again, and continuing to etch the mark into it. Ruby and Chun-Li continue walking back the way they came, airship hovering in the near distance. Interior airship, Ruby's quarters, day, later. We now jump to Ruby's quarters in the airship. Ruby Hart, Chun-Li, Hagar, Sylphie, Mega Man, and Firebrand are there, and the door is open. Amingo is noticeably absent. The heroes are all gathered in the room, discussing what happened with Ryu and what is going to happen next. Hagar.
Wait a minute. You told Ryu what's going on and he's still not coming with us?
Chun-Li. Yeah, it's just like Oro said. He's not the same person we remember. He still blames himself for what happened to Ken. Looks like we'll have to fight without him. Ruby Hart to Chun-Li. Can you help us find more heroes, Chun? Chun-Li. Not really. I've been pretty out of touch with everyone since training to open up my own dojo. Sure, there were some at the tournament, but we didn't talk much. Not to mention all the new faces. Ruby Hart. Damn it. Without more heroes, without Ryu, we're doomed. As she says this, Ruby looks down, discouraged. A few other heroes do as well for a beat. Firebrand.
Not entirely.
Ruby and the heroes look up at him.
Phalanx is formidable indeed. But as it stands, our numbers are still considerably greater than his. And while I do not know this man-fighter of whom you all speak, you, Ruby Hart, are as great a warrior and leader as I've ever seen.
Ruby Hart. Leader? No, Chun-Li to Ruby. He's right. When we fought Abyss together, you fought just as well as any of us. Even Ryu. Mega Man. Even I had a hard time keeping up with you. Ruby Hart. Well, thanks, but... Hagar.
Oh, don't get all shy now. You've been leading us the whole time.
Sylphie. Yeah. Finding Mega Man was only possible because you were so organized. You split us into teams and figured it all out, remember? Ruby Hart. That's generous, but... Amingo. Right, Ruby. You're the best leader any of us could ask for. We can't do this without you. Ruby and the rest of the heroes look up to see Amingo at the doorway. He gives her a slight smile and nod. Ruby gives him a slight smile back, looks down for a moment, and then hears the words Oro told her as she was leaving his cave. Oro, voiceover to Ruby. Who do you want to be? Because you get to decide. Ruby Hart looks back up at Amingo and gives him a nod back. Ruby Hart to Amingo. Thank you, old friend. To everyone. Thank you all. I am proud to be the leader of such an incredible and kind group of heroes. And I promise you, I will do my very best. Firebrand is right. Our numbers are still greater than his, and we can win, but we better think fast. For all we know, he's already breached our world. Hagar.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we just use the orb thingy, assuming we get it, to make old Hornhead kick the bucket?
Firebrand. No.
Whenever a time loop in the demon realm results in his death, the events that follow are utterly catastrophic. If the same were to be true once our time flow is mended, our world may never recover. Inconvenient as it may be, Phalanx must live. Chun-Li.
Well, what about the time crest? Can't we look into the future so we know what to expect? Firebrand.
Unfortunately, the stone is only connected to the past, not the future. It will show us nothing we have not yet seen.
Sylphie, whining. Why do magic items always have so many rules? I guess whatever we do, we can't let him grant any wishes, right? He could wish for more power and then we'd be totally screwed. Amingo. And we can't use the orb to destroy itself right away. Those wishes are too valuable, especially to Firebrand and Ruby. Ruby looks at Amingo and smiles solemnly. Suddenly we hear a beeping, some sort of alert. Hagar.
What the hell is that?
Sylphie. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. Looks like the white tracker is picking up on a new Yashichi deposit. This might be the mother lode. Ruby Heart. Why didn't it pick up on it before? Mega Man. Dr. Light had some similar blueprints, but this is the first one to ever be built. It's still in its prototype phase. Ruby Heart. Even still, we've managed to visit quite a few deposits without finding Phalanx. Best case scenario, we'll have our own orb before he ever shows up. Amingo. And worst case scenario? Firebrand.
Let us pray we do not find out.
The camera holds on Firebrand's face as he says this line. Fade out. Before the story continues, there will be a prompt letting the player know that Ruby Heart, Firebrand, and Sylphie are going to explore the location of the new deposit, and asking if they want to spar with the other characters before they continue. This will give them time to practice with their new team, and an opportunity to do as much fighting as they want with the team before the next segment. Interior cavern, day, later. Fade in. As the image of Firebrand's face fades out, a new image fades in.
the face of a cave that looks like a monster in the distance, although the entrance to it, its mouth, is accessible from walking on the ground, as opposed to its Marvel 2 iteration where climbing would have to be involved. It is meant to overlap well with Firebrand's features. We then get a close shot of Firebrand, Ruby Heart, and Sylphie walking through the cavern on a gray stone pathway. Sylphie is holding and looking at the Y tracker as they walk. She also has a bag slung across her body from the shoulder. There's a green, glowing water throughout the cave, and some of the water glows in between cracks in their path. We hear a faint beeping that gets louder as the camera gets closer to the heroes. Sylphie. Are you sure we shouldn't go back and get the others? Firebrand. It is best they stay with the ship. The ominous nature of this place might require a swift exit. Ruby Heart. Firebrand is right. We can never be too careful. This place still gives me the creeps. So it's best we stay on guard. Any luck, Sylphie? Sylphie. Well, it says we're practically standing on the deposit, but I don't see any. Hitting the device. Ah, come on, you stupid piece of junk! The beeping stops. Sylphie. Oops. Firebrand. Perhaps we are standing on it. However, if we were, we do not possess any digging instruments. Ruby Heart. We wouldn't be able to dig through this rock if we tried. I guess we have no choice but to search the inner chamber. The camera suddenly changes so that we are looking at the heroes from top down, from the ceiling of the cavern. We see a plant-like creature stuck to the ceiling of the cavern. Its midsection of green opens slightly, revealing an eye. The eye blinks a couple of times before finding the heroes and gazing at them. Sylphie. You mean the part that looks like a giant monster mouth? No way! I'm not going in there. Ruby Heart. Do we have any other choice? Besides, last time I was here, there wasn't anything inside! Right as Ruby is in the middle of saying inside, the plant-like creature drops down from the ceiling onto the stone path in front of them. It breathes heavily as drool drops down from its teeth, vines slithering on its body in a tendril-esque fashion. It's Alien Green, a character from Capcom's beat-em-up Battle Circuit. Sylphie, nervously to Ruby. You were saying? The plant creature looks at them with a strange amount of poise and calmness, but then starts talking. Alien Green. Who the hell are you guys? Putting a vine up to its ear. Hey, Harry, who are these weirdos? This part of that new assignment you were talking about? Sylphie. Weirdos? Look who's talking. And who's Harry? We hear a radio-filtered voice from Green's ear respond to him. Harry, voiceover. Definitely not, Green. I'm not even sure where you are. But bring him in, and I'll search the database for any outstanding bounties they might be associated with. Alien Green. Sounds good. Finally, some excitement. Why did I make his voice Carl from Aqua Teen? Yeah, sounds good. Finally, some excitement over here. Cutscene ends. Battle starts. When the fight starts, before you are able to control your characters, Alien Green makes a comment about 3-on-1 not being fair. He then uses his quote-unquote alien magic ability and coughs up two brown egg-like vessels. They both hatch into copies of Alien Green, which will be his team members, so it's 3v3, each named Alien Green copy, and one color apiece, a la 11/12. Note, I know this isn't something he can do in his game, but seemed like a good thing to allow him to do for the player's sake. Once a copy is defeated, it can have a cool death animation, like turning into goo or melting and then fading. The player is meant to win this fight. Battle ends, cutscene starts. The battle ends with Alien Green getting knocked away and covering its eye with its vine arms crossing over it. Alien Green. Ouch! Screw this. Harry, send me a jet bike. I'm heading back to HQ. Harry, voiceover. Like I said, Green, I don't know where you are. Alien Green bounds over the heroes and stretches his arms to the top of the ceiling, swinging away like Spider-Man. Alien Green as he's swinging away. Well, hurry up and find out. I'm not getting paid enough for this. He makes his way into the distance, out of our sight, and presumably out of the cave. Ruby Heart. I can't believe that thing talked. Firebrand, smiling. I agree. How utterly absurd. Ruby and Sylphie look at Firebrand for a minute, not sure if he's serious or not, and they start laughing. He starts laughing too, and they all start laughing together as they approach and enter the monster mouth of the cave. The camera pulls out, and we're further away from them now as they enter the cavern. And as they walk into it, into darkness, we see, close to the camera, glowing near one of the rock walkways, say that 5 times fast, begin to swirl. The water swirls more and more, creating a whirlpool. This whirlpool churns noticeably more violently than the others we've seen, and it does not look like it is going to stop. The camera holds on it for a beat and then cuts to our heroes inside the inner chamber. Interior, cavern, inner chamber.
Day, continuous. The heroes enter the inner chamber of the cave. It is dark for a moment, and then Sylphie rubs the jewel in her forehead, and it emits light, illuminating the entire cave. The inner chamber opens into a very large cavern and has the same blue, green, gray color palette as the outside. Towards the back of the inner cavern chamber, it begins to narrow into a tunnel, leading out of the entire cavern. The heroes look around at the walls as they walk and notice wall carvings of Abyss, the Yushichi, and various other things. Ruby Heart. To Sylphie. Thanks for the light, Sylphie. Sylphie. No problem. Ruby Heart. By the way, I never got a chance to ask you about this. Why is your name spelled Sylphie on your cards at the shop? Sylphie. Oh, that? Well, print business is charged by the letter, and we all know how I feel about money, so I improvised. Ruby Heart. Why am I not surprised? Firebrand, a little further ahead, looks up high into the cave ceiling and sees something glowing. A warm, golden color, lodged in the rock. Firebrand takes flight up to it and investigates it. Ruby Heart. And what's in your pouch? You haven't taken it off since we met. Ruby Heart points to the small white pouch Sylphie wears at her side. The question makes Sylphie noticeably nervous. Sylphie. What pouch? Oh, this pouch? Well, that's a little personal. Don't you think? Ruby Heart, confused. What? Firebrand from above. Up here! I have located something stuck in the cave wall. Sylphie, relieved to herself. Whew. Saved by the demon. Ruby Heart. From below, to Firebrand. That glow. That might be it. Are you able to get it out? Firebrand from above. I shall try. We then hear a loud impact on the cave wall as Firebrand headbutts the source of the glow. The screen and the earth shake. Sylphie. Whoa! Are you headbutting it? Ruby Heart. Firebrand, what are you doing? Firebrand, slightly winded. Not to worry. Demon skulls are much more resilient than human ones. He headbutts the wall again. We hear some crumbling. The wall gets struck with one more headbutt, and we hear more crumbling as stones, both the dull and brilliantly glowing, fall from that spot in the cave ceiling. Firebrand. Ha ha! 'Tis Yashichi. It has been loosed. He swoops down to the ground, and Ruby and Sylphie run to join him where the stones fell. We get a closer view of what has fallen, and confirm that yes, it is Yashichi, a large fragment amidst the other rock and rubble that fell to the ground. Now that it is dislodged from the cave wall, it glows brighter and warmer than ever. The camera now changes positions, looking at the heroes face on. We can see them close up, head on, and well behind them too, and out of the mouth of the monster cavern into some of the outer chamber. Ruby Heart. Great job, Firebrand. I can't believe we nearly missed it. Firebrand. Luckily, demon eyes have their advantages as well. Ruby Heart. Sylphie. Mind doing the honors? Sylphie. All right. Easy now. Sylphie reaches into the bag slung across her and takes out a smaller chunk of a Yushichi orb. The heroes banter and talk amongst themselves about having to be careful with it as Sylphie gently takes the smaller and larger chunk in each respective hand and starts moving them together. From our view, we can just barely make out that in the distance from the outer chamber, the strong whirlpool from earlier never did stop. Long, goat-like horns start to rise out of it, as does a tall, slender yet muscular, menacing figure as well. We then see one of its hands throw something into the air. Our view is now more behind / to the side of the heroes. The two pieces of Yushichi come together and form a much larger piece, looking like nearly a third of an orb. The heroes let out an exclamation of victory as they look at the larger piece. As all of this happens, there is also something floating above the heroes. A book. As they rejoice about their now larger piece of Yushichi, the book opens the eye on its cover, still shut tightly, and silently looks at them for a moment. A light effect washing over the eye. It then turns around towards the outer chamber, flying towards it without flapping. Ruby Heart. Perfect. Now let's hurry back to the others. Firebrand. Indeed. I'm sure they... Firebrand happens to look towards where they had come in, as the book is almost out of the entrance and recognizes the floating book immediately. Firebrand. Heavens, no. We're too late! The camera, now a little shaky, zooms in and darts from where the book is to where it is going. We see Phalanx as he is in our view from a distance. We also notice a crackling sphere of energy quickly released from his mouth. Ruby Heart. What? Firebrand. Look out! We see fear on Ruby's face as she realizes the flash of light is coming right at her. She puts an arm up to protect her body. There is a small explosion followed by a dust cloud. Once the smoke clears, we see Firebrand in front of Ruby Heart, wings closed. He intercepted the blast, but is breathing heavily. We see that he is somewhat wounded, and there is blood dripping out of his mouth. Ruby Heart and Sylphie. Firebrand! Firebrand.
Captain Hart. Ruby, you must promise me one thing.
Ruby Heart. Of course. As they are talking, Phalanx enters the inner chamber. Firebrand.
If I fall in battle, you must leave me and escape with the others. Promise me.
Ruby Heart.
What?
No. Don't talk like that. We won't. Firebrand.
Promise me.
Ruby Heart. Phalanx. Grinning.
Make the promise, human. He knows he cannot win.
We now see Phalanx menacingly towering over them. He is wearing his tattered cloak, along with his bag/pouch. The camera moves for a moment from him to Ruby Heart and Sylphie as new pages show up on the screen, showing us what games they are from, giving us brief bios, and then flying into the book, which is, for some reason, shut tightly. The book then floats upward until it is out of view. Each page is given a minute on the screen, or the player is given a small prompt at the bottom of the screen to let them know to hit the whatever button when they are done reading each page. Firebrand.
Phalanx, you must listen to me. The world is in danger, and
Phalanx.
You still think me foolish enough to believe your convoluted lies about our world so that I might spare you? Coward! You put the Red Blaze to shame. I shall restore the Yushichi to its original form and become king of not just the demon realm, but all realms.
Ruby Heart. Not on my watch. Phalanx. Don't know why I said that way. Phalanx. Looking disgusted.
You humans, always speaking out of turn. Allow me to show you your proper place. In hell!
Cutscene ends. Battle starts. Here the player fights against Phalanx. Firebrand is at about 50% health, but the other characters are at full health. Should be a challenging fight, but the player is meant to win. Perhaps there could be an alternate cutscene where if the player loses, Firebrand uses the Crest of Time to transform into the Demon of Legend, and you fight him again one-on-one. Or there could just be a cutscene of this, allowing Ruby and Sylphie to make a run for it, where Firebrand will meet with them after a few moments with Phalanx's fragment of the Yashichi, where Ruby will make her first wish before Redacted. I will be continuing my writing assuming the player wins. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We exit the cutscene seeing the heroes continue to fight Phalanx. Ruby jumps at him with her anchor and he narrowly dodges, but gets hit by Sylphie's mace flail from behind. He goes to strike her, but gets pelted by fireballs launched by Firebrand. He gets knocked on his back and struggles to get up, being noticeably weakened, but soon manages to get on one knee, heaving as blood starts showing around his mouth. Firebrand approaches him. Firebrand.
I do not want to kill you, Phalanx. We are brothers under the banner of demonkind.
Phalanx.
Brothers, you slayed your brothers all those years ago for the crests. Do you not remember?
Firebrand.
I tried to reason with them, but rarely did they leave me any alternative.
Phalanx.
Self-defense? How convenient.
Firebrand.
And what of you when you ambushed me? Your claws have never been clean.
Phalanx.
You and your family, worshipped as kings, saviors of demonkind. So what if I wanted to balance the scales?
Firebrand.
By inflicting further pain on our world? No, this ends now. The choice is yours. Yield or perish.
Phalanx looks around at Ruby, Sylphie, and then back at Firebrand. Phalanx, weakly.
What abominable choices. Yet I suppose there is no other way out. I've been bested. I yield.
Phalanx bows his head steeply. Firebrand walks closer to Phalanx and extends his clawed hand down to help Phalanx up. Phalanx lifts his hand up first without lifting his head, and as he comes to his feet, everyone notices a glow close to Phalanx's chest. Ruby Heart and Sylphie. No! Before Firebrand can react, Phalanx lifts his head toward Firebrand, revealing an orb of energy. It explodes between them. Phalanx gets knocked back against a cave wall, but appears to be mostly unscathed. Firebrand is now on the ground, critically wounded. Ruby and Sylphie run over to him. Ruby Heart. Firebrand! Are you okay? Firebrand.
I thought it might come to this.
Ruby and Sylphie run towards Phalanx, but he knocks them away, stunning them momentarily. He then approaches Firebrand, who's on the ground. Phalanx.
Don't you see? There is no place for kindness among demons. Only strength. That is something your legendary bloodline always suffered from, which is why it must be eliminated.
Phalanx charges up another blast and releases it, but right before it makes impact, we see Firebrand hold up the green time crest.
There is another explosion as the orb makes contact with him, but also a green light shimmering through the smoke. Ruby Heart. Firebrand! Sylphie to Phalanx. Damn you! Phalanx. And now, to deal with his human pets, you will. What? No! It cannot be! The smoke clears, and Firebrand is standing up, looking different than normal, as though he is in a more powerful form. His skin is a darker red, and he has more spikes on his body, like the image below, but with dark red skin instead of magenta skin, and blue highlights instead of teal. Firebrand. By the power of time, I hereby activate the potential of my bloodline, the strength of my ancestors, and my inheritance as the demon of legend, the red blaze. Phalanx. The crest of time. How? Firebrand. It is no longer your concern. Goodbye, Phalanx. Cutscene ends, battle starts. Here you fight Phalanx 1v1 with a legendary version of Firebrand. The player is meant to win here, and it will probably be an easier fight. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Phalanx begins collapsing, small green-blue embers igniting all across his body. Phalanx. You will bow before me! With his last breath, he collapses onto the ground. Firebrand looks at him sadly for a moment, and then reverts back to his normal form. Firebrand. It is done. With his collapse, Phalanx's bag falls too. Spilling open, a large 2/3 Yoshichi orb falls out and rolls onto the ground towards the heroes. Sylphie cautiously picks it up and brings it close to the large 1/3 fragment they already had. Sylphie. Here goes. As she brings the sides closer together, there is a lot of energy between the parts, but with some sounds of strain and hard effort, the pieces finally come together and form a full orb. The Yoshichi glows brightly, and a four-spoked, fan-like shape fades into view from within the orb. Ruby Heart. We did it. It's over. Firebrand. Indeed. Though I am troubled, Phalanx had no other crests with him. It does not seem like him. Sylphie. I hear you, but I'd rather be troubled on the ship than in this place. Let's blow this joint before we find any more surprises. Ruby Heart. Right, the heroes start making their way through the tunnel at the back of the inner chamber of the cave, carrying the Yoshichi with them. We see them go deeper and deeper into the tunnel, until they are out of view. Then we see Phalanx collapsed on the ground, arm outstretched. The book, still shut tightly, lowers itself gently onto the ground right past his outstretched arm, and gently opens up from its tight squeeze to reveal both the crest of water and crest of heaven. The hand suddenly moves, reaching for something, as the book moves towards his hand. For a split second, we see Phalanx's finger weakly and clumsily makes contact with the crest of heaven. Exterior. Cavern exit. Volcanic rim. Evening. Continuous. A little later, we see the heroes exit the tunnel into a volcanic area. Volcano in the background giving off a lava flow and large dark plumes of smoke amidst an ashy darkened sky. Essentially the volcanic rim stage of Street Fighter IV. The airship is in the distance, but it is starting to approach their location. Ruby Heart. Firebrand. Earlier you said that if Phalanx died, your world... Firebrand. Yes, I know, but it was the only way. However, all may not be lost. If the time loop in my realm manages to remain intact upon my return. Sylphie. You can just wait for a new cycle and use the Yoshichi then? Firebrand. Assuming the orb is unaffected, yes. To Ruby. Now, make the first wish, Ruby. Ruby Heart. What? The airship approaches them, hovering overhead, close by. The rope ladder gets dispensed from the side. Firebrand. 'Tis our agreement. Remember, you get the first 2 wishes. Afterwards, I shall take it to the demon realm to set things right. Sylphie, smiling. A captain does need to set course, right? Sylphie takes out the map and her pen/marker. Sylphie. Let's go find that eye of yours. The airship now pulls in close enough to them so they can climb up the ladder. The other heroes start to look over the railing of the ship, noticing they have the orb and cheering them on. Ruby Heart. I can't believe it. After all this time, my search will finally be over. To Firebrand and Sylphie. Thank you. Firebrand and Sylphie smile at her and nod. She takes the orb in her hands. She is visibly excited, happy, and in awe of the orb. Ruby Heart. Yoshichi, I wish for you to show me the location of the Eye of Madura and mark it on this map. Sylphie. Yeah! The music in the background dramatically swells as the orb begins to glow strongly. The fan inside of the orb lights up and begins to turn, producing a noise similar to some sort of engine or contraption starting up. And as it starts to speed up, it then stops. The fan loses its light and eventually stops. The orb stops glowing. The music
stops. Firebrand. I do not understand. Ruby Heart, visibly confused and upset. Yoshichi, find me the Eye of Madura, now! The orb does the same thing. It glows, the fan starts up, and then it loses its glow, and the fan stops. Sophie, something's wrong. Ruby Heart, this can't be happening. Why? Why isn't it working? Suddenly, before Ruby can try again, the earth beneath their feet starts rumbling. The heroes lose their balance, and because of this, Ruby loses her balance, dropping the orb. Ruby Heart. No! There's a sound like an explosion as something bursts through the ground in front of them. The ship pulls back a bit. Smoke and ash fill the air, clouding their vision. The heroes start coughing with their arms up and help Ruby to her feet. Ruby Heart to Sylphie and Firebrand. Forget about me. Just get the... Oh, God. As the dust settles, the heroes look up where Ruby is looking, searching for the reason why her voice seems so full of concern and terror, and they find it. In front of them, approaching from the air, hovering towards them, is Phalanx. His elbows are close to his sides, but his arms are out, palms upturned. He looks even stronger, more muscular, more powerful and menacing than before. His wounds seem to have healed, and he has a large, silver-white gem glowing brightly from its place in the middle of his forehead, in the third eye position. When he speaks, his voice now has more presence to it, as if two voices are speaking at once. He finally lands on the ground before them and places his foot on the rolling Yoshichi orb, stopping it. Phalanx. What you fail to realize, Firebrand, is that this is my destiny, my birthright. You cannot escape from death. Sophie. Firebrand, what's going on? Firebrand. Blast! He must have hidden the crest nearby in case we defeated him. He is far more dangerous now than before. Ruby Heart. But you've beaten him before, right? Firebrand. Yes, but that was with 5 of the 6 crests. I fear this fight will be much different. Amingo looks down over the railing, presumably seeing all of the events unfold. Amingo, from above to the crew. Get closer! From above to the heroes below. Ruby! We're coming! Come on, everyone! Amingo changes himself into a giant beanstalk made of twisting vines going from the ship to the ground below. Chun-Li and Hagar climb down it, and as they make their way to the ground, Amingo reverts back to his normal self. Phalanx looks up at the ship and gives a quick, menacing laugh before quickly firing off an orb made of energy. All heroes. Look out! The energy blast gets dangerously close to the ship, but before it makes impact, we see the blast stop all of its momentum and start floating upwards in what we can barely make out as a bubble. It quickly floats up and above the ship along with a few other bubbles as the ship begins its retreat. A narrow shape of gray and white fly up from the ship and then land on the ground below. It's Mega Man, using the powers of Bubble Man from Mega Man 2. Note, if Mega Man X is used instead, this could be Bubble Crab's power. The ship manages to fly away to a safe distance quickly. Phalanx. What? All heroes. Mega Man! Ruby Heart. Thank you for saving my ship. Mega Man, changing colors from Bubble Man's gray to his signature blue. Don't mention it. Phalanx. I will admit that was somewhat impressive, but rest assured, you will not win. Amingo. We'll see about that. To Ruby Heart. Ruby, are you okay? Ruby Heart. My wish. It didn't... Chun-Li, don't worry. We'll figure it out later. But first, we have to get the orb back. We have to fight. Ruby Heart. Right. Before battle begins, you'll be prompted to choose your team of 3. Then either you will fight with your chosen 3 first, and remaining story characters will jump in as your partner/assists until all are defeated, or you'll choose 2 teams of 3. Ruby Heart. Everyone, attack! You see the heroes rush toward Phalanx. Hagar and Chun-Li approach him from his left side, swinging arms and legs. With his foot still on the Yoshichi, he effortlessly absorbs their blows and swings his fists at both of them, knocking them away. Mingo puts his arms into the ground, sending vines to encapsulate his foot and the orb. With his other arm, he swipes at the vines with his claws, cutting them away. Amingo makes a noise in pain and the vines retreat. Phalanx unleashes a laser from his mouth at Sylphie, who quickly materializes a giant shield, but the laser is pushing her back. The laser stops as Phalanx gets pelted in the head with Ruby Heart's anchor and a few charge blasts from Mega Man, and then jerks to the other side as Hagar lands a few punches. Chun-Li and Amingo start pulling on the orb to loosen it, but a light starts gathering in the gem in Phalanx's forehead. It gets unleashed, and an almost force field of energy explodes from his body outward, knocking all of the heroes away onto their backs. Phalanx, to something above him. Take the orb and keep it safe.
until these miscreants are destroyed.
While the heroes are still coming to their feet, the book swoops in from above. Phalanx takes his foot off of the orb and the book opens, flipping rapidly through its pages until all of the pages come undone. They then wrap around the orb, completely covering it in book pages. The book's eye scanning the heroes as it does so to produce more pages and send them to the orb. Then, when it is done, the page-wrapped orb begins flying straight up into the sky, with the empty book cover / binding resting on the top of the orb. It remains in the sky far above, hovering unseen. Phalanx resumes the pose he had right before he burst through the ground previously, hovering just off of the ground. Ruby stands up in the center, in front of Phalanx. Ruby Heart. I've waited too long for this, for my journey to end, and I won't let you take it from me! Sublimation! With the last word, Ruby Heart takes a book out of her coat, and as it opens, lifts her hand into the air, causing a violent spire of water to emerge from the ground, striking Phalanx. He seems to be damaged for just a moment, before withstanding the water, laughing, and landing in it, speaking effortlessly and looking even more ominous as a dark shadow from within the water. Phalanx.
Today, you witness the birth of a new legend. The demon who became a god. And when future generations ask about those ignorant enough to stand against me, I shall tell them you were nameless grains of sand, consumed by the tides of fate.
Phalanx raises his hand, now showing a bright blue stone, and yells,
Water!
He starts inhaling all of the water coming out of the ground until he has a full belly. The camera then transitions to a side view. The player is now in battle, and Phalanx unleashes a large water blast from his mouth at the player character. They can block if they're fast. If the player did not choose Ruby for their team, another player will swap in for her and say, Ruby! Cutscene ends, battle starts. This fight is against a much more powerful boss version of Phalanx. He has more moves, his pre-existing special moves are enhanced, he does more damage, and he has 3 life bars stacked on top of each other. I want this to be a fun fight, but also a very, very difficult fight. It should be a scripted loss, but ideally the player would be unsure about whether or not it is when they're playing it. I also have the idea that if you get Phalanx down to a certain amount of life, he uses a level 5 super that makes the skull, bone, spike pillars from his stage, from the much earlier segment involving Firebrand's flashback stories, emerge from the ground and slowly fill with water. The spikes would damage the player when touched, and the water would limit their mobility, perhaps also giving them slippery feeling controls like Luigi in Mario games, or underwater segments in older Mario games. The rising water will also double as a sort of timer for how much time you have left to try to win. Once the water reaches the jaws of the skulls on top of the bone walls, the player will lose. Their character being covered by the water completely will also damage them. If the player manages to take Phalanx's health down to 0, they should be rewarded with a special cutscene or addition to the cutscene and an item, but the chances of them winning should be slim to none. If and or when Firebrand fights Phalanx, he will transform into the legendary demon at around 50% health. However, Phalanx will be able to knock the time gem out of Firebrand, just like in the Capcom-developed Marvel Superheroes fighting game. If Phalanx knocks the gem out of him or collects the gem during the battle, Firebrand loses this ability. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Once the battle ends, if the player got to the point in the fight where they were stuck between the walls of bone, the cutscene will start from there, with the heroes stuck in some sort of bone cage full of water. If they did not, the cutscene will be the same, but with a little extra segment at the beginning, showing Phalanx summoning the bone cage and filling it with water. Once we see the heroes struggling in the water for a beat or two, the cage is disassembled, the water draining as it comes apart. As the water drains away and the heroes fall to the ground, they're all gasping for air, coughing and struggling, writhing. Phalanx.
That was more entertaining than I expected. But it is time to put an end to the charade. Wouldst thou like to revisit some familiar faces, Firebrand?
Phalanx lifts a hand in the sky, the crest of heaven shining brightly as he does so, and with it, numerous hands and arms of bone reach through the ground, grabbing the heroes and holding them down to the ground. The boned arm holding Firebrand is larger and stronger, encasing him inside one of the hands. Phalanx.
Salutations from all the so-called brethren you felled during the war.
Another arm rises next to Firebrand, and it has a jagged blade at the end. Then a body full of skulls, a skull, and legs rise with it. It is Belf, risen from the dead. Firebrand struggles but cannot break free. Phalanx walks towards him, reaches close to his body into his small utility pouch, and pulls out the time crest. Phalanx.
The crest of time, back to its rightful owner. You see, Firebrand, while your legendary blood has, admittedly, made you painfully persistent,
Holding the crest up to Firebrand's face.
without the crests, you are nothing. A fact I shall now prove to the cosmos.
Phalanx puts the green stone away. The skeleton arms holding the heroes down now spring upward, with more arms pushing the heroes from beneath them, propping them all upright, giving them a clear view of Firebrand, who is trapped in the middle of their circle. Rubyheart.
No! Firebrand!
Phalanx, snapping angrily.
Silence!
Before Ruby or any of the other heroes can call out to Firebrand, new arms arise and clasp their bony hands around their mouths, muffling them. Phalanx, to the book above.
Now! The orb!
The page-wrapped orb, along with the book cover, float down towards Phalanx. The pages quickly remove themselves from the Yishichi, flying back into the book cover and leaving the golden, orange orb in Phalanx's hands. He stares at it almost lustfully. Phalanx.
Demonkind shall be purged of your line in its disease of weak emotions once and for all.
Firebrand.
Please, Phalanx, I'm begging you.
The heroes keep trying to yell, but their voices are muffled by the hands over their mouths. Phalanx.
Oh, how I love hearing you beg, Firebrand. But it will not save you. For once a new legend is born, the old ones must die.
To the orb.
Yashichi, hear my wish. I wish for you to kill Firebrand.
Phalanx lifts the orb above his head, laughing. It begins to glow, its inner fan structure starting to turn and hum. The fan continues to turn, faster, humming louder, glowing brighter. Firebrand looks at Rubyheart, who is looking back at him, a tear swiftly falling from her eye down her cheek. Mysterious embers of energy start emanating from his body. He smiles at her. Softly, Firebrand, to Rubyheart.
Thank you, Captain Hart, for fighting by my side. Thank you all. You have become dear friends. Everything will be...
Before being able to finish speaking, Firebrand stops moving, the color draining from his body. His body then starts crumbling and falling away, as if made of sand. His bones fall with the sand, jutting out of the pile of dust. Phalanx reaches into the pile of dust that is now Firebrand's remains and retrieves his parcel bag. He then laughs victoriously, while the heroes, though still silenced, are visibly upset. Phalanx.
Let this be a lesson to the rest of you vermin. Interfere again, and Firebrand's fate shall become your own. Now, I must tend to matters of greater importance than your insignificant lives. But fret not. You shall again be graced by my presence very soon.
With these final words, Phalanx takes the orb, and with the book flying at his side, he rises into the sky. The bone arms withdraw from the heroes who lie or sit on the ground, looking at each other or looking down, saddened, weakened, wounded, confused, stunned. Ruby and Domingo are embracing each other as they sit on the ground. Fade out. The screen fades to black before he is done laughing, and we hear his final laugh finish on a black screen. We stay on the black screen for a beat or two. We see the following words, the day after. Finally, a sound begins to fill the silence. We hear the sound of ice clinking inside of a glass, and then a drink being poured. Interior, bar, night. But it's a small place. The bar is a long stretch of counter. Man, reminds me of Jack's place, minus the zombies. Woman, don't jinx it. A greasy, stout-looking man is behind the bar, and behind him is a wall of various bottles, drinks, libations. He puts his hands on the side of the bar for a moment, engaging with two people, a man and a woman, sitting on the other side of the bar in front of him. The man sitting with the woman is wearing a dark shirt that looks almost like a turtleneck, and dark pants with tactical pockets and straps on them. He also has a brown gun holster that goes up both sides of his back. The woman is wearing a blue top and dark blue skirt with brown boots and a white sweater tied around her waist. We see them only from behind, at first. Bartender. Another round? Man. What the hell? We're off duty. Right? Woman. My thoughts exactly.
The bartender pours them 2 fresh drinks and puts the glasses in front of them, taking the empty ones away. The woman takes her new drink and raises her glass to the man. Woman. To Jack. Man. And to Mike. Solemnly to himself. We never did get to have those drinks. They clink their glasses together and each take a sip. Man. Can't believe it's taken us so long to do this, but I'm glad we could, Jill. You know, you've become something of a legend in our line of work. Jill Valentine. I'm glad too. Though at this point, Leon, I'd say your resume is even more impressive than mine. I mean, the president's daughter? Leon Kennedy. Yeah, we've seen some shit, haven't we? Jill Valentine. Too much. They clink their glasses together again and take another swig of their drinks. We flash forward to the 2 of them. A few more drinks in. They're still swapping stories. Jill Valentine. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me you put her in a full suit of medieval armor? Leon Kennedy. They couldn't even lift her up. Laughing. Jill Valentine laughing. Oh, that's good. It's the little things. You know, speaking of, I actually fought a suit of armor once. Leon Kennedy. Wait, what? I gotta hear this. Jill Valentine. Yeah, it was this huge black suit of armor with green horns, and there was a pirate and a cactus guy and a crash. We suddenly hear a strange noise, like a cross between radio static and the loud impact of something smacking wood. Another building, another bar, is now combined with and connected to the bar Leon and Jill are in, as though 2 different worlds have been thrown together suddenly and dangerously, violently, leaving parts of the first bar and building destroyed, as if to make room to connect to the new bar that is taking up some of the same space. The other bar, now joining theirs, is a little more dimly lit, with more neon lighting. A woman with a slightly buck-toothed smile and glasses, a man in a blue coat with short silver-white hair, and a man in a red coat with longer silver-white hair, all sitting together, are now sitting at the same bar as Leon and Jill, only on the side that crashed into the first bar. They all look very surprised. Jill and Leon jump slightly and are looking in their direction. Dante. Well, you don't see that every day. Dante, the legendary demon hunter, looks around at the building after realizing something strange has happened. Nero, drink in hand. What the hell? Looks down and realizes he spilled some of his drink on himself. Oh, come on! I just washed these. Nico. I had no idea having a few drinks with me will get you all worked up. You're practically soaked through. Nero, annoyed. I'm not all... Getting up hastily. I'm going to the bathroom. As Dante looks around the room, he spots Jill, and his eyes are fixed on her, as if he recognizes her. She looks around at the new building that just collided with the old building, and then makes eye contact with him. She quickly breaks eye contact and looks straight ahead. Jill Valentine to herself. Oh my god. Is that Dante? No, there's no way that's Dante. Leon Kennedy to Jill. You know that guy, huh? Is all this, pointing to the new building, his handiwork? Actually, he does look kind of familiar, like I know him from somewhere. Shrugging. Maybe in another life. Jill Valentine to Leon. Wait a minute. You also see the bar that is now inside of the bar? Leon Kennedy. Yep. Jill Valentine. Whew. For a minute, I was getting a little worried there, but if it's not the drinks... Dante walks up to Jill. Dante. Jill Valentine. Good to see ya. Hey, you mind telling me what the hell is going on? Jill Valentine. Your guess is as good as mine. One minute, Leon and I are swapping stories, and the next minute, crash! We hear the same static buzzing mixed with hard impact noise as before. And again, and again, and again. We now look at the bar and the building is a jumbled mess, a Frankensteining of different bar areas across the entire Capcom universe, including Garuda's Saloon from Power Stone, with its wooden, old Western decor and saloon-style doors, and a mini-bar inside the lobby of Hotel Masters, Ken's hotel and stage from Alpha 3. There are various and numerous Capcom heroes spread out among the hodgepodge of building types, decors, and strange, mashed-up furniture. Jill, Leon, and Dante all look at each other, comically worried expressions on their faces. Interior, the Franken Bar. Night, later. Cut to a bunch of characters all sitting around a table in a circular booth. There's Jill, Leon, Unknown Soldier, Jin Sao Tome, Kraken, Felicia, Ingrid, Armika, Princess Tiara,
Zangief, Black Tiger, Lord Raptor, and plenty of others. Phoenix Wright is asking various characters questions and taking notes on a legal pad. Phoenix Wright. And tell me, Mr. Lord Raptor. Raptor. Lord Raptor. Thank you. Mr. Lord Raptor, prior to you appearing here, you were doing
Lord
what
Raptor.
exactly?
Just like everyone else. I was at my local pub.
Sorry, I cannot do Australian. I am deeply sorry to the Australian community. If there's anyone Australian watching this, I do not know how to do an Australian accent. Phoenix Wright. I see. It's all clear now. Jill Valentine. What's clear? Phoenix Wright. What's happened is an evil wizard has summoned every world together to fight for his amusement. All the characters put their heads in their hands, disappointed and dumbfounded at his conclusion. Leon Kennedy. Yeah, I don't think that's it. To Jill. Jill, you've seen universes collide like this before, right? Jill Valentine. Sort of. They collided, just not quite this forcefully. Like that time Phoenix, Dante, and I fought a space giant. Or the armor I mentioned earlier that I fought with the pirate. It's the pirate. Leon Kennedy. Hey, calm down. What about the pirate? Jill Valentine. The pirate and the cactus guy, they're right over there. All the heroes sitting at the table look to the right. The camera pans slowly in that direction and finally settles on a part of the interior that resembles the minibar of Hotel Masters. Amingo and Sophie are sitting at the corner of the bar next to Ruby Heart, who has her hat off and head down on the counter. We don't know if she is sleeping or unconscious, but there are several glasses in front of her. The bartender is a mild-mannered man with gray-white hair, a mustache, and thick glasses. Amingo, to the bartender. I'll take another water, please. Make it a double. Bartender, gesturing to Ruby Heart. And for the lady, Ruby Heart clumsily lifts her head up from the counter and squints at the bartender. She imitates him sleepily. Ruby Heart. And for the lady... Sophie, to the bartender. She's good, thanks. The bartender shrugs innocently, pours Amingo his water, and moves down the counter to other customers. Ruby grabs Amingo's sombrero by each side, shaking it and him as she speaks, tripping over her own tongue as she talks. Ruby Heart. I saved me. I couldn't do it. Amingo. None of us could, Ruby. It's not your fault. Ruby Heart. And the wish, I didn't get that right, because I had it, the orb was there, and I was there, and nothing happened. Ruby continues to mutter to herself in the background before groaning, putting her head back down. Sophie. She's a mess. Not that I blame her. Amingo. Yeah, well, she wouldn't be if it weren't for your stupid map. When she asked you to find the nearest watering hole, it immediately marked this place. And you told her about it with no hesitation. Sophie. Stupid map? Stupid map? If it weren't for this map, we wouldn't have gotten anywhere. She begged me to do it, and it came up right away. What was I supposed to do? Amingo. Oh, I don't know. Pretend like it found nothing, maybe? You know why she wanted to come to an establishment like this? And didn't you say it only showed important places? You think this place is important? Sophie. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's money here. Amingo. Money. That's all you care about, isn't it? Sophie. That's not true. While you were still brooding over your guy's little blow-up, I was down in that cave with Firebrand and with her. Amingo. Hey, that's not... Suddenly, an unruly man, Frank West, approaches the bar next to Sophie, bumping into her like a klutz, interrupting what Sophie was going to say. Sophie. Whoa, whoa, easy there, pal. As she gets bumped into, Sophie clasps one hand firmly and protectively on her pouch, ensuring it does not open and spill. Amingo sees how protective she is about it and narrows his eyes with scrutiny. Frank West. Sorry about that, sorry. Hey, I'm a reporter, you know. Smiling. Sophie, rolling her eyes. And I'm a demigod. Get lost. The man looks slightly hurt by her rejection and then continues down the bar, sitting down far away from her to order a beverage. Sophie, to Amingo. Jeez, can you believe that guy? Amingo. Yeah, say, what's in the pouch, Sophie? Sophie. What? Amingo. You seem real protective of it. And now that I think about it, you've been wearing it since you joined up with us, so what's in it? We see Amingo sneakily put his hand behind him and lower Vines toward the ground, towards her pouch. Sophie. Nanya! Amingo. Just tell me! Sophie. It's personal, okay? I keep it safe because my pouch... My pouch? Where's my pouch? She feels her waist and it's no longer there. We see it being carried back into Amingo's hand behind him from his vines. She gets up and is looking around under her seat, then looks at the bar and sees Amingo about to open it. Sylphie, hey, give that back! Amingo, tell me what's in it. The two of them both grab the pouch and play tug of war with it, straining to gain control. After a beat, they drop it on the floor and it opens, revealing a handful of diamonds, coins, dollar bills, etc. Sylphie looks at Amingo with embarrassment, and he looks at her in shock and disgust. Amingo, I should have known. Sylphie, wait, I can explain. Amingo, all those fights we fought, all that time we wasted looking for more money when we could have been preparing or finding leads on the eye. Sylphie, it's for a rainy day. Amingo, rainy day? It's been a rainy day ever since we came into your shop. But who cares if it pours on the rest of us? You had an umbrella the whole time. Sylphie, ashamed. Before she could continue, Amingo gets approached by a woman. Jill Valentine. Hey, Mingo, right? Amingo. Jill? Hey, what are you doing here? How did you get here? Jill Valentine. I was gonna ask you the same thing, but given the circumstances the last time we saw each other, I doubt it's anything good. Amingo to himself. Phalanx. To Jill. It's not. Let's head back to Ruby's ship and I'll explain everything. And bring any hero willing to join. Jill Valentine. Okay. Looking at Ruby. Is she gonna be alright? Ruby Heart. Clumsily to everyone around her. I'm a failure. And my dad always knew I was a failure. That's why he didn't want me around. He knew from the start. I'll never find the eye now. I'm not fit to be on his crew. I'm not fit for anything. Amingo to Jill. Will she be alright? I sure hope so. Come on. Let's get going. Amingo takes Ruby Heart and hoists her up, causing something to fall from her pockets without anyone noticing. Jill helps him and they begin to head towards the exit, near where the other heroes are. Sylphie picks up her pouch and starts to leave with them. Jill Valentine to Amingo. You gonna introduce me to your friend? Amingo looks at Sylphie with disdain. Amingo. Oh, her? No. She's the type who only cares about herself. She's staying here. Sylphie looks at Amingo, saddened. Him and Jill take Ruby and turn away, heading towards the other heroes and leaving the bar/bars with some of them. After they're gone, Sylphie puts her head in her hands, cheeks in her palms, hands on the sides of her face, and looks sad for a few moments, before noticing the thing that fell from Ruby's coat pocket. She reaches down and grabs it. Sylphie. A photo. We get a pulled-out shot of Sylphie at the bar. No one near her, looking at the photo, looking at the pouch, now on the counter. Demon Realm. Night. Earlier. Not sure if the word earlier should appear on the screen or not, since the player might be able to tell when this occurs because of the scene. We see an aerial view of the land of the Demon Realm and the nearby sea in a style similar to when you fly over the world in Demon's Crest. A whirlpool begins to form in the sea, and shortly after, Phalanx shoots upward out of the whirlpool and into the air, along with the Yoshichi Orb and a book. The screen twists and turns as we follow him flying over the realm, and finally, to a large castle-like building, his fortress. He dives, descends towards / into the building, and everything gets blown up, pixelated, as he does so, until the screen goes black for a moment. How many times can I do this? Interior, Phalanx's fortress. Hall of Agonized Souls. Night. Continuous. We now see Phalanx in his fortress in a new area, the Hall of Agonized Souls. It is a very large chamber with immeasurable ledges laid with purple bars / pipes / curtains. It's hard to tell from the pixel art. Adorned with bones and skulls. There are also a multitude of candles and candelabras closer to the foreground. Numerous bookcases also adorn the background. Phalanx is towards the left side of the frame, flipping through pages of his magical book, the Ga Anua, as his green-robed, bald servant and Arma both enter from the right side through an archway. He closes the book and puts it away on the bookshelf. The orb of Yoshichi is sitting next to the bookcase inside of a giant pedestal with skulls on it and a large, curved depression, thus holding the orb perfectly. The demon and Arma make their way to Phalanx. Arma looks uneasy. As he turns around, they take a knee and kneel their heads in front of him and speak to him in this pose. Okay, now I have to try to remember all the different voices that I did before for everyone. Demon. Greetings, my lord. You must have just returned. We are pleased your journey was a safe and undoubtedly fruitful one. Phalanx.
Indeed.
Demon. If I may ask, my lord, the Ishichi, has it been completed? Phalanx.
It has, and its powers along with it. I am now the strongest being in the cosmos, and shall begin preparations for the rule of all realms immediately.
Demon.
Oh, what wonderful news! 'Tis your birthright, after all.
Phalanx smiles with one side of his mouth for a moment at his servant's loyalty and praise. He then stops smiling, walking closer to Arma, looking at him skeptically. Phalanx.
What of the crests, Arma?
Arma.
My lord, myself and the search party have been working tirelessly since your departure, but unfortunately, we have yet to find any others, and the number of party members dying from exhaustion has increased.
Phalanx. Angrily.
Exhaustion? Well, perhaps they will feel adequately rested once I place their weary heads on a pike.
Arma. Shakily.
I apologize for my inadequacy, sire.
Phalanx looks at him and studies him for a moment, before smiling to himself. He then gets on one knee in front of Arma, and lifts Arma's head with his hand, so that their eyes meet. Arma looks more uneasy than before, as if he is bracing himself for something, but trying to hide it. There is a sudden and drastic change in Phalanx's tone. Phalanx.
Inadequacy? Oh my, no. You are my general, my right hand. If anything, I pity you. Every step of the way, you have proven your worth and your loyalty above all else. And yet you constantly find yourself at the mercy of my followers, who are really more than glorified livestock. It isn't your fault they can't work hard enough to meet the demands of my growing kingdom. They are at fault, not you.
Phalanx gives him a soft smile, though he tries to hide it. Arma exhales deeply. Arma.
Thank you, my lord.
Demon.
Lord Phalanx, I have an idea. What if we simply use the orb to gather the crests?
Phalanx.
Enticing. But no, only 4 wishes were given, and after using one to eliminate that sub-demon Firebrand, only 3 remain. We do not need its magic to find the crests, only time and a search party that is actually competent.
At the news of Firebrand's death, Arma looks downward and to the side. He closes his eyes for just a moment, as if to process and mourn Firebrand as quickly and covertly as possible. Arma to himself under his breath.
Firebrand, heavens, no.
Phalanx catches him saying something and cocks his head to the side slightly. Phalanx.
Did you have something to add, General Arma? Is there a problem?
Arma.
No problem, my lord.
Phalanx.
Good. Begin the hunt for new recruits to aid in our search for the crests. In the meantime, I shall use the book to study more about these other worlds and contemplate what wish should be made next. You are dismissed.
Demon and Arma.
Thank you, Lord Phalanx.
Arma and the demon bow more deeply before getting back onto their feet and making their way to the exit archway. The bald demon is walking faster than Arma, who is still making haste. But before Arma can get through the archway, we hear Phalanx call for him. Phalanx.
Oh, Arma, could you return to me but a moment? I nearly forgot one more minor matter to discuss.
Arma freezes in front of the archway before responding hesitantly. Arma.
Yes, my lord.
He walks back to Phalanx. Once standing in front of him, Phalanx smugly takes out the crest of time and holds it up in front of Arma's face. Phalanx.
How did Firebrand escape the Colosseum with this in his possession?
Arma's eyes widen out of fear. Arma.
I do not know.
Phalanx.
I see. Well, do you know how he came to learn the means to travel to other realms?
Arma.
No, sire.
Phalanx.
It seems there is much you do not know, Arma. Just like you do not know that when I used the orb to turn Firebrand into a pile of remains, I found this in his parcel bag.
Phalanx extends his hand towards Arma with a page in it. Arma takes it and reads it, then looks down. It is the page from the book he ripped out and gave to Firebrand so long ago that told him how to get to other worlds. Arma, trembling.
Sire,
Before he can finish speaking, Phalanx grabs him by the throat and lifts him up. His forehead splits open slightly, revealing the crest of heaven. It glows, as does his eyes, and his skin and wings change from their usual silver blue to a light gold and teal.
Phalanx takes Arma by the throat and smashes him into one of the walls of the chamber, shattering a stained glass window in the background and forcing the page to fall from Arma's hand. The book flies out of the bookcase sneakily, slowly, quietly, and the page flies into the book. Then, while Phalanx is occupied, it scans the Yoshichi with its eye. The wall is heavily damaged, as is Arma, and the camera focuses back on him and Phalanx. Phalanx's voice now has the same menacing double effect as it did when he used the Crest of Heaven previously. Phalanx.
You disappoint me, Arma. I thought you were wise enough to know I cannot be fooled, but it would appear I was wrong.
Arma.
What are you going to do with me?
Phalanx.
That is a respectable question.
Phalanx looks at the green crest of time in his other hand and smiles, baring his monstrous fangs. Phalanx.
I shall use the crest of time to decide your fate, for it always reads true. If, after peering into its records, I see that you are telling the truth and played no part in assisting Firebrand, you shall remain unharmed. If, however, I see that it was in fact you who betrayed me, you shall suffer a fate worse than death ever could be.
The crest of heaven shines brightly for a moment, and a group of skulls on the architecture of the chamber move off of the fixtures thereon and towards Arma, who is still being pinned to the wall. The skulls gather around Arma and then jut up from the wall, revealing full skeleton torsos. They readily grab at Arma, pinning him to the wall as he struggles, and as Phalanx takes his hand away. With an upward motion of his now free hand, Phalanx creates a throne underneath him, made entirely of bones. With his other hand, he gently lifts the crest of time into the air. It stays there, floating and spinning slowly. The entire room darkens, aside from Phalanx's face, now even more frightening, highlighted by the green glow. Phalanx smiling ferociously to Arma.
Gaze unto the crest, and all shall be revealed.
Exterior, Ruby's airship, top deck, day, later, present. Amingo and a bunch of the other heroes are on the top deck of the ship. Ruby Hart is not present. Jill Valentine. All right, folks, listen up. We now know what we're up against and how serious things are. Phalanx has won the battle and will probably be more powerful than ever when he comes back for the war. Phoenix Wright. So, what do you suggest, Miss Valentine? Jill Valentine. Long term, I'm still working on that one. But the first step is to do what we have done anytime there's been a threat like this. We stay prepared. We keep training and keep fighting. So, who wants next? From here, the player is prompted to spar or train, if they would like, and can choose any team of their liking for themselves and the CPU. If the player decides on mirror matches, Jill will comment on how the toughest battles we face are those we fight with ourselves, and wish the player good luck. Ideally, there will be some options before you begin training, such as time limit, super meter settings, if you want extra help, i.e. sailors from Ruby's crew holding up cue cards with move commands, tips, strategies, etc., in the background depending on the character, etc. The player should be able to train as much as they want here since they now have access to a lot of new characters and since they just made it through a super long stretch of scenes without gameplay. We return to the ship after all of the training. The heroes look tired. Others, for those whose personality it fits, are either reading books noticeably titled Strategy Guide or sitting, drawing in front of a whiteboard with different strategies or commands on them, such as commands LP plus HP plus quarter circle forward plus HK, etc. Jill looks at all of them and smiles, then wipes her forehead with a towel before turning around towards the staircase heading down to the lower chambers. The camera is now using a shot behind Jill and over her shoulder. We see Ruby Hart walk up the stairs, hand on her head, as if she has a headache. Jill Valentine. There she is. Amingo and some of the other heroes look in her direction, stand up, and come to where Jill is. Ruby Hart, eyes wincing in slight pain. What did I miss? She rubs her head for a moment as if to soothe it, and then opens her eyes, seeing all of the heroes. We get a shot of the heroes waving hello at her and smiling. Ruby Hart. Quite a lot, it seems. Amingo. I figured we could use all the help we can get, so I invited Jill and the rest along. Ruby Hart. Thanks, Ami. Good thinking. Jill Valentine. Hey, Ruby. We're happy to help. Just like old times. Glad you're doing all right. Ruby Hart. Thank you. We need you guys, especially after Firebrand. Ruby Hart looks down for a moment, saddened. Jill Valentine. Yeah, Amingo filled us in. I'm sorry for your loss. We all are. But even though Phalanx has the orb, There has to be a way to take him down. There's always a way. With these last words, Jill puts a hand on her shoulder. Ruby looks up at her, smiles gently, and nods. Dante approaches Jill, Ruby, and Amingo. Dante. Especially with the best demon hunter in any universe on your side. Name's Dante. He extends his hand for a shake. Ruby Heart shakes his hand. Ruby Heart. Good to know, and glad to have you on board. Dante. Yeah, well, it's just what we do, right? So, now that formalities are out of the way, where to, Captain? Suddenly there's a swirl of light on the deck of the ship, as if someone was teleporting themselves there. We see a character slowly materialize onto the deck of the ship, and as they become more solid, find out it's Sylphie. Ruby Heart. Hey, Sylphie. Wait, Sylphie? You weren't on the ship already? Don't worry, Ruby. I'll handle this. Amingo slides towards her in his quote-unquote onion ball form and reverts back to normal just in front of her. He is more surprised than upset. Amingo. You've got some nerve coming back here, you know. I thought I said... Sylphie. Yeah, I know what you said. Look, I didn't come here to fight. I came here because there was some truth to what you said about me. Amingo. Excuse me? Sylphie. I do care about money, okay? Like, a lot. More than I care about anything else, really. At least, I did, until I met you guys. I mean, I do need money, don't get me wrong. It's kind of what keeps me from becoming a boring mortal, but it was selfish of me to hold out on everyone like that. Especially now that I consider you guys my friends. Like, my first friends ever. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry. Amingo's harsh expression softens a little bit. He takes a deep breath and exhales. Amingo. Thanks, Sylphie. To be honest, I think what I said last night was a bit harsh. After all, you did help us get the Y tracker, and since you know how to read it, you were there on the front lines, just like you said, when I wasn't. So, I'm sorry too. I guess I've just been a little stressed out. Ruby's the only family I have, and I've just been scared that she'd find the eye, find her dad, and I'd be alone again. Boy, when I say it out loud, I sound like the selfish one. Sylphie, smiling. Well, there's nothing wrong with being a little selfish. You're protective of her because you care about her, and that's really cool. But if she really is your family, you should want her to be happy too. She takes out the photo she picked up at the bar, and still, without us seeing what it's of, hands it to Amingo. Sylphie. Which is kind of why I came back, actually, to make things right. He looks at the photo, then smiles softly and nods. Amingo. You're right. And I do want her to be happy. Really. But make things right? What do you mean? Sylphie. Hold this for a sec. Sylphie hands Amingo the magic map. He holds it in his hands, flat and spread out. She then takes her side pouch, the one that had her money stash in it, and after closing her eyes for a second to psych herself up, she takes a deep breath and drops it into the map. It vanishes, getting absorbed into the map. Amingo. What are you doing? Sylphie then whispers into Amingo's ear. As he's listening, his eyes widen with surprise. He then nods as he listens to the rest when she withdraws from his side, looks at her with understanding and a slight nod. Sylphie then bends down and brings her face close to the map, whispering something to it. It slowly becomes occupied with a small, blue glowing point. Amingo. Yeah, it's time. Sylphie and Amingo then head back to Jill, Dante, and Ruby Heart, who have been in the background watching them. Ruby Heart. Is everything okay over here? Or should I be worried? Sylphie. Nope. No worries. It's all good here. Right, Amingo? Amingo. Yeah. Yep. We were just, figuring out where to go next. Take a look, Ruby. Interior. Magic map screen. Day. Continues. The glowing dot indicating the area is a dark blue instead of the usual red. Until we are taken out of the map screen, all dialogue is heard and seen as subtitles, without seeing the character saying them. Amingo. Looks like the map has another place for us to visit. Seems important, too. Ruby Heart. Yeah, it does. It does look different than usual. What did you say to it, Sylphie? Sylphie. Me? Oh, just some words of encouragement. But I'm still not sure what's there. An important treasure, maybe? Ruby Heart. Not the eye, that's for sure. I can't believe I was holding the orb in my hands and my wish failed. Amingo. I know how hard it's been, Ruby, but we have nothing to lose by checking it out, right? Besides, I have a good feeling about this place. Exterior, Ruby's airship, top deck, day, continuous, Ruby Heart. And if Phalanx is there, Jill Valentine. If I may, Captain, based on what I've been told, I doubt he'd be back so soon, given he was victorious, but chose to retreat. Ruby Heart. Well, I hope you're right. To all of the heroes. Hang on, everyone. And be on guard. It's time to set sail. From here, the player will get another prompt from Jill and can choose to spar with their own team and a CPU team again, but now has Ruby to practice with, fight against too. If they select no, or they choose to stop sparring, things will progress. After sparring, we get a quick fade out and fade in to the airship flying towards the horizon, so we see the back of it, from the upper right corner of the frame to the lower left part of the frame in a curved, swift, straight-moving trajectory. The camera holds on the shot as the ship disappears into the horizon, but as it does, the sky darkens as quickly as the ship is flying, and we hear the loud crack of thunder. Exterior, Demon Realm. Overworld view, night. Flashback. Suddenly, with a thick sheet of dark clouds and stormy weather, we see the Demon Realm again. We start to recognize the oncoming scenes as familiar, but slightly different. For the second time, we see Firebrand flying over the ocean after obtaining all of the crests. Phalanx, voiceover.
This recalcitrant stone.
Voiceover to the crest itself.
I recall my victory quite well, damn you. This revisitation is a waste of my time.
We see a shadowy figure take off and trail him. As they fly, we now see the figure as a white, silvery demon with blue in his wings, sharp goat-like horns, hollowed eyes, sharp teeth, and a slender but long, muscular frame. He makes his way behind Firebrand and starts charging up energy. We see him glow as energy moves from the outside of his body to his center. Arma, voiceover.
What is this? You told all of us you'd claimed the crest by defeating Firebrand honorably, yet there is no honor to be seen.
Phalanx, voiceover.
Silence! One more outburst and I shall remove your ability to speak permanently.
Then in a large blast, an electrical orb is released from Phalanx and hits Firebrand. We see electricity course through his body as he starts falling. Of course, this is familiar to us, but this time we see more. Time slows down the moment Firebrand is stricken with the electrical blast. We see the electrical charge spread out from the area of impact to the rest of his body. Tiny currents move all across Firebrand. They move to the satchel bag, but the crests are seemingly protected from the blast by the bag itself. And then we see electricity spread to one of his hands, the one holding the time crest. Unprotected, the current binds to it and quickly yet violently moves across the crest, causing a few tiny shards to burst out of the crest and into Firebrand's torso, lodging themselves there, eventually becoming absorbed. The crest of time is seen being left almost entirely unharmed except for some hairline fractures where the shards exited, unnoticeable unless you were looking for them up close. Phalanx, voiceover slightly uneasy.
What importance could this possibly have? It's inconsequential.
The Phalanx of the flashback, seeing that his blast struck Firebrand successfully, quickly dives towards his falling body. As the time crest finds itself just about to leave Firebrand's claw, Phalanx retrieves it, then pulls out on the satchel bag with the other hand. It breaks away easily from the force of Firebrand's falling body against it, which quickly makes its way to the sea below and enters it with a strong splash. Fade out. Interior, Phalanx's fortress. Night. Flashback. Continuous. Again, we see the crest gently float in a circular formation near the center of the frame, against the inside of a building with archways and demon-faced torches inside of slender columns. It's similar to the Colosseum, but different. The archways are twisted in shape, and the color of the architecture is different. As the crests descend, they reveal a pair of clawed white hands, followed by the demon's head and body. It's holding its hands up to the crests. We see the crest circle above Phalanx's hands, but this time, as they do, all crests have an occasional white glint to them, except for one, the crest of time. We again get a close-up shot of the tiny punctures/cracks in the crest. It shakes violently within the circular formation. They spin faster and faster, getting closer and closer to each other while generating a white light, and as they do, the occasional flash of white on the other crests each becomes red. It is apparent that because the crest of time is damaged, something is wrong, but the Phalanx in the flashback, with his lust for power, is oblivious to it. Arma, voiceover quietly to himself.
Heavens, no.
Phalanx.
With Firebrand defeated, I shall reign supreme. The demon realm and the human realm shall be mine. Now, mighty crests, deliver unto me the power of infinity.
The camera pans out severely, and we see a faint light beam where Phalanx is. It disappears for a moment, and then the sky turns red and black. accompanied by the sound of an ominous drone. Flame spreads from the point of the fortress to all other places in the realm. A wall of flame begins filling the frame. Firebrand's body is seen washed up on some shore nearby. He weakly looks up at the inferno with horror in his eyes. Arma, voiceover. It was you. How? How could you? Phalanx, voiceover.
No, this is not. You are the one on trial here, not I.
To the Time Crest.
Listen here, you infernal stone. Show me what I desire to see. Shall I have Arma's head or not?
Exterior, Demon Realm Cliff, night, flashback. The camera pans up a very tall cliff. When it reaches the top, we see Firebrand standing with stars in the background. This too is familiar to us, but again, this time we get more information. We get a close-up of Firebrand's torso and see the small wounds where the shards of the Time Crest pierced his body. Around each one, there begins to shine a dull green glow. As the dull glow persists, twinkling embers of mysterious energy begin to emanate upwards from his body. He takes a look at his hand for a moment and throws all of the crests off of the cliff. We hear Firebrand's voice tell us old lines, now with new context. Firebrand voiceover.
I took the crest to the highest point in all the realm and cast them off, thinking my journey and the pain demonkind had needlessly endured was over. But much like Phalanx, I had made a grave error, and instead of ending 1,000 years of war, disaster, and tyranny,
the camera follows the crests off of the cliff. They fall through the clouds and then land on the ground below in a circular pattern, just as they did in Firebrand's first flashback sequence. We see the same 6 demon arms as long before reach into the frame to grab a crest, one of them having its hand cut off by Belth's jagged blade. Firebrand voiceover.
I forced them to repeat indefinitely.
Interior, Demon Coliseum. Night, flashback. We are immediately taken to the Demon Coliseum at the end of the fight we saw much earlier between Firebrand and Samulo, the demon dragon. We again see the familiar sight of various columns, archways, torches, and chambers in the background, as well as the earthen soil it is built upon, littered with bones. Again, much of the Coliseum, columns are fractured, broken, or destroyed. There can be a prompt here asking if the player would like to fight Samulo as Firebrand again. If so, they will fight and the script will continue as written once he is defeated. If not, the script will simply continue as written without the fight. Arma, voiceover.
Firebrand was telling the truth.
Samulo lets out a small, strained cry and then collapses completely. Firebrand looks down for a moment, saddened. Arma leaves his perch and flies down to Firebrand. Arma, in the flashback.
Impressive. You fought as if you knew his every move beforehand.
Firebrand.
He has been felled by my hand more times than I can say. I relish it not.
Arma.
And how do you know about the crest?
Firebrand.
As I said, my story is true.
Arma looks at Firebrand with scrutiny for a moment. He then reaches into a small side pouch and pulls out a shining green crest and a folded page torn from a book. Arma.
Should it prove false, I will grant the king reprieve and hunt you down myself.
The image of Arma and Firebrand speaking changes, becoming more and more green. Then there is a brilliant display of light starting from the outer edges of the frame, moving inwards, as though we are being taken out of the crest. There is one last forceful swirl of light and green color before finding ourselves on a black screen for a beat. Arma, voiceover to Phalanx.
You, by the old ones, have truly doomed us all.
Exterior, Island Village, day. Rubyheart, Sylphie, Amingo, and Jill are seen walking through an island village. There are palm trees and fields of grass here and there, along with dirt roads, small shacks, and businesses being run out of huts. The people walking around look happy, carrying rice, fish, and various other things to and fro, but the island is small. Rubyheart. We've been here for hours with no sign of any treasure. Any updates, Sylphie? Sylphie, looking at the map. Well, not really. This island is so small, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where the map wants us to go. Why don't we just go to the end there and loop back around? Flamingo. Might as well at this point. Here, there can also be a prompt from Jill asking if they'd like to do some training or sparring before they make it to the end of the island. This is before a long story stretch, so Jill can say something to clue the player in on this. If the player does want to train, they can pick 2 teams of 2, 3v1 or 1v3, and have the gameplay be either versus CPU or practice, quote-unquote, training mode. As they walk to the end of the marketplace, there's a long stretch of dirt road, and with a single shack at the end of it, right next to a fishing dock. Cut to the heroes walking down the road and approaching the shack. The structure is much larger up close than it appears from a distance, and it's on a plot of land with trees and grass. But there is a large sign right outside that says "Keep Out" in sloppily painted red paint. Jill Valentine. Doesn't look like they want to be disturbed. Ruby Heart. Right. We should just head back. Sylphie. Head back? But what if the treasure is here? Ruby Heart. What does it matter? It won't be the one I'm looking for anyway. We hear Sylphie and Ruby Heart have some loud, nondescript talk before a hand is seen parting the curtain door of the shack. The heroes see this and stop talking. A figure emerges. He is an older man, wearing pirate garb minus a pirate hat. He has an eye patch, gray hair tied back into a ponytail, a gray beard, a hook hand, and one peg leg. He wears a bandana around his forehead and does not look friendly. He stands a bit hunched over. Older man. Can't ye read the sign? He walks out closer to them and approaches the sign. He slams his hook hand into it, pointing to the words with it as he says them. Older man. Keep out. It's not just for decorate. The man takes a look at the group for the first time and sees Ruby Heart. He looks at her intently for a moment, as if recognizing her. Older man. Ruby? My God. Ruby, is that you? Ruby Heart. How do you know my father? The older man's face lights up in a way that would seem impossible given his appearance, and he hobbles over to Ruby as quickly as possible and gives her a hug. Sylphie and Amingo look at each other with a sideways glance and give a silent, hidden fist bump to each other. Ruby's father. Oh, Ruby, I prayed for the day we'd be together again. Ruby Heart, in shock, wraps her arms around him as well, hesitantly. She has a hard time understanding what is happening. Ruby Heart. It's really you? Ruby's father. Yes, it's me, Ruby. Oh, I've been so worried about you. Ruby Heart. Worried? Angrily. Worried? She snaps out of her shock and pushes him away, ending the embrace. Ruby Heart. Don't tell me you were worried. You abandoned me. You said I wasn't cut out to be a pirate and you just left me behind. Ruby's father, solemnly. Ruby, that's not... Ruby Heart. Oh, that's not what happened? Let me remind you of what happened then. Her father looks down in shame and closes his eye. We get a view of the village they're currently in. Exterior, seaside village, night, flashback. The image of the village they are currently in is suddenly replaced by another village near the sea, with a quick fade in, fade out. We see a younger version of Ruby's father. Black beard, captain's hat with a Jolly Roger on it, no peg leg and no hook hand. Talking to her on the ship. Ruby's father. We'll be done soon, and when we're through, these bad people won't be hurting no one else. Now you want to be an official part of me crew one day, right? Ruby. Of course. Ruby's father. All right, then you've got to be a good girl and stay on the ship, Ruby. I mean it this time. Deal? Ruby. Deal. We jump ahead about 15 minutes and see a bored Ruby Heart on the ship, sitting down, looking through a spyglass and swinging her legs back and forth. Ruby Heart, voiceover. We dropped anchor at a small fishing village, much like this one. You told me they were very bad people and that we were taking supplies from them to give to those in need. We see the spyglass view as Ruby looks around at various things. Birds, homes, people. In the middle of the village, she sees her father standing in front of a man who appears to be the chief of the village. He is on his knees, pleading with Ruby's father. A bunch of villagers are gathered around them. Then, the bored Ruby then sees a few of her father's crewmates sneaking off of the ship with a small red canister of something and what might be matches. She sees them slip off behind one of the small houses, becomes intrigued, and, after taking a quick look around, sneaks off of the ship to follow them. Ruby Heart, voiceover. I soon discovered that was a lie, just like all the other lies you told me about what you did and why you did it. Cut to a minute later. The child Ruby Heart is hiding behind one of the huts, peeking around the corner of it at two of her father's crew. The canister they're holding is that of a flammable liquid. They start pouring it at the base of a few of the shacks, and then trail the liquid off into part of a path out of sight. Ruby soon sees the trail of liquid catch fire and head for some of the homes in the distance. Cut to a few minutes later. Smoke has filled the sky, which is now noticeably darker as a result. People are running from their homes and all over the village, is desperately trying to put them out or help those unable to get out of their homes. Pirates return to her father's ship, holding on to what they've plundered, with her father helping them with their handoffs of treasure chests and putting them on board. He then looks around and realizes he doesn't know where Ruby is. Ruby's father. Ruby! Ruby! To his crew. Has anyone seen Ruby? Crewmate. No one's seen her on the ship, Captain. She might have snuck off into the village. Ruby's father. Damn it! I thought I told that little troublemaker to stay put. He grabs a spyglass and looks at the village. Ruby Hart, voiceover. I didn't fully understand what was happening at the time, but I knew that those people were innocent, and that I had to help, however I could. Ruby, through her father's spyglass, is seen dodging flames from buildings and people running. As she runs, she's looking at various buildings and people, looking for anyone who might need help. She then sees a child, much younger than her, stuck inside of a burning building. Her father quickly puts it away and hurries off of the ship and down the dock to the edge of the shore. No longer in spyglass view, we again see her helping the child younger than her out of the burning shack, lifting a piece of the collapsed wood so the child can get out. The child manages to squirm out of the building. Ruby's father. Ruby! Ruby! Hurry up, it's time to set sail! Ruby looks up at the direction of her father's voice. Ruby. Coming! While she's distracted, part of the structure collapses, spitting flames out towards her. The momentary jet of fire scorches her across her face and she screams out in pain. Ruby. Help! Cut to 5 minutes later. Some of the flames within the village have subsided while others still burn strongly. Ruby is now on the dock with her father, the captain. Ruby now has bandages across her right eye. Ruby. You said they were bad people. You promised. Ruby's father. Damn it, Ruby, we don't have time for this. Get on the ship now. Ruby. No, they need help. The fire is hurting them, just like it hurt me. Another slight flash forward in time. The captain is standing on the dock, looking down at Ruby. Two men from the ship who appear to be prisoners, they're wearing gray prisoner uniforms and have chains around their wrists and ankles, are holding her back as she tries to struggle free from their grip. Ruby Hart, voiceover. And when you had the opportunity to admit you were wrong and do the right thing, you didn't. You doubled down and did something even worse. You left your kid behind. She's crying and yelling at the captain not to leave her behind. Ruby's father. I was sorely mistaken, Ruby. You're not fit to be a pirate. There's no place in my crew for ye, not until you find the eye. Only then'll you belong on this ship. Ruby. Daddy, don't leave me, please! We cut to the ship setting sail with him on it, drifting slightly away from the docks. Ruby still crying and reaching out for her father. We get a close-up shot of young Ruby's face, and it fades into the face of Ruby, present day. Exterior, Island Village, day, present. Ruby Hart. How could anyone do that to a child? How could you do that to your own daughter? Ruby's father sits down on the steps of the entrance to a small hut, seemingly exasperated by the memory. He looks down again, saddened. Ruby Hart. I can't believe I've spent my entire life feeling like I wasn't good enough because of you. Even now, that hasn't changed. I had the power to find the Eye of Madura in my hands, and I still couldn't get it right. Her father looks up from his sadness for a moment, perplexed and slightly curious. Ruby Hart, tears in her eyes. Why wasn't I ever good enough? Why didn't you want me? Ruby's father, remorseful. Ruby, I know there's nothing I can do nor say to make what I did right. And it didn't take me long to realize that leaving you behind was the most terrible thing I've done in my life. But before you leave, continuing to hate me as ye deserve to do, I beg ye to indulge me for just one moment, one last time. I know it may change nothing between us, but there are some things you should know. Ye deserve the truth, at the very least. Exterior, seaside village, dock, night, flashback. Young Ruby and her father are on the start of the dock, and he is wrapping her eye after the burn. He looks as pained as she does as he treats her wounds. Ruby's father, voiceover. That night, in between me ransacking that poor village and taking what wasn't mine, I was reminded of two things. How good of a heart you had, and just how bad mine was. He finishes bandaging her up. Her crying has settled down a bit, but she is upset. He pats her on the head, but she pushes him away. We see them getting into some kind of argument. Seeing footage from earlier, but without hearing all of what is being said, hearing a voiceover for part of it instead. Ruby's father, voiceover. You have always been a good person, Ruby, willing to help anyone at the drop of a hat. Your mother, God rest her soul, was like that too. But try as I might to clean up my act, both for her and for you, that night I learned the truth, that nothing, not even me love for you, could pull me away from the man I had become. Ruby. No! They need help. The fire is hurting them, just like it hurt me. Upon hearing this, we see the captain, her father, look down and close his eyes in shame for a moment. He then looks off to the side, seemingly feeling something for the first time in his life. Remorse. Ruby's father, voiceover.
Long ago, I told myself I would become the most fearsome pirate who ever sailed the seas, even if it meant hurting people. Even if it meant hurting those I love. And for a moment, I had accomplished that goal. But when it was time for me to leave that life behind, I couldn't escape its hold on me. I couldn't let it go. I knew me lies hurt ye, Ruby, and I'm truly sorry. I had no right. But I thought they were temporary wounds. It wasn't until I was standing in front of ye, treating the burn that ultimately I caused, that I saw just how much of a danger I was to you.
A tear begins to swell in his eye, quickly falling down his cheek. He wipes it off and then looks at his sleeve, a bit surprised, looks at Ruby's face intently, and closes his eyes again momentarily before taking a deep breath in and out. Interior, Ruby's father's ship. Lower deck, night, flashback, continuous. Cut to a few minutes after Ruby's father's exchange with her on the dock. He is talking to a couple of his men in the lower deck of the ship. They are speaking in his quarters, in secret. There's no one else there. Ruby's father, voiceover.
That night, I felt in me soul, the only chance ye had of living a safe and happy life was to make sure I wasn't in it. I knew I would never have the strength to change, and I also knew you were too good, too kind-hearted to be a part of my world, at least to survive it with your heart intact. So I made the hardest decision of me life.
After exchanging some words with two of his crewmates, Ruby's father walks over to a dresser in his chambers and pulls out a couple of prisoner outfits. Ruby's father, to the crewmen.
You can wear these and find some extra restraints down in the prisoner's hold. Take these as well.
He also presents them with two small golden keys and a small glass bottle with a blue tint. Ruby's father, to the crewman.
The keys will release ye restraints. Watch over her from a distance, but make sure she never learn the truth, even if she ask. When the time is right and she's departed on her own, summon me by way of this enchanted bottle. Any message it carry shall find me, but I beg ye, make sure she never discover it. It'd be best she have no contact with me, for her sake. Thank you, boys. I owe ye a debt greater than I could ever repay.
We see the captain stand up from his chair and give them both hugs before they all salute each other. The men leave his chambers with the items. Exterior, village dock, night, flashback, continuous. Flash forward minutes later. We see the same scene of Ruby's father speaking to her on the dock before leaving her. They are exchanging words, but we only hear a voiceover of him. She is crying, being held back by the prisoners, reaching out to him as he eventually walks away, down the dock and onto the ship. Ruby's father, voiceover.
I knew leaving ye behind wasn't right, but I also knew being a monster would be easier for me to live with than endangering you again, or even worse, turning you into me. So I made up some cockamamie story about an eye, hoping you'd see the world and never see me again, because you'd be too busy looking for something that didn't exist.
Exterior, fishing village, day, present. With another fade in, fade out, we return to present day. Ruby looks shocked as she listens to her father finish his story. Ruby heart. I don't know what to say. Ruby's father.
You don't have to say a word. I know it's a lot to hear, and that what I did was more cowardly than anything else I could have ever done. And I'm so sorry. I can't say it enough. That ye weren't good enough to be a pirate or on me crew. I said ye weren't fit, and I stand by those words. The truth is that you've always been too good to be living the life I did, to be on me crew, and to have me as a father. But please, never think I didn't want ye. I've always loved ye. Leaving ye behind broke my heart into a million pieces. If I never see ye again, I'll more than understand. Just remember this. For me.
Ruby looks down for a moment, saddened, confused, and almost feeling pity for him. She is confronted by so many emotions at once, and as such has nothing to say. She just turns away from him. We see a single tear fall down her cheek as she starts walking back in the direction of her ship. The rest of the characters, Jill, Amingo, Sylphie, they look sad and confused, as well as surprised that Ruby is leaving. Giving one last glance at her father,
whose eyes are welling up with tears. They leave too, following her back in the direction they came.
Sorry. I cried as I wrote it too, but I wasn't expecting to tear up reading it. Anyway, interior. Phalanx's fortress, Hall of Agonized Souls, night, present. We re-enter the Hall of Agonized Souls, seeing Phalanx's hand near the time crest and pulling away, slowly, as if he were trying to grapple with something internally. Arma is struggling to break free from the skeletons, holding him down to the wall. Phalanx.
No, everything I have done was necessary to fulfill my destiny as ruler.
Arma.
You are not our ruler, you are our executioner. A plague loosed upon us all. Your attack on Firebrand damaged the crest, thus scorching the realm and creating this pitiless convolution of time.
Phalanx steps away from Arma a few paces, his back facing him. His arms are crossed. Phalanx.
This is not possible. It was not my intention.
The camera shows us Phalanx's face, close-up, with a view of Arma on the wall behind him. His eyes move sideways in Arma's direction before putting one hand on his forehead, as if troubled by what the crest has shown him. The crest in his forehead shines brightly, releasing the skeleton's grip on Arma, causing him to be freed, falling to the ground. Phalanx.
Heavens! What have I done?
Arma recovers slowly and cautiously, rises to his feet. He looks on at Phalanx, still angry, but his expression beginning to soften slightly. Arma.
You truly knew not the validity of Firebrand's plight?
Phalanx turns to him slowly. The crest of heaven in his forehead stops glowing. His forehead closes up around it and he loses his golden green color / palette / glow, returning to his normal form. Phalanx.
No. Nor had I any idea the crest of time had been damaged, least of all by my own hand. How foolish I have been.
Phalanx then turns to look at the orb. Phalanx.
But there may be hope still.
Arma.
Of course. The orb.
Arma walks towards it and grabs the orb, bringing it to Phalanx. Arma.
Surely this is why Firebrand sought it out. To repair the realm. And now we may use it to revive him and see his sacrifice rewarded.
Phalanx.
Indeed. Though there is one other matter that must first be addressed.
Arma.
Yes?
Phalanx looks at Arma for a moment, taking in his confusion. Then suddenly, without warning, Phalanx plunges his right clawed hand violently into Arma's torso. He drops the orb onto the ground as he is stricken. Phalanx.
You did betray me.
Withdrawing his claw, Phalanx's forehead splits open again in the third eye area, and he once again becomes his powered-up version. Arma looks at him with shock and pain before collapsing onto the ground. Phalanx.
Compassion, regret, melancholy, feigned but a moment, and they led you to a swift, pitiful defeat, Arma. Surely now you see such emotions are but a disease, and my rule shall ensure they never take root in demonkind.
Arma, still on the ground, weakly reaches his hand out for the orb. We then see Phalanx stepping onto his head, pushing it down fiercely into the ground, before grabbing the orb himself. Phalanx.
No more games! It is time for me to claim what is rightfully mine. Oh, powerful Yashichi, I wish for...
Before completing his wish, Phalanx becomes seized with a yellow golden aura, much like he did a while ago while in the Devil May Cry realm. We see flashes of this previous scene interwoven with this one. He becomes paralyzed for a moment, forced to his knees. The magical book also approaches Phalanx and the orb, flying around them, flapping its covers. Phalanx.
Again! Truly this object bears some great curse. But I shall not be controlled!
The crest of heaven shines brightly within Phalanx's forehead. He makes a noise to denote strained effort along with this, and then slowly is able to rise to his feet, regaining strength and control over his body, despite the golden aura continuing to surround him and intensify. Phalanx.
Yashichi, a wish for... what? No!
Again, Phalanx's wish is not completed. However, this time, because the orb suddenly disappears from within his grasp. He looks to the book for a brief moment. It flaps through all of its pages rapidly, as if to mock him, before also vanishing instantly. Phalanx. The golden aura intensifies even more and suddenly collapses inward. In the process, we see that Phalanx 2 has mysteriously vanished. The camera pans out, giving us a larger view of the Hall of Agonized Souls. We see Arma's body lying on the ground for a beat, and then a golden aura appearing around him before he also vanishes. Exterior, Ruby's airship, top deck, day. On a black screen, we see and hear the following words. Hagar, voiceover. The seasoned vets against the pretty boys. What do you say? Dante, voiceover. Calling me pretty won't get you the win, but your taste is impeccable. Cutscene ends, battle starts. The player's thrown into a fight. They control Hagar, Chun-Li, and Mega Man, and are fighting Dante, Nero, and Leon. Once your or the CPU's second character gets to 50% health, whoever gets there faster, there will be a staged sequence. Either the computer's character will call out to their last character to tag, or you'll try to tag, but that character's life bar will disappear when you do. The fight is then exited. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We get a view of the deck of the ship. Some of the characters we just fought with and against are no longer there. Hagar. Hey! Chun-Li! Dante. Way to pull your weight, Nero. Nero? Hagar and Dante look around the deck, confused. They then see various characters on the deck with them suddenly inside of the mysterious golden aura before quickly vanishing. Hagar is the last to vanish before Dante. Dante. I guess I'm up next, huh? With that, Dante too develops the aura and vanishes. Just after this happens, we see Ruby Hart, Sylphie, Amingo, and Jill board the ship from the rope ladder. Sylphie. I'm so sorry, Ruby. I should have never suggested it. Amingo. Yeah, I'm sorry too. Ruby Hart. No, really, guys, it's fine. I did need to know the truth about that night. It's just a lot to... Ruby looks around on the ship and sees that the only ones on board are some of her own crew, one of which is steering the ship. She then looks behind her, where Sylphie, Jill, and Amingo were, only to see that they are no longer there. Ruby Hart. Guys? Exterior. Cavern exit. Volcanic rim. Day. Continuous. We are taken back to the volcanic rim area for a brief moment. We see the pile of dust with Firebrand's satchel bag on top of it. His remains. Then, after a beat, we see mysterious sparkling wisps of energy emanate upward from them, similar to what we saw emanating from his body during the flashbacks of the Time Crest, before he cast the crests off of the cliff. Then his remains and the bag disappear. Differently than the golden aura, though. They fade away slowly. Interior Demon Coliseum. Night, but continuous. We now see a view of the Demon Coliseum, complete with its purple background, torches with demon faces on them, archways, dirt floor, and crumbled, destroyed segments. The orb of Yoshichi and the book are also in view, though the orb appears to be lodged into some sort of pedestal-like contraption, with its internal fan spinning and 3 of the spokes lit up. Phalanx and Arma suddenly appear inside the Coliseum in a flash of the golden aura. Arma, still fatally wounded, and Phalanx are both confused. Phalanx. What is the meaning of all this? Seeing the orb. The orb. It shall be mine. Chun-Li. Not a chance. Phalanx. But how? No sooner does Phalanx exclaim the orb is his, does Hagar appear in the Coliseum, then Dante and Nero and a multitude of other characters, both ones we've seen on Ruby's ship and ones we haven't, both heroes and villains, until a large majority of the Coliseum is full of them. Phalanx. What heinous sorcery is this? Who here is responsible? We hear a voice we've heard before. Anita. She walks forward from the multitude of characters. Anita. I told you there would be consequences for completing the orb. Phalanx to himself. It's that witch. To Anita. Nonsense. I shall reclaim the orb and then destroy you. The golden aura suddenly surrounds Phalanx again, removing his ability to move. Then, a loud, mysterious voice speaks out over all of the characters, as if coming from the sky itself. My. I'm all for a lively spirit, but that temper is tiresome. The earth begins to quake, and behind the pedestal with the orb in it, we see the ground rise up, creating a small towering plateau above everyone else in the Colosseum. Then, the dirt forms steps descending from the flat earth to the ground, where the rest of them are. A large golden throne with red cushioning slowly phases into existence on top of a tall, earthen platform. Mystery voice. Though, on the other hand, you did complete the orb for me. And for that, I am very grateful. Bravo! We hear the sound of someone giving a slow clap, and as they are, a figure emerges out of nothing. appearing slowly on the throne. He is a large, muscular figure that appears to look similar to the traditional idea of Satan. He has red skin, large, curved black horns, 2 fangs protruding upwards from his mouth, a black loincloth, yellow eyes with no irises, golden bracelets, and a black cloak with a large collar held together at his neck by a skull. Editor's note: this character can obviously be redesigned, but I'm basing this description and design off of his American Quiz and Dragons design. Despite his menacing appearance, he has a rather bombastic, non-serious demeanor. Phalanx, no longer under control of the golden aura.
How dare you mock your future ruler, the legendary demon Phalanx! I shall put you in your place, maggot!
Phalanx takes to the sky, ascending slowly until he is about the same height as the mystery character. He begins charging up a powerful blast. The pedestal holding the orb in front of the mysterious character begins to lift out of the ground as well. As it does, reaching the same height as him, it reveals that the pedestal is actually the center of something that looks like a game board for some sort of tabletop game. The pedestal lowers itself into the board completely, and a force field forms around the board and Yoshichi as the orb begins to glow more brightly. Phalanx.
Any last words?
The mysterious figure holds his hand out, palm up, and 2 dice suddenly appear in it. He casts them onto the board and looks up at them to see how they land, more interested in them than he is in Phalanx's attack. Mystery character, triumphantly. Yes, actually, Snake Eyes. Phalanx unleashes the large energy orb towards the mysterious figure, but right before it makes impact, it turns into a ball of wood and falls to the ground. Phalanx, still in the air, also becomes a wooden figurine version of himself, polished and with a small platform of wood connecting under his feet, and drops to the ground, making a hollow sound as he does. The rest of the characters begin to look at each other uneasily. They begin to talk amongst themselves, and though we don't hear anything specific, Rubyheart then emerges from a large group of them, walking towards the figure. Rubyheart. I don't know about anyone else, but I've had just about enough surprises for one lifetime. Who the hell are you, and what do you want? How did we get here? Mystery figure. Oh yes, I'm terribly sorry. How rude of me. I never introduced myself. My name is Gordian, Warlock Supreme of other mystery character. Evil Warlock! An old man in large gray and lavender robes steps forth, besides Rubyheart. A page from Gordian's book flies towards the screen, giving some background on him and letting the player know that he is from Quiz and Dragons. Gordian, annoyed, checking his nails. Oh, hello, Rojan. Rude as always, I see. Rojan. Gordian invaded our kingdom, stole the seed of wisdom, and laid waste to the innocent. I and my companions were charged with retrieving the seed and returning it to our king, the Honorable Hatena VI. Gordian. Honorable is such a relative term, don't you think, Rojan? Was he honorable enough to share the wisdom of that seed with the kingdom's citizens, or even his beloved heroes? Or did he keep it for himself, even after my alleged defeat? Note, I have no idea what the voice for Gordian should be, so I'll probably switch between having a British accent and not, because YOLO, I guess? I don't know. Rojan looks down to the side for a moment, pondering a moment of doubt. Rojan. You know nothing of honor. King Hatena always does what is best for his people. Though a point has been made, for I did believe you defeated, yet here you stand. How and why? Gordian. For a wizard you always were a little dense. Allow me to explain. Exterior, Gordian's palace. Dusk, flashback. We're brought to a flashback of Gordian and Rojan's. Their showdown in front of Gordian's palace. They're on a grassy plateau, and there is a large, reddish-pink palace behind them with blue windows and flourishes. A ninja, a Valkyrie, and a barbarian are behind Rojan, all laying on the ground in defeat. Gordian stands before Rojan. Rojan to Gordian. This ends now! Cutscene ends. Battle starts. This is meant to be a somewhat short fight, 1v1 between Rojan, the player, and Gordian. The player is meant to be victorious here. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We exit the cutscene, seeing Gordian weakly collapse in front of Rojan, the seed of wisdom falling out of his hand, glowing exotically. Rojan reaches down, picks it up, and smiles. Fade out. Interior. The dungeon. Dusk. Continuous. Flashback. Fade in. We fade into their world's dungeon, a place of earthen, cave-like prisoner holds inside of a keep with bricks of a greenish hue. Gordian is seen in one of these caverns, being kept within it, by cell bars made out of the cave itself, stalactites and stalagmites. He's seen holding the bars with one hand, his other hand at his side, closed and into a fist. He looks at the guard walking by with a defeated expression before revealing a smirk once the guard passes. Gorgon, voiceover. Obviously, you defeated me in the technical sense, winning our little fight and having me thrown into the dungeon, but what you didn't know, and still don't, I'm assuming, is that I retained the real seed of wisdom. He unfurls his hand, revealing the seed. Gorgon, voiceover. What you picked up from the floor was a stone I had enchanted to appear to be the seed of wisdom. And you call yourself a wizard. Rojan, voiceover. What? No, how could I have been fooled so easily? We see Gorgon in the cell, admiring the seed. Gorgon, voiceover. Pardon me, but I'm not finished. So yes, I still had the seed on my person, but before I could use it, the king paid me a most unexpected visit, and I had to improvise. We hear the guard who passed Gorgon's cell a moment ago call out. Guard. The cell is here, your majesty. In a panic, Gorgon quickly digs a small ditch into the dirt of the cell floor with his hands, places the seed in the depression, and covers the hole, burying the seed just before the king reaches his cell. King Hatena looks a lot like Santa Claus. We see him and the king having an exchange, but only hear Gorgon's voiceover. Gorgon, voiceover. It was a boring conversation, blah blah blah, I'm evil, must be punished, etc. I'll spare you the details. Far more interesting, though, was the seed. Cut to several days later, we see a vine reaching up a few feet from the floor of a cell, bearing a multicolored fruit. He goes over to it and inspects it before plucking it off of the vine. Gorgon, voiceover. Apparently, it was quite fond of the dungeon's conditions. For not only did it sprout rather quickly, but it also bore fruit. Gorgon, holding the fruit in secret, approaches the bars of his cell and looks around. Once he sees the coast is cleared, he takes a bite. Once he's swallowed the bite of fruit, beams of white light begin to emerge from his eyes and mouth. Gorgon, voiceover. And that fruit changed everything. The camera zooms in on the white light until very briefly the entire screen is white. Then we see various scenes and video footage from all kinds of different Capcom games, old and new in succession. Gorgon, voiceover. It gave me knowledge of the unthinkable, other worlds, entire universes separate from my own. I could see them all laid out before me, playthings just outside of reach. Then, I learned magic lost to the ages, spells for reaching these worlds and controlling those within them. But I couldn't use them yet. I needed something that tied these worlds together. And that's when I saw it, the Yashichi. We then start seeing footage and scenes of the Yashichi from various games that it's in. Mega Man, 1942, Ghosts and Goblins, Vulgus, Black Tiger, Sun, Forgotten World, Strider 2, Resident Evil 6, Street Fighter 2 Turbo Hyper Fighting, Monster Hunter Rise as the Kimura Pinwheel, Capcom Fighting Evolution, etc. Gorgon, voiceover. An all-powerful element, linking our worlds together in mysterious ways. We cut back to the dungeon, but presumably a day or two later. The king and quite a few guards walk down the halls, approaching Gorgon's cell, only to discover the cell is empty. Gorgon, voiceover. By the time the king realized he'd been duped, I'd already escaped. However, the Yashichi's true power required fragments from multiple universes, and I didn't yet have the power to leave my own. Hence, my plan. Interior. Phalanx's fortress. Dungeon. Night. Flashback. Again, we are shown the flashback of Phalanx in his dungeon. Firebrand in a holding cell, and Arma with his servant, the green, bald demon in robes, entering the self-righteous and power-hungry, believing he was fulfilling some foolish prophecy. Oh, it was despicably easy. The bald servant demon pulls the book out of his robes and hands it to Phalanx. Demon. It's called the Ga Anua. As Phalanx inspects the book, and they talk about it more, we hear Gorgon. Gorgon voiceover. I created the book using pulp from the wisdom fruit and bits of my poor dragon companions, giving it some rather impressive abilities, if I do say so myself. Then, using what little Yashichi I could find in my universe, I sent the book to Phalanx, and he did the rest. Exterior. Red Grave City. Pons Avenue. night, flashback. We see a flashback of Phalanx and Nero on the cobblestone street in Redgrave City before almost immediately being drawn into their fight again. The player controls Phalanx just like they did previously. Cutscene ends and battle starts, cutscene starts and battle ends. Once out of the fight, we jump ahead a little bit, seeing Nero rev up his sword and Phalanx reach for the crest of heaven before being seized by the now familiar golden aura. Gorgon voiceover. Little did he know I was using the eye of the book to spy on him, and using the Ishichi as an amplifier of my power, I was able to keep him in line. Every now and then. Phalanx's face, paralyzed by the aura, comes into frame and fades into the present image of his face as a wooden game piece. Interior, Demon Coliseum. Night. Present. Gorgon. With every step, my magic gained more power, allowing me to bridge the gaps between your universes. And once Phalanx had completed the orb, I was able to amplify my power fully and bring all of you here. Nero to Gorgon. So that was you. Why did you interfere with our fight? I could have taken him. Gorgon. Oh, how you make me laugh. But no. With the crest of heaven, Phalanx would have put you out of commission for quite some time. And what fun is a game if you don't have all the pieces? Which brings me to my next point. The reason you are here. Simply put, you're here to fight in a tournament for my amusement before I destroy you all and collect your worlds like toys. Gorgon takes the Ga Anua in his hand and throws it up into the air. The eye opens and looks down at all of the characters and covering their eyes, and a third quick jump cut shows characters with sunglasses on. Wesker, Captain Commando, Proto-Man, Sissel, Damned, the Unknown Soldiers, Guile, etc. Just standing there, comically unfazed by the light, looking directly at it, before we see the book then flip through its pages rapidly. A burst of color and energy emanate from the book, as though it has gained a very significant boost in completion with the scan. We see the letters on the cover become gold, and the incomplete words fill in. A close-up shot of the book reveals the true title, and Ga Anua becomes Game Manual. It then floats back into Gorgon's hands. Gorgon. Phalanx wanted to rule over you because he is a tyrant. But fret not, I am not a monster like him. I'm just doing it for fun. Not much else to do as an all-knowing, all-powerful being. Chun-Li. You won't rule anything. Not without a fight. Gorgon. Upon second thought, you do present a larger issue. Even after I eliminate you all in one go, there will be resistance from others eventually. Fine. I shall sweeten the deal. The first 3 combatants to beat the others and face me shall have their lives spared. Even if you lose, you shall live on as my security detail. Mystery. Woman. I think not. No one toys with a Dimitrescu and survives. Mystery. Man. And I bow to no one. Mystery. Man. I shall send you to hell with ease. After hearing these 3 mystery characters speak, we see them jump in the air towards Gorgon in an effort to attack him. They are Lady D, Asura, and Akuma, respectively. The players enter battle. Cutscene ends, battle starts. The player takes control of Lady D, Asura, and Akuma against boss version Gorgon. He's intentionally overpowered here, and the player will soon realize that. Gorgon will also take severely reduced damage, if any at all. It's a scripted loss. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We exit the cutscene to find all 3 characters on the floor. Gorgon puts his hand under his chin in disappointment and sighs. Gorgon. Why is everyone being so disagreeable? Is there no one here who will entertain me willingly? We get a wide shot of a lot of characters. None of them are smiling or making any indication that they will agree. Gorgon. Well, since you won't be good sports, how about a little motivation? Gorgon opens his book and flips through it, going, aha, or, yes. And as he does, he starts pointing his index finger and making forceful gestured movements with it. Each time he does, we see characters appear in the air overhead, above the characters in the Colosseum. Some of the characters that appear include, but are not limited to, the following, after which each corresponding character will say or do something. Ruby's father. So Ruby's father is one. Ruby Heart. No. Amingo is another one. Ruby Heart. Amingo! Trish. Dante. Trish! Nico and Kyrie. Nero. Nico! Kyrie! To Gorgon. You bastard! Li Fen. Chun-Li. No. Stop! Bella, Cassandra, Daniela, Lady D.
Daughters!
Regardless of who else we see get summoned, the last of them will be Ken. Still unconscious. Gorgon.
You there, in the shadows. Don't worry, I've got a prize for you too.
Ken gets transformed. When Ken appears, we're taken to a dark, shadowed corner of the Colosseum. We see a figure in the shadows for a moment and begin to make him out more and more until his face begins to move more towards the light. He slowly gets up from his kneeling position, and of course, we see it's Ryu. He stares at Ken intently, yet hopelessly, then down at the fist he's wrapped in his red headband. Ryu, to himself. Ken. Our view comes back to Gorgon. Gorgon.
Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to your trophies!
Ruby Heart, Chun-Li, and others. No! He takes his dice and rolls them again. They land on random numbers, and then the dots on the dice disappear momentarily and change into a 1 on each. With this, every character hovering in the air calls out to their corresponding family or friend, etc. The characters all become wooden pieces, falling to the ground with a hollow thud. Amingo is last. Amingo. Ruby, no matter what happens, thank you for giving me a home. Before he can finish, he too is a game piece, falling to the ground. Ruby Heart. Amingo! Amingo! Gorgon snaps his fingers again, and the game pieces disappear and reappear, hovering above him in a row. Gorgon.
Now, don't worry. You can save them if you beat me. But of course, if you don't, they will die. So, I shall ask one last time. Are you willing to play along now?
The characters look at each other and nod, hesitantly. Ruby Heart. Fine. We'll play your stupid game, but it won't end well for you. Gorgon.
We'll see about that. Now the rules. I shall assign each of you a team of 3, upon which you shall face off against another team in 60-second matches. Though the passive abilities of your teammates will be nullified, each victory will move you up the ladder. But when a team loses, not only will they be disqualified, but the other teams moving forward will be subject to a roll of the dice. The last team standing will face off against me and will be spared, regardless of the outcome. As for their loved ones, well, the same cannot be said. So do your best, and most importantly, have fun.
Suddenly, the damaged demon Colosseum begins repairing itself, as if becoming a past version of itself. Gorgon.
What an unexpected, yet very welcome renovation. Now, are the rules clear?
When he asks this, the player will be given a prompt. If they say no, they'll be taken to a text tutorial of the rules of the tournament. For a brief synopsis here, the player will choose their team of any 3 characters lacking access to those incapacitated or unwilling, such as Ryu, Ken, Amingo, Firebrand, Phalanx, etc. The player will then fight their way up an arcade-style ladder, fighting again with full health after every victory. All character traits, or passive skills, abilities, buffs, are waived and nullified. When the player loses, they will have to choose a different 3 characters to form a team, because every time they lose, the characters they lose will become unselectable. Additionally, when the player loses and has to make a new team, Gorgon will roll the dice, and the player will be given a random buff or debuff before the match, such as infinite meter, no meter gain, reduced HP upon victory going into the next match, having their team replaced with random characters, reduced HP during the match, no punching, no kicking, no throwing, dealing double damage, receiving double damage, no tagging, infinite timer, shortened timer, etc., etc. Gorgon will roll the dice 1 time for every loss. So if the player is on their 3rd team, because they've lost twice, Gorgon will roll the dice twice before each match, effectively stacking 2 modifiers. Modifiers do not carry over from match to match. If the player selects yes to the rules being clear, or they get through the text tutorial and then select yes, they'll proceed to the fighting. Gorgon. Once the player says yes.
Then let the games begin.
Cutscene ends. The player is taken to the character select screen and chooses their team of 3 and their assist moves. Then they see the team they will be up against. Gorgon's hand is the cursor for everything, and his voice is the voice of the announcer. Dice will roll, and a random stage will be selected. After 2 or 3 matches, there will be a cutscene developing Ryu a bit. So, battle ends after, your 2 or 3 matches, cutscene starts. This cutscene is Also probably a good opportunity for some fan service, such as seeing small sequences of iconic or dream matchups, i.e. Leon and Jill or Wesker fighting Lady D, Kenji versus Strider versus Ayame, Dr. Wily versus Sigma, Hagar versus Zangief, Bison versus Gil, Arthur versus Maximo, Monster Hunter versus Arisen from Dragon's Dogma, etc. At the very least, we should see Tenkai from Onimusha fighting demons from their world and then absorbing their souls with his gauntlet before the camera flashes on Gorgon for a second, watching this and taking interest in it. We see the Colosseum buzzing with battle as various characters are engaged in combat. We then go to Ryu, still on the outskirts, doing his best to hide/avoid fighting. He looks at Ken's quote-unquote trophy from across the Colosseum. Ryu, to himself.
Ken,
From across the Colosseum, Akuma spots him. Akuma.
there you are. Time to accept your fate.
Akuma assumes his teleport position and moves forward, disappearing shortly afterwards. We then see him emerge behind Ryu, red eye glinting in the shadows. He tries to land a punch as a sneak attack, but Ryu dodges it narrowly, quickly turning around afterwards to face Akuma. Ryu.
Leave me.
Akuma, with disgust.
By destroying him, I intended to eliminate all distractions between you and your true nature. But self-pity remains. I shall beat it out of you!
Akuma stomps his foot, and as the familiar kanji rises from his body, he becomes Shin Akuma. Cutscene stops, battle starts. The player fights against Akuma here. Whether Ryu wins or loses, the outcome is the same. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Coming out of the battle, we see Ryu and Akuma exchanging blows. Ultimately, however, Akuma overwhelms Ryu and lands a blow to his stomach, causing him great pain and to buckle over. Shin Akuma.
Succumb to the darkness or die!
Akuma lifts his leg and, assuming his iconic pose, slides toward Ryu. Gorgon, seeing Ryu and Akuma. Oh, a grudge match? Fascinating. We see Akuma grab Ryu and the screen goes black. After a few hit sparks, we see parry effects followed by the sound of a blow and Akuma reeling back. The screen returns from the blackout to reveal Gil in front of Ryu. Ryu is weakened, kneeling down behind Gil on one foot. Gil.
Though entitled to your human emotions, Ryu mustn't be harmed. The dawn of a new age fast approaches, and his role will be vital.
Shin Akuma.
I care not about your empty promises and prophecies. I care only that you die!
Cutscene ends, battle starts. Here, the player will face Shin Akuma as Gil. They are meant to win here and to show his power. I think Gil should either have a boss mode that he's in for the fight, or maybe infinite meter or something like that. However, the outcome after the fight will be the same regardless of if Shin Akuma loses or wins. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We exit the cutscenes, see Akuma go for a blow against Gil. Gil ducks the blow and tries to elbow Akuma, but he blocks the elbow, then delivers a shoryuken with his other arm. Gil crashes to the ground, but gets up quickly. Gil fires off a few pyro and cryokinesis orbs at Akuma, but he teleports through them, appearing behind Gil for a sneak attack. Right before Akuma is able to deliver a deadly blow, however, there is a small eruption from under him of ice, and he is frozen instantly. Ensuring Akuma is no longer a threat, Gil starts walking back to Ryu, who seems to be losing control, to the Dark Hado, beginning his transformation into Evil Ryu. Gil.
When the sun sets on the Soliton Mountain, the black moon will break into 7 pieces and fall on the people of Ultania.
Making his way to Ryu, he holds his open hand in front of his head. Ryu looks up at him with dark skin, sharp teeth, and red eyes, but still in a daze and not quite able to control himself. Gil.
Nothing can prevent this. Death and destruction will violate the land. Misery and suffering will assault the people.
We now see Evil Ryu pained, as if he has a headache. It gets worse as Gil's hand hovers over him, and we start to see him revert to normal before getting flashes of color. Half red and half blue fade in and out of existence on Ryu's body. Then, as Gil finishes his recitation, the camera shows Akuma frozen in ice. As Gil speaks, Akuma begins to shake, and cracks in the ice begin to form. Gil.
Then, after 130 years of nothingness, a boy who controls the elements will come to save the people. Miraha. 3. Resist not, Ryu. All that is required is your ascension.
The color flashes faster and faster across Ryu's face and body, along with his eyes going in and out of being red, while the rest of his features refuse to turn to his evil form, just as it seems like he will be transformed into some other form permanently, whether evil, red-blue, or some strange combination of both. Ryu screams out in pain. The camera zooms into the darkness of his open mouth until the screen goes black. Interior, mystery. Present, continuous. We see a black screen at first, followed by faint images of various characters, corresponding with who we are hearing. Akuma, voiceover. The longer you run from your true nature, the longer you remain weak. We start to see faint images of Ryu appear and disappear from all of his different Street Fighter iterations. Ryu, voiceover.
But what is true? And what is my true nature?
Then we see Gil. Gil, voiceover.
The dawn of a new age fast approaches, and his role will be vital.
Ryu, voiceover.
Is it this?
An image of Ryu, half red, half blue, materializes from the darkness. Ryu, voiceover.
I do not believe so. This is his vision, not mine. So, what is it then? This?
An image of evil Ryu appears for a few moments. Ryu, voiceover.
Or even this?
Then we see an image of Ryu as he is now. Sad, tired, haggard. On his cliff, carving days into the stone. Chun-Li, voiceover. Real strength is having the courage to go on with your life, choosing to live and to fight, even when defeat is the most likely outcome. The man I remembered knew that. Do you? Ryu, voiceover.
The man she remembered, he is gone. I cannot go back to him. And yet,
Akuma, voiceover. I intended to eliminate all distractions between you and your true nature, but self-pity remains. Ryu, voiceover.
Yes, my sorrow has been endless, but it too is not my true nature. It is like these others.
We see flashes of Ryu, half red and half blue, accompanied by an image of Gil, and of evil Ryu, accompanied by Akuma. Ryu, voiceover.
Fighting for control of me, but not me. My pain is not me. There is space between us. Yes, that's it!
With this revelation, we start to see a white light slowly fade in from the darkness of the black screen, and we return to the present moment. Gil trying to turn Ryu into something else. Interior, Demon Coliseum. Dusk, present. Snapping back to the present moment, we see Gil standing over Ryu, his eyes closed, hand outstretched. Right before Ryu is permanently turned red and blue, Ryu opens his eyes, which look fierce and focused, yet calm. He grabs Gil's wrist with both hands, grasping it tightly. Gil is both shocked and pained. Gil,
release me! Your place in paradise is already secured.
Ryu,
no.
As Ryu makes his way to his feet, we see Akuma break free from the ice, shattering it completely. He rushes towards Ryu. Ryu closes his eyes for a moment, releasing his grip from Gil and crossing his arms over his fists. Ryu then uncrosses his arms and assumes a new fighting stance, upon which there is a release of energy, pushing Gil back and stopping Akuma in his approach. Ryu, once fully in his stance, opens his eyes and stares both at and beyond Akuma. Ryu.
My true nature lies not in murderous intent, nor in false utopias. It lies within myself. Beyond illusion and outside influence, I refuse to be controlled by the will of others any longer, or even by my own shame. I accept only what is true, and in turn, fight as myself, perhaps for the very first time.
Shinakuma. You are a coward, running from true strength. As Ryu says the following dialogue, he is unwinding the red headband from his hand, and during the last line, he ties it around his forehead, resuming his classic look once again. Ryu.
Wrong. I accept all that I am, including my mistakes, my limitations, my guilt and shame. Parts of me, but no longer all of me. Teachers, but no longer my masters. This is true strength, for I am now free. And this is the power I will use to end this.
There can also be a prompt here right before the fight to let the player know that Ryu now has his entire move list unlocked, as well as his level 3 unlocked. Cutscene ends, battle starts. Here the player fights as a buffed version of Ryu against Shinakuma and Gil. I think overall, Ryu should be really powerful in this game, like a boss version of himself, and that this battle should merely be an opportunity to use his base self with all of his abilities. Here you'll have access to all of his moves, as opposed to his flashback sequences with Ken, where he only has his usual basic toolkit. The player is meant to win here. Battle ends, cutscene starts. After the fight, Ryu is seen in his fighting stance, breathing heavily. Akuma is on one knee, clutching his chest before getting up, and stomping on the ground with one foot in his iconic gesture. Gil touches the corner of his mouth with his hand and finds blood. Gil. Impossible! At the sight of his own blood, Gil sprouts 4 wings from his back, as if in preparation to fight again. Gorgon, after seemingly looking at the entire Colosseum, sees this and decides to put an end to it. Gorgon. This is still going on? My, I'm feeling a bit jealous. Save it for the tournament, you two. Gorgon then snaps his fingers, instantly teleporting Akuma and Gil to opposite ends of the Colosseum, from each other and from Ryu. Ryu, seeing that they're both gone, exits his fighting stance. He glances up at Ken as a trophy, then across the Colosseum at Ruby Heart, fighting, and gently nods before running towards her. Gorgon. Now, time to get back on track. They'll be prompted that Ryu is now selectable and asked if they would like to select a new team with him. There's no inherent benefit or punishment if they do select a new team here. Once they've gone through the prompt, they'll continue up the arcade-style ladder for another few matches, maybe 5 or 6 total, before finally making their way to Gorgon. Cutscene ends, battle starts. I don't think there should be a cutscene between the last ladder fight and the fight with Gorgon, especially because there is no way to tell what characters the player will be using. Instead, it will be similar to MVC1, where you reach Onslaught and there's a sort of text box / speech bubble intro pre-fight. Battle starts with Gorgon. During this fight, the player will face off against Gorgon using their team. They'll be fighting the boss version of Gorgon, however, so they're meant to lose. This may even be a scripted loss because he should be insanely overpowered here. Blatantly so. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Exiting the fight with Gorgon into a cutscene, we see that all of the characters within the Colosseum, aside from Gorgon of course, have fallen. They litter the ground, not dead, but weakened, injured and defeated. Gorgon floats down from his throne to the floor of the Colosseum and begins pacing it, looking at all those defeated as he does. Gorgon. Well, I know I'm the most brilliant, wise, and powerful being to ever live, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't the least bit disappointed. You all fought so hard to determine who would face me, and then when the time came for me to have some fun, it was over so quickly. But alas, we have proven that I cannot be bested, and should... Cheater! We hear a weakened yet energetic and amusing voice call out to Gorgon. Gorgon. I beg your pardon? Mystery voice. You're a cheater! Gorgon. Who has the audacity to accuse me of such a thing? I order you to show yourself. We see a man walking in, shadows at first. After a few suspenseful and mysterious camera angles, we finally see more of this man. He has a pink gi, black undershirt, and a ponytail. He walks up to where Gorgon is. Gorgon looks at him, puzzled. Dan. My eyesight is sharp as a tack. One of the many benefits of my intense training regimen, and I watched the whole fight. Not one of their blows landed because you're cheating. How can you say you're stronger than Psycho style if you're just gonna half-ass it, huh? You're just a scaredy cat. At hearing these words, Gorgon becomes visibly angry. Gorgon, in a rage. How dare you! I am afraid of nothing. And once I wipe you from the face of the earth, I shall wipe all life clean from every universe. Regaining his composure. But since I am as benevolent as I am brilliant, I shall indulge you all one last time. I will grant you one fight without the use of my shield spell. Now who among you besides this jester can still stand, let alone fight? Anyone? The camera pans around the Colosseum. We see so many familiar characters and heroes, but they're on the ground, either sitting, laying, or unconscious. Some try to get up, but are struggling. Gorgon. Don't you see? Even with one last act of mercy, nobody here can... Mystery voice. I shall fight. We hear a familiar voice, a voice we haven't heard in a while. Say this, and it sounds like it is being said from the sky. Then we hear something or someone flying through the air before landing on the ground. Gorgon. to the mystery character. And you are? We then see the dark blue wings, red skin, bangles, claws, and strength of the legendary red demon, Firebrand. He has returned. The same mysterious, sparkly energy emanating upwards from his body as before is present, just for a few moments before fading away. Firebrand. I am Firebrand, the Red Blaze, protector of the demon realm and vanquisher of all who threaten it. Upon hearing his voice and seeing his form, many heroes such as Hagar, Chun-Li, and Ruby Heart look up. Ruby is the main focus of them. Though she is face down on the ground, she begins to look up and reach out to him. Gorgon, flipping through his book and finding Firebrand's page. Yes, that's right. Firebrand. Closing book. Well, you certainly possess a flair for the dramatic, I'll give you that. But you alone stand no chance against me. Gorgon the Almighty. Ruby Heart. He's not alone. Firebrand to Ruby Heart. Captain Heart. He quickly makes his way to Ruby Heart and reaches his hand down to help her up. She grabs it, but is only able to come up on one knee. Firebrand. You have been wounded. Ruby Heart. Just a scratch. But you, how did you... Firebrand. Never mind that. I shall explain at a later time. For now, you must rest. And in your stead, I shall... Ruby Heart. No, I'm fighting too. Firebrand. Captain Heart, I forbid it. For you are injured beyond... As we listen to what Ruby Heart is about to say, she takes her anchor and plants it into the ground, using it to hoist herself up to her feet. Feebly at first, but successfully. Ruby Heart. I found my father, and as it turns out, I've spent my entire life chasing something that isn't real. Not just the treasure, but something else, I now realize. Perfection. He lied about thinking I wasn't good enough because he wanted to protect me. But even if he hadn't, I can't keep holding myself to impossible standards, or to the standards of others. We see a turtle humorously traveling up to Ruby. She picks him up and looks around for who she presumes is his owner, before smiling, amused. Ruby Heart. Someone very wise once told me I get to choose who I want to be. And I choose to be someone who uses their strength to help others, because I also choose to believe that I am good enough. Right here, right now, moment to moment. I mean, it's not easy, but I have to try. I get to choose that too. Hearing these words and seeing Ruby standing with Firebrand sparks motivation, inspiration, and morale in the characters laying on the ground within the Colosseum. More and more, they become roused and start to show more signs of life. Ruby Heart. I don't have to be the best pirate or treasure hunter, or even the best leader. I never did. I just have to be the best Ruby Heart. That's more than enough. Upon finishing her speech, the player receives a prompt that Ruby Heart's level 3 has been unlocked. The characters in the Colosseum are now making their way to their feet, helping others up as they do. We see a hand gently touch her shoulder, with a golden hue to its skin. She smiles, looks back, and sees it's Oro, handing his turtle back to him. Gorgon. A quaint speech, but it will not prevent your impending doom. Now, let's get this embarrassment over with, shall we? Who is your third? Ryu. Me. I will fight alongside them to make up for lost time. We see Ryu behind Oro, Ruby, and Firebrand. Oro smiles at Ryu, as does Ruby. Oro. Congratulations, young man. Or should I say, young master. Ryu smiles at Oro before turning his attention to Ruby. Ryu. About earlier, I'm sorry. Ruby Heart. Don't mention it. We all have our demons. I'm just glad to see you're finally fighting yours. Ryu. You as well. Firebrand. Here. Firebrand removes the green crest of time from his satchel and holds it out towards Ryu and Ruby Heart. They emanate with a strange glow for a moment, appearing refreshed and stronger afterwards. Firebrand. 'Tis not a full replenishment, but it should at least be a slight reversal of the wounds you both have endured. Ruby Heart. It's better than nothing. Thanks, Firebrand. Looking at the Amingo trophy to herself. And thank you, Ami. You always believed in me, even when I didn't. I'll save you. I promise. To Gorgon. The three of us, we will stand against you. We will fight, and we will win, Gorgon. Famous last words. Now come at me. If you dare! Cutscene ends, battle starts. During this battle, the player will control Ryu, Firebrand, and Ruby Heart as Team Hero. Ryu and Ruby will both only have half life, but Firebrand will be at full health and have access to his entire toolkit. Gorgon, while still meant to be difficult, will take damage accordingly, as opposed to the earlier fight against him where he takes minimal damage, if any. The player is meant to win here. Battle ends, cutscene starts. The after victory cutscene begins by showing Gorgon fighting against the three heroes on the floor of the Colosseum, but struggling. He throws an orb of energy at Ryu, who dodges it and gets hit by Ruby Heart's anchor. Then, looking in her direction and seeing she was the one who threw it, he makes a gesture with his hand, palm up, and a mummy shoots out of the ground and restrains her for a moment before getting knocked back by a hurricane kick. Firebrand blasts him with a large fireball, and he becomes visibly more tired and weakened. Then, he looks at his game board and at the dice, and transports them to his hand. Before he can toss them, Ruby has a book of her own, takes it out, and a spire of fierce waters emerge from the ground under his hand, knocking the dice upwards. Before Gorgon can retrieve them, a blur of blue shoots through the air, the dice disappearing afterwards. We see Firebrand, now in a blue air crest form, holding onto the dice while approaching the ground. Gorgon quickly goes to snap, but the blast of a small cannon from Ruby hits his hands and he shakes them, as though they were too hot. Firebrand lands on the ground and the demon's crests fly out of his satchel, 5 of the 6. They begin to encircle him and he transforms into the Earth Gargoyle, using the crest of Earth. Ryu approaches Gorgon with a few punches and kicks, but Gorgon rapidly teleports a couple of times to dodge his blows before attempting his own strikes. Ryu parries them and delivers a Tetsuzanko, which is a back shoulder charge, knocking Gorgon down to the ground. Ruby Heart summons a treasure chest on the ground in front of her. Gorgon manages to get up and snaps his fingers, causing the dice to return to his hand. But before he can throw them, the treasure chest bursts open, unleashing a multitude of ghost pirates. They fly towards Gorgon in a frenzy, causing him to try and swat them away, dropping the dice. Ruby then looks at Firebrand and Ryu on the other side, who look at her and nod. Gorgon rips through a few ghosts, but there are too many and he can't see anything. Ruby Heart. Now, boys! With this, the ghosts start churning rapidly into a tornado, trapping Gorgon within it and landing multiple hits. Gorgon tries escaping but can't. Firebrand, in his ground form, then rushes at him with his own dashing shoulder charge at full force, knocking the wind out of him and sending him back in Ryu's direction. Right before Gorgon flies into Ryu, he gets hit by a short but devastating strike under his jaw. Ryu, Shin! Somehow it appears that all momentum Gorgon had in the air has stopped with this one blow. Ryu readies his other fist to finish his attack. Shoryuken! Delivering a signature technique, Gorgon flies up into the air and lands onto the ground with a shocking amount of force. Upon landing, the three heroes come together in front of him. Gorgon tries to stand up, but can't, being wounded enough to have to rest on one knee. He's breathing hard and has blood coming down the side of his mouth. Gorgon. This is impossible! Just when we think victory for the heroes is on the horizon, we see an object fly towards Gorgon, flapping its covers together. The book. We get a close-up of the book as it begins turning pages rapidly in front of Gorgon. It stops for a beat on a picture of Firebrand, and then flips again to a picture of a crest. Gorgon looks up at Firebrand, seeing the 5 crests fly around him. Gorgon smiling slightly to himself. Bravo, Bookie. Bravo, Ruby Heart. Give it up. We beat you fair and square. Accept your loss and free our friends. Gorgon looks at the Colosseum for a moment, taking in the 3 heroes and all the other heroes in the Colosseum, now standing and ready to fight, having regained their strength. Gorgon. You know, I would love to return your friends and be on my merry way, but I just can't get enough of your comrade's enchanting rock collection. I have one myself. Care to see? Yoshichi! Upon saying its name, the orb immediately teleports to him. Ruby reaches out to stop him, but it's too late. He presses his hand upon it, and the golden aura he once used to subdue Phalanx is now surrounding all the other characters in the Colosseum. Ruby, Ryu, and Firebrand, stricken with it, begin to crumple, kneeling down on the ground, unable to break free of their paralysis. Gorgon takes the book and turns his eye towards the floating crests, allowing it to scan them. He then turns to Phalanx, realizing there is one more crest. Gorgon finally, standing up, reaches his hand out towards Phalanx, and the polished wooden bump, seen on his forehead, breaks free and floats to him. He then snaps and sees the piece of wood revert back to its true form, the crest of heaven. It floats towards the other crests, joining them in their floating circle. Gorgon. Nothing like completing a collection. The book finishes scanning and then turns back towards Gorgon, who walks up to the weakened Firebrand and snatches the satchel off of him. Gorgon. I'll be taking that, thank you. He then opens the satchel and holds it in the path of these circling crests. They follow their flight pattern into the satchel until they're all there. Gorgon. Now, let us see what can be done with these, shall we? Gorgon teleports himself back to his elevated throne with his book, the satchel of crests, and the Yashichi. Gorgon, after putting on glasses. Crests, here we go. Each crest grants the user blah blah blah, and if all 6 are obtained, sounds like fun. However, should one attempt to summon the Crest of Infinity while the crests are damaged, as the Crest of Time currently is, the results would be catastrophic. To Firebrand. You know, you really should treat your belongings more carefully. It's a good thing they're in my hands now, because I have the perfect solution. Yashichi, I wish for you to repair the demon crests. Firebrand, weakly trying to resist the golden aura. You fool! The Yashichi begins to glow fiercely, and the fan inside of it, with 3 spokes lit up, spins faster and faster. As the orb glows, so too do the crests from within the satchel, emitting a bright green light. After reaching a climax of speed and light, the fan slows down and eventually stops, showing only 2 spokes of the fan remaining lit, as well as 2 wishes. Firebrand to Gorgon. You know not, Gorgon. No, you know not, because I'm not done. Taking the crest out of the satchel, I summon the Crest of Infinity. Similar to all of the scenes with Phalanx summoning it earlier on, Gorgon is seen with his arms up in the sky as the crests float in a circle above him. They start to move faster and faster as a beam of light is formed, and a slightly menacing sound, like low, deep static, begins. However, as they move faster and closer together, there is no change in their light or their glow. The crests truly have been repaired. A pillar of light encapsulates the entire Colosseum, even washing the entire screen in white light. Then, the light stops, and the sound stops, and seen floating above Gorgon's hands, gently descending into them, is a single crest, the Crest of Infinity. The golden aura paralyzing the characters no longer seems to be hurting them, but it is still keeping them in place. Firebrand, smiling. Gorgon, you know not what you do, for you have squandered your wish. Only a demon can wield the power of the crests. Gorgon, holding the crest, teleports down to the Colosseum and approaches Firebrand, smiling broadly. Gorgon. And where did you hear that? Some old wives' tales? Foolproof knowledge handed down, demon to demon? Well, in any case, you should check your sources, because according to my little manual here, I do not need to be a demon. I just need to kill one, a powerful one, and take its soul. Firebrand, horrified. No, that cannot be, for even if such were true, 'tis an impossible task. The book floats next to Gorgon's head, flipping pages rapidly before pausing on a page with an illustration, as if showing it to Firebrand. The illustration it shows is one of a gauntlet, the Oni gauntlet, from Onimusha. Gorgon. Nothing is impossible for me, Firebrand. But don't worry, I won't take your soul, looking at Phalanx. I've got something bigger in mind. To Phalanx. Wake up, sleepyhead! Gorgon snaps his fingers and Phalanx is suddenly free from his previous form of being a game piece. He seems bewildered and off balance, taking a step, but having to stop and catch himself. He then looks at Gorgon and smirks, slightly. Phalanx to Gorgon. It seems though our world has been reset. I have retained my memory. Perhaps due to your atrocious spell, I shall thank you by granting you an expeditious death. Gorgon. Oh, Phalanx, as foolhardy as ever, it seems. But let's not kid ourselves. Without any of the crests, you are defenseless. Besides, I am not going to fight you. Gorgon snaps his fingers, and a warrior immediately gets transported in front of him. The warrior has long gray hair, but a youthful appearance despite this, as well as a red mask, and the same gauntlet that was shown in Gorgon's book. Gorgon. He is. The warrior looks troubled at the prospect, and at the fact he is now standing before Gorgon and near Phalanx. Mystery character to Gorgon.
I shall never serve one as yourself, Gorgon. It was not a request. It was a command.
At these words, Gorgon holds the Yashichi in his hands, and it glows brightly. The golden aura then encapsulates the warrior before his body moves into a battle-ready position, slowly and uncomfortably, and seemingly against his will. His eyes then glow gold, and he lowers his red mask onto his face. Mystery character to Phalanx.
You dare harm Kaede? I shall destroy you!
Cutscene ends, battle starts. Here the player will control Tenkai, or an original character with the gauntlet, see roster notes, against Phalanx. Phalanx is heavily handicapped here, unable to access his Heaven Crest form, and also missing some of his moveset. The player is also buffed due to Gorgon's magic and takes minimal damage. He's meant to lose, and the player is meant to win. Battle ends, cutscene starts. Tenkai stands before a heavily wounded Phalanx with his sword drawn. Phalanx.
Even after my death, my soul shall persist and torment you all. For I am Phalanx, the legendary demon.
Phalanx lunges at Tenkai, who easily dodges his attack and delivers a killing blow with his sword. A delayed spray of blood bursts into the air as Phalanx collapses onto the ground, dead. Firebrand to himself.
Phalanx, slain like an animal by a mere puppet. I pray this does not spell disaster for our realm.
Gorgon.
And now, for the finale!
Tenkai ceremoniously sheaths his sword, and a large, bright wisp emerges from Phalanx's body. The Gorgon-controlled Tenkai then holds up his gauntlet, and as it emits a faint light, drawing the energy wisp into it slowly. Upon finally touching his gauntlet, it gets absorbed. Tenkai is taken back a bit, as if he just absorbed a large, powerful soul. Firebrand to Tenkai.
No, sir, I implore you, regain control of yourself and stop this immediately.
Tenkai then takes off the gauntlet and hands it to Gorgon. Firebrand.
All is lost.
Gorgon.
Thank you kindly, Tenkai, but your services are no longer needed.
Thank you. With a flick of his wrist, Gorgon lifts Tenkai into the air and hurls him into the walls of the Colosseum. He smashes into the wall and crashes to the ground, noticeably injured. Gorgon then takes the gauntlet and places it onto his hand/wrist. Gorgon.
It's like we were made for each other.
To Firebrand.
What's even better, my crimson competitor, is I now have access to unlimited power while retaining 2 of my wishes and, most importantly, keeping the crests away from you.
To the entire Colosseum.
So say your goodbyes, everyone, for your end is at hand.
Using the gauntlet, he grabs hold of the Infinity Crest. Gorgon begins to glow as the ground shakes. The golden orb of the Yashichi disappears and returns to the pedestal in the center of the game board, sinking it into the ground and re-energizing the game board's force field, freeing the heroes of their paralysis as it does. The Colosseum itself also shakes violently, crumbling parts of it, destroying it as it had been destroyed earlier. Gorgon then cries out in pain and strain as he is transformed into a new form, both giant and grotesque. The characters in the Colosseum look up at him in horror as he grows. Firebrand.
My worst fears have been realized. I knew Phalanx would be unstoppable with the Crest of Infinity, but now that it is in Gorgon's possession...
Rubyheart to Firebrand. Hey, to the Colosseum. Everyone, I know it doesn't look good. I know it looks hopeless. But if we lose this fight, everything we care about, our friends, our family, our universes, will be destroyed. And I, for one, am not willing to let that happen. Our only hope is to fight together, all of us. Many of you have your differences and your grudges. I get it. But we face the possibility of this being the last day we ever have. So in this Colosseum, in this moment, they mean nothing. Swallow your pride. If there's at least one thing you care about in your world, it's worth the attempt. So, who's with me? All of the characters within the Colosseum cheer in solidarity and assume fighting positions. Rubyheart looks at Firebrand, and they give each other a nod. Upon completing his transformation, Gorgon looks down on those in the Colosseum before speaking in a deep, distorted voice. Gorgon.
Behold the power of infinity!
For this fight, there are a few ideas. Either you enter the fight immediately, and aside from your team of 3, random other characters will jump in and do their assist moves while they're fighting, or there could be a cutscene before the fight of all the different characters charging Gorgon and attacking in different ways, but ultimately getting defeated, swatted away, etc., until one of the characters realizes. Cutscene ends, battle starts. My idea here is to have him be either a giant version of himself, a la Apocalypse, or a giant abomination, a la the final fight with Phalanx and Demon's Crest. I think both are good options as long as it is a giant boss fight. Additionally, as previously mentioned, one of his giant arms could, or should, be wearing a giant Oni gauntlet, or he could rip the orb out of the gauntlet and put it into his forehead or mouth or something. The player will use a team of 3 against Gorgon, which could be Ryu, Firebrand, and Rubyheart, or a team of their choosing. Whether or not this is obvious, the player/heroes are meant to win. Battle ends, cutscene starts. We exit the final battle with Gorgon with a bright light building up inside of the Oni Gauntlet orb. We see and hear violent cracks forming inside of it until ultimately it shatters, releasing a myriad of demon souls, including phalanxes. Most of them just fly onward and upward into the sky, but one of them appears as a small white beast/ghost made of energy. It is the soul of Phalanx. His soul starts flying around Gorgon's massive form in a circle as the crest of infinity flies upward out of Gorgon's hand and begins splitting up into the 6 crests again. Gorgon.
This power, my body can no longer...
The crest of infinity then splits into the 6 crests. They circle around Gorgon faster and faster, forming a pillar of red light within them as they do. Phalanx's soul flies in a circle along with the crests, moving as fast as they do until it cannot be seen. Gorgon.
This cannot be. I am the all-powerful, all-knowing.
With this, a light emerges from his body, shining brighter and brighter, engulfing his entire body before unleashing a massive explosion, destroying him entirely. The heroes shield themselves momentarily from the blast, and as it dissipates, the column of light formed by the crest can be seen with a face inside of it for just a moment. Phalanx's likeness, but the same concept as the image of Pyron below. I think it's his wind pose. Before it disappears, leaving no trace of Gorgon. As the characters inside of the Colosseum cheer and cry out in triumph, celebrating with those close to them, we hear a familiar voice say something out loud. Dan.
That'll teach you to mess with Psycho style.
Sakura, next to him. Dan, you didn't fight him. Dan.
Well, exactly. That's how strong I am.
Sakura shakes her head at this. Gorgon's earthen throne crumbles into dirt, and the crests drop to the ground, along with the game manual, Gorgon's book, and the broken Oni gauntlet. Gorgon's game board, along with the pedestal in the middle of it, phase out of existence, deactivating the shields around it, and releasing the Yoshichi, dropping the orb to the ground as well. Rubyheart to Firebrand. We did it! But how? Firebrand to Rubyheart.
The gauntlet. By allowing the gauntlet to be destroyed, Gorgon forfeited Phalanx's soul, and with it his ability to wield the crest without harm. Without it, his body could not handle the magnitude of its power, and was torn apart from the inside out.
Rubyheart to Firebrand. That sounds painful. He deserved no less. Well, you better hurry up and make your wish. Not everyone here seems like the friendly type on a normal day. Firebrand to Ruby, picking up the crest.
Fear not, Rubyheart. With the power of all 6 crests at my disposal, I am certain no one could pilfer it successfully. Besides,
looking at Amingo,
we must first ensure our friends are safe.
Yes. Rubyheart looks at him and smiles, then looks at Amingo and her father. All of the characters who Gorgon turned into a trophy slowly sink back down to the ground and return to normal, having various characters running towards them. We see that one of them is Ryu. He rushes up to where Ken is and kneels down over him, since he is lying on the ground. Ryu.
Ken, please, open your eyes.
Ken slowly opens his eyes and looks at Ryu, confused. Ken.
Ryu?
Ryu looks back at him and smiles wide. He then stands up and reaches down, helping Ken to his feet. Ryu.
Ken, you're all right. Ken, hey, what do you know? It's like magic. I've never felt better, actually. A little woozy, but I'll be all right.
Ryu, Ken, I am so sorry. I failed you. If I was stronger, Akuma wouldn't have... Ken looks at him, smiling at first, and then with concern.
Ken, no. Ryu, if I was stronger, he wouldn't have. I know we're like brothers, and we always will be, but you're not my keeper. My safety is not your responsibility. You fought your hardest. You always do. And I never blamed you for 1 second. Remember that. More than anything, it's a wake-up call. Take a page out of your book and keep training.
Ryu smiles softly as a renewed sense of calm and relief wash over him.
Ryu,
Thank you. I'm just glad you're all right. Master Oro did well in watching over you.
Ken, Oro? He looked after me?
Ryu, yes. I made him promise me to protect you when I didn't think I could.
Ken, damn. I guess I have a debt to repay then. Well, first things first. When we're done here, come over to our place for dinner. Need to let Eliza and Mel know I'm okay after so long. God knows I miss them. And then maybe we can talk over a new training schedule.
Ryu, grinning. Sounds great. Ken and Ryu walk towards Ruby, Firebrand, Hagar, Chun-Li, and Sylphie, all of whom are now with Ruby and Firebrand, arms around each other in a brotherly way.
Just maybe we can stay local for a while to make up for lost time. I know you got a thing for waterfalls, but...
Ryu laughs a little at hearing this. Chun-Li runs over to Ken and gives him a big hug.
Chun-Li. Oh, Ken, I'm so glad you're all right. We were all worried.
Ken.
Yeah, well, thanks, Chun. Thank all of you. Sorry I couldn't join the fight.
Chun-Li to Ken.
Don't mention it.
To Ryu.
Glad to have you back.
Ryu. Thank you for helping me come back. At these words, Chun smiles and gives Ryu a hug too. We now see the rest of the gang standing in front of Amingo as he changes back. Ruby Heart to Amingo.
Hey, Ami. You okay?
Amingo.
I am now. You guys did great. Thanks for saving my hide, everyone.
To Ruby Heart.
And thank you, Ruby. I always knew you had it in you, and I'm sorry I spent so much time being mad at you.
Ruby Heart to Amingo. Water under the bridge.
And I'm sorry too. I'm just glad you're all right.
Ruby Heart helps Amingo up. They hug and smile at each other. Then Sylphie gives him a hug too, and Hagar pats him on the back and laughs. Firebrand to Amingo.
Welcome back, Green One.
Amingo to Firebrand.
Look who's talking. Thanks, Firebrand.
As Amingo and Firebrand exchange smiles, we see another character hobble over towards them. Ruby Heart's father. Ruby and the others rush over to him. Ruby Heart.
Father.
Sorry. Ruby's father.
No apologies necessary, Ruby. I'm glad your friend is all right, and I am as well. All thanks to you and your companions here. I must say, in all my days of swashbuckling, that was some of the finest fighting I'd ever seen. And not that it means much coming from me, but I'm proud of you.
Ruby Heart. Thank you. Ruby's father.
I know I can never make up to you what I did and what I put you through, but we just have so much to catch up on, and Lord knows I've been dying to sail the open seas again. Not for nothing sketchy, of course, but... well, you're the only family I have, Ruby. Since it won't get any easier for me to ask this, I'll just go ahead and ask. Would ye like to come join me for a while? Maybe dust off me old ship and be a part of me crew after all?
Ruby smiles a little, and is also a little surprised. She looks at the rest of the gang, who smile back at her, and lastly at Amingo. He smiles softly and nods at her, but looks slightly sad as well. Amingo.
It's okay, Ruby. If you want to go, you can go.
Ruby Heart smiles softly at him back, before turning to her father. Ruby Heart. Thank you. That is sweet. Really. But I'm just not ready for that yet. I don't know if I ever will be. I'm sorry. And I know I'm your only family, but looking at Amingo and putting her hand on his back, then looking at the other heroes. This is my family now, and my duty is to them. And my crew. Ruby smiles at Amingo, who smiles back, getting teary-eyed. Ruby's father looks down, saddened, but also smiles sideways. Ruby's father, audibly exhaling. Spoken like a true captain. Then, I guess this is goodbye. He smiles solemnly, looking at her one last time, before beginning to turn away. Ruby Heart. Wait. He stops for a moment. Ruby Heart. We're gonna use the orb to clean everything up and get everyone back where they belong, including you. And what if one day I want to reach out? Maybe write a letter. Ruby's father, smiling. Well, that would be just fine with me. He reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out the enchanted blue bottle he had given the men he dropped off with Ruby so long ago. She takes it, looks at him with a very slight smile, looks up at him, and nods. He does the same before turning around and walking away. Ruby looks back at Amingo. Ruby, I hope I didn't. Ruby Heart. No, you didn't. It was my decision, and I meant every word I said. You're just as much my family as I am yours. Amingo smiles at her, and a single tear drops down his eye. It stops when it reaches his chest and blooms into a flower. Everyone looks and sees it happen. Of Yashichi on the ground and picks it up, handing it to Firebrand, who has retrieved the crest of infinity. Ruby Heart to Firebrand. Go on, Firebrand to Ruby Heart. But I promised you would have the first 2 wishes, and you did not. Throughout my life, I've prided myself on being a demon of my word. Therefore, I cannot. Ruby Heart to Firebrand. It's okay, Firebrand. Really. My first wish ended up not being one I needed, and my second, well, you're my friend. So consider this my second wish. Firebrand to Ruby Heart, smiling. I've yet to meet a finer member of humankind, Captain Heart. Thank you. Taking the orb. Orb of Yashichi, thou shalt wish as such. Break the curse set upon my world, so the time flows normally. Once more. The orb begins to glow as the fan inside of it turns faster and faster until it is spinning quickly with a reddish hue. As it spins, we see the orb emit a beam of light, very thin at first, into the sky of the demon realm. Once the fan inside of the orb hits full speed, the beam becomes wider and wider, creating a pool of light in the sky. Then, the pool of light bursts open and across the entirety of the demon's sky, coating the entire realm in light very briefly as it does so. The fan inside of the orb slows down, and once it comes to a complete stop, only one spoke of it remains with a light inside of it, and the orb ceases to glow. Ruby Heart, Firebrand, and the other heroes around them look around at his world, and then at Firebrand. Sylphie. It definitely feels different here. Do you think it worked? Firebrand to Sylphie. One cannot be entirely sure at the moment. However, save for Captain Heart's ungrantable wish, all other requests made of the orb have been granted. Holding up the crest. Since the crests were repaired successfully, there is reason to believe my world was as well. Firebrand takes the crests and places all of them in his satchel pouch. Chun-Li. So, what now? Ruby Heart. Well, there's only one wish left. Seems to me it's time to separate our worlds again and send everyone home, where they belong. Which means Firebrand. 'Tis farewell, Chun-Li. But what if someone like Phalanx or Gorgon shows back up and threatens us all? How will we bring everyone together again? Sylphie. Hello? Demigod over here. I'll still be able to hop around universes, assuming I have to cash for it. And if there is trouble, I'll probably hear about it first since I'll be with Ruby. I mean, to Ruby Heart nervously, if you'll still have me, of course. Ruby Heart to Sylphie. Are you kidding? Of course I'll have you. You're an official part of our crew now. How else will we find new trouble to get into? Sylphie smiles and laughs in a small, celebratory way. She then gives Ruby a hug. Firebrand to Sylphie. Speaking of Sylphie, before Ruby makes the final wish, you may want to inspect Phalanx's coffers hidden within the Colosseum. Come, Sylphie to Firebrand. For real? You're the best, Firebrand! Lead the way! Firebrand and Sylphie fly off into one of the many archways within the Colosseum. Ryu looks at them fly away, and then down at the pile of dirt on the ground and spies the book Gorgon left behind. He walks over to it and picks it up, bringing it back to the other heroes. Ryu. What of this book? Ruby Heart. We can't let just anyone hold on to it. It needs to be someone we can trust, which is why I think you should keep it. Ryu. Me? But why? Ruby Heart. Because whenever there's trouble, You're on the front lines. That book is too powerful and has too much knowledge inside of it for us to risk falling into the wrong hands. And as its keeper, I know you won't let that happen. Ken, she makes a good point, Ryu. Not to mention it may give you some pointers on how to beat me when we go out. Ken smiles at Ryu, who chuckles and shakes his head. He then looks at the book, then at Ruby Heart, and nods. Ryu, I will keep it safe. Suddenly, Sylphie and Firebrand teleport back to where the heroes are. Sylphie is seen laying on a few treasure chests underneath her. Then, the chests glow and disappear, presumably getting absorbed into her. There's a green hue that surrounds her for a moment, as if she's powering up. She has a relaxed, recharged, and satisfied look on her face. Sylphie. Oh yeah! That's the stuff! Demon gold is some of the most valuable there is, so this ought to last me a while. Kissing him on the cheek. Firebrand, turning even more red. Oh my. The heroes share a laugh. Then Amingo takes the orb and hands it to Ruby Heart. Amingo, you should do the honors, Ruby. Is everyone ready? Ruby Heart looks at the orb and then at the other heroes. They all smile at her and nod. She nods back. Ruby Heart. All right, here goes. Yoshichi, I wish for you to restore all of our universes back to normal and send us all back home, where we belong. The orb begins to glow in the familiar way and floats upwards, out of Ruby's hands. The fan inside of it starts to spin, increasing speed faster and faster. Firebrand. I shall miss thee, Captain Heart, and I cannot thank thee enough for helping me heal my world. Demonkind owes you much. Ruby Heart. I'll miss you too, Firebrand. We all will. Thank you for everything. I hope we see each other again someday, Firebrand. As do I. Ruby Heart and Firebrand share a long, heartfelt embrace. Firebrand then hugs the other heroes. As the Yoshichi glows brighter and brighter, the last spoke of the fan within it loses its light. The orb then breaks apart into many tiny pieces, and the fragments fly up into the sky. The heroes wave goodbye to each other, and to Firebrand, and as they do so, the Demon Coliseum fades away, as if a mirage. Exterior, Ruby Heart's airship. Top deck, day, continuous. As the image of the Demon Realm Coliseum dissolves and fades away, we are brought to the top deck of Ruby's airship. It's a sunny day as the ship hovers over the ocean with clouds in the sky and birds flying overhead. Ruby, Amingo, Sylphie, Chun-Li, Hagar, Ryu, and Ken are on the ship with Ruby. Ruby Heart. Looks like it worked. Ruby's crew. Ruby! Upon seeing her reappear onto the ship, the crewmates on Ruby's ship run over to her and give her a hug. She smiles wide as they all give her a group hug, with her returning the hug, of course. They all look at each other and smile. Gradually, they all return to their posts, and Ruby returns to the group of heroes. Chun-Li. Hey, Ruby Heart. Yeah? Chun, Ryu, Ken, Hagar. All in unison. Care to give us a ride? We see Ruby Heart smiling at them with Amingo and Sylphie at her side before the camera rises up, framing the sun. Clouds and some birds flying by. Ruby Heart. Voiceover. Let's go. Epilogue. As the credits roll, there would be various small scenes playing. They could, of course, be scenes of all different universes, but here would be the main four. Exterior, Metro City, day. Ruby's airship flies to the bustling Metro City and drops Hagar off. Ruby also hands over a random relic that the player collects throughout the game. Hagar then takes out the parking citation and, smiling, rips it up. He and Ruby shake hands. Interior, dojo, day. Chun-Li is in a partially built dojo. Ruby, Amingo, Sylphie, and others are hammering away at parts of the building. Chun-Li smiles at them, walks off screen, and returns with food and drinks. They all stand up and, with sweat on their brows, clink their drinks together. Exterior, Ken's house, day. With the airship hovering nearby, the heroes land and drop Ken and Ryu off at Ken's house. Eliza and Mel open the door, see Ken is back, and both run to him, hugging him very tightly. Ken lifts Mel into his arms and gently tosses him up into the air a few times before setting him back down. Eliza gestures to Ruby, Amingo, and Sylphie, and Ken is seen gesturing with his hands, as if explaining who they are and what happened. Eliza makes a gesture as if offering up an idea. Ken and Sylphie non-verbally agree. Interior, Ken's yacht. Evening. The last scene in the credits before the after-credits scene is on Ken's yacht. Instead of decorations saying "Happy Birthday, Eliza," it says "Welcome back, Ken." We see various characters on board, just like in the Alpha 2 version of the stage, But obviously, there are different and more characters this time around, such as Ruby, Mingo, Sylphie, etc. There can be characters from various universes too. The characters are seen eating, talking, swimming, and having a good time. Then, the characters all gather for a group photo, and one of them pulls at the streamer above, changing the message. The photo gets taken, and the streamer now says, "Thank you for playing." The credits end on this screen. Post-credits scene. Exterior, Demon Realm Coliseum. Night, later. The post-credits scene will be a cutscene. We see Firebrand, Samulo, Arma, and various other demons inside of the Coliseum. They seem to be gathered peacefully. There is a green glow from the crest of time, briefly, as if showing the demons all the events that have occurred. The crest then stops glowing and descends slowly back into Firebrand's hands. Firebrand.
Therefore, we can no longer covet the crests as we did in the past, nor leave room for future tyrants to conquer our realm. 'Tis for this reason that I believe 6 of us should rule over our realm as a council, serving as protectors of the realm and of the crests. All in favor? Say aye.
Demons, all.
Aye.
Firebrand takes the crest of time, and we see various demons such as Arma and Samulo holding on to different crests. Samulo, the dragon demon, holding on to the crest of heaven. All the demons shake hands/touch hands and nod to each other in agreement. All the demons except for Samulo either fly out of the Colosseum or somehow leave it. Samulo upturns his massive claw and looks at the crest of heaven within it. The camera zooms into the crest until we see it very closely. The crest glints in the light for just a moment before the face of Phalanx reveals itself within the crest. We hear his evil laughter as the camera zooms in on his face before the background fades to black. Then finally, after being teased of the fact that Phalanx's soul still resides within the crest, the entire screen fades to black. And there is another "Thank you for playing" message to the player. Final notes before I wrap up. I could have used Game Master as a final boss who's from Capcom's game Gaia Master instead of Gorgon, because the story of that game, if I remember or understand it correctly, is that basically Game Master comes into this world every so often and plays a game with their world. But I am actually a big fan of Quiz and Dragons. I have a huge soft spot for it, and I actually didn't know about Gaia Master until I started doing research for this project. So that's why I used Gorgon. I also fully acknowledge there could be character development tweaks as far as Ruby not being confident, not feeling like she's good enough. I feel like I could have explored that a little bit more throughout the game. So if this were to ever be made into anything, I would, take a look at that. And there are also many characters I could have done more with, but I thought that for me personally, it would have been best for me to stick to characters from franchises that I was most familiar with, to use for the most screen time and development, etc. I didn't want to, if I had a character talking or acting in a certain way, I wanted to do my best to do their voice justice and do the character justice, and I wanted the dialogue and their actions to feel like the characters, and I just felt like I wouldn't have been able to do that with characters or franchises that I'm just not as familiar with. So I guess that's it. If there's anyone out there who actually watched this video or this video series from start to finish, I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate your time. This was a lot of fun to work on. It took a really long time for me, but it was, again, a big passion project. And most of all, I hope that you enjoyed it. I know it's not perfect, but I really hope that you got something out of it, some entertainment, if nothing else. And Capcom, if anyone from Capcom is watching this, I want to thank you as well, just for making games that I love and that I've loved ever since I was a kid, and inspiring me to create something like this. Obviously, I would love to work with or for you guys in some capacity, especially as a writer, but if nothing else, thank you for doing what you do. So, all right. If for whatever reason you want to follow me on socials, I'm at the Beige God on Twitter, Instagram, all that good stuff. And just stay safe and be healthy and take care of yourselves. See you later.